Bryan rushed to Sophia and pulled her from Abraham's hold. Abraham was shocked by Bryan's behavior. "Alpha, she has a fever. Maybe that's why she fainted. I'm taking her to the hospital." "No need." "What?" Bryan lifted her into his arms and gazed at Abraham. "Take care of him. I'm taking her to the pack hospital." Abraham glanced at Sophia and said, "But Alpha, my sister, don't worry about her, but don't show any mercy to that man. I don't want to see him standing on 2 feet again." Abraham slowly turned to Alpha Moen, who was groaning in pain. His eyes blazed with fire as he thought about what this man said to him about Sophia on the phone. He wanted his sister to warm his bed. Abraham walked to him and began kicking his wounded legs. Bryan walked to the entrance. But before that, he turned to his men and said, "Inform Delta Edger to appoint a new director for this orphanage." Abraham glanced at Bryan's back. He remembered Bryan holding Sophia like that 1 year ago when he was going to a pack meeting. That day, he himself handed her to him, saying that he did not have time to take care of a woman. But today, he saw a different Bryan. When Sophia called him today, he was in the pack house with Bryan, discussing the engagement. Bryan was so busy that he even declined to talk with Alpha Lucas. But when he heard that Sophia was in danger, he left all of his work and came here to accompany him to save his sister. Abraham found it strange. Meanwhile, Bryan slid into the car, settling Sophia in the back seat. Bryan pulled Sophia to his chest as the driver turned on the engine. He lowered his head to look at her face carefully. He was quiet, but his eyes were fierce as he observed her face. The car stopped in front of the pack hospital. He carried her into the hospital in his arms. People in the pack hospital were unaware of his identity. However, they sensed that he was a powerful individual. The head doctor of the pack himself checked on Sophia. "Her fever is quite high. She needs to rest properly. I prescribed her some medication," the doctor explained. "What about her leg?" Bryan asked him while looking at Sophia. "As you can see, I bandaged her leg. Fortunately, no bones were broken. It will take a couple of days, but she will be fine soon." As Bryan listened to the doctor, his gaze remained fixed on Sophia the entire time. At that time, Sophia blinked her eyes. Slowly, she opened her eyes and took a look around. As soon as her eyes caught a glimpse of Bryan, she made an immediate attempt to sit up, but she hissed up in pain. "Be careful," Bryan said, helping her to sit. Sophia pushed his hand away from her and said, "Don't touch me." Gazing at Bryan and Sophia, the doctor swallowed. He was aware of Bryan's identity. He was not only the head doctor, but also the personal physician of the head alpha and his family. "He is the head alpha of our pack. You can't talk to him like that. He is the one who brought you here," the doctor said to Sophia. Sophia ignored his words and asked, "What happened to my leg? Did it break?" "No, you will get better in a few days." "Great, then please discharge me." The doctor nodded his head in response. "If you want to go back, you can. But you have to rest at home and continue to take your medication as prescribed." "Thank you, doctor. I will." When she assured the doctor bowed to Bryan and left the cabin. Bryan's eyes did not move from her all these times. "Did you just try to insult me in front of my pack doctor?" he asked, gritting his teeth. Sophia did not look at him, avoiding making any eye contact with him. She remembered how he shot Alpha Moen's leg. He used a gun as if it were a plaything. He was indeed a ruthless man. "Don't forget that I haven't punished you for what you did in my office this morning." His warning gave her a shiver in her spine. She slowly turned her head to look at him. His gloomy face turned her heart cold. It reminded her of what Victor told her a few days ago. "He will cage you forever." She shut her eyes and took a deep breath, then mumbled, "Alpha Bryan, reject me." Bryan was taken aback. He grabbed her jaw and lifted it to make her look at him. "What did you just say?" She looked into his eyes and replied, "I said reject me. You will die." "Is that so? Then why did you tell my brother that you had a way to break the bond?" He averted his eyes from her. "I lied to him so that he could concentrate on his training." She scoffed at him, pushing his hand away from her jaw. "I knew it. You did not even dare to tell my brother how you played with his innocent sister. What about those nights you spent with his sister, knowing that you would never accept her as your mate?" Bryan stared at her for a while. Her eyes had a flame in them that he had never seen before. he sighed and lifted his hand. He stroked her hair and muttered, "Don't be stubborn. Be a good girl. This behavior doesn't suit you. I don't want to get mad at you either." Sophia stared at him. His touches made her feel disgusted because she was aware of his intentions. It was not out of love, but only lust. "Your brother cheated on me. I never looked back at him after that. Do you know why?" "Because I have self-respect." She smiled at him bitterly, then continued, "It was only you for whom I stooped down so low. Otherwise, no other man can play with me like that." Bryan's hand froze on her hair. She removed his hand from her head and pushed it lightly. "I wish I could give you the suffering I am going through right now." Her pale face darkened as she glared at him. "I wish I could stab your heart with my own hands and tell you how I felt after you stabbed mine so many times." Bryan turned away from her and made his way to the door. "When Abraham arrives here, go home with him. I'm clearing the bills before leaving," he said. "No, you don't have to." His steps halted. He turned around and looked at her. "What's wrong with you? How long will you pretend to be like this? How long are you going to stay away from me? One day, you will have to come back to me. Don't expect me to return to your dark world as your dirty secret. I will not go anywhere from here either. I will stay here and watch how cruel you can be." She reached out and grabbed the railing on the side of the bed, and then she slowly stepped down from it. Bryan chose to ignore her comments and instead made his way back to her when he noticed that she was about to fall. He wrapped his hands around her to support her. She pushed him hard, which stunned him. He was caught off guard by the way she was acting today. "I am feeling disgusted by your every touch. It's good that we met again. I want to tell you how I regret meeting you in my life. I wish I had never met you, Bryan." He froze at her words. It was the second time she called him by his name. Until today, she had never done that. She used to softly address him as mate or alpha. She had never shown him this side of hers. He used to think that she was a soft girl. "Before you regret what you're saying, stop talking. You are the one who needs me, not me who needs you," he muttered, glaring at her. She felt a shudder inside her. "Need you? Why would I need you? I don't need a man who is going to join his name with someone else. I am not a gold digger who would roam around you even after learning her place in your eyes. Maybe you are the gold digger who wants to gain someone else's pack." "Sophia." His voice came out as a warning. Though she trembled inside at his cold gaze and warning, she did not show it to him. "I will pray that you will fall for someone and never have her in your life. That day you will realize what you are making me feel. I hate you, Bryan Morrison. I hate you. I want to see your downfall. You will lose everything one day." Bryan clenched his jaw as if it were enough for him. He nodded his head and muttered, "It will always be in your dreams. No one has the power to defeat me, and you wanted to leave, right? Then go and hide wherever you want. I won't stop you. Always remember that Alpha Bryan doesn't care about anyone. He doesn't need anyone, not even a mate. I don't need your permission to marry someone else. You are nothing to me. It was your luck that you are my mate, and I was just protecting you." His eyes glowed like fire. Tears filled Sophia's eyes, but she was adamant about not letting him see her tears. He turned around and went to the door. He opened the door and turned his head in her direction. "From today on, you are free. Don't dare to appear in front of my eyes. Stay away from my brother as well. If I see you around him, I will kill him first, then come to hunt you." Sophia was furious. She threw the pillow at him. However, he had already left the cabin. "I hate you. You hate that I fell for a man like you. I will break your arrogance, Bryan Morrison. I just hate you." Bryan heard everything she had said since her voice was loud enough to be audible outside. His eyes were dim and his face looked furious. He did not know why she was behaving like that suddenly. Or perhaps she was after the position from the beginning? Didn't he make it clear to her that he did not like attachments? Then why did she want a name when he himself said he would be with her? People looked at him as he moved to the hallway. Some of them recognized him and bowed to him. He ignored them as he was losing his mind. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. The other person received the call right away. "Alpha?" Bryan's eyes became cloudy as the darkness under the clouds deepened. "Stop following her from now on." "Alpha, are you sure?" Don't need to inform me about her anymore. Yes, Alpha. Bryan put his phone away from his ear and cut the call. When he came out of the hospital, he noticed Abraham had just arrived there. Alpha, your sister is inside. Thank you for helping, Alpha. He did not reply to anything. Abraham bowed to him and rushed inside the hospital. Abraham inquired about Sophia's cabin at the reception and hurried to see his sister. As soon as he entered the cabin, his eyes widened. Sophia! She was sitting on the floor, leaning her back against the bed. She was calm, but her eyes were fixed on the floor. When he was about to approach her, he noticed a pillow on the floor. What happened to you, Sophia? Sophia shut her eyes as tears rolled down her cheeks. Everything had ended. The love for that man was over. The dream of being with that man was over. The last piece that left her alive was over. Abraham hugged her and asked, Sophie, please tell me, I'm feeling worried about you. Sophia's entire body felt numb. She was fed up with everything. She tried to look strong in front of Bryan, but his words once again broke her. I will never forgive you, Bryan Morrison. I was quietly leaving your life, but you are the one who forced me to hate you. It had been a few days since Sophia last left her house. She locked herself in her bedroom. She cried all day long. Her mother was starting to worry about her. She remained silent despite her brother's repeated attempts to speak with her. Sarah had just come back from the vacation with Nolan. When she heard about the engagement, she was shocked. Without delay, she went to Sophia's house. But Sophia was already broken. The only person she could share her pain with was Sarah. Sophia cried a lot in front of Sarah. Sarah wept after witnessing her best friend cry like that. She could not believe how much Sophia had changed in just a few days. She left behind a happy Sophia, who appeared to be the happiest person in the world. Now she looked broken. I can't believe Alpha did something like that. I also hate that man now, Sarah said. Sophia stared outside the window as she stood leaning on the frame of the window. Her eyes were fixed on the road. Today was Bryan's engagement. Though she thought she could live without him, she cried all these days, thinking that he would come back to her and say sorry. He would confess to her. She thought of herself as a girl without shame, but she could not just forget him overnight. Her heart and her wolf both did not want to stay away from him. Sarah walked to her and put her hand on her shoulder. Sophia, don't wait for him. I heard Mila's relatives have reached our pack for the engagement tonight. In just a few hours, they will exchange rings. Sophia's eyes did not even blink. I wish I could reject him. I would not have to feel like this. Sarah lowered her head after hearing her. Sophia could not reject Bryan. It was not in her hand. It was a law of fate. If one of the mates was Alpha, he or she alone could reject the other. Is there any way to break this bond? Sarah asked. Sophia shook her head. Only my death can set me free from this unwanted bond. Sarah's fingers curled around Sophia's dress on her shoulder. She turned her around and held her hands. Please, don't say that. Sophia looked at her with emotionless eyes. Sarah bit her lip to control her tears. She felt terrible for Sophia. She used to be a happy soul who always smiled at others and stayed positive in every situation. But after today, she did not think she would ever get to see the old Sophia again. I don't know what to say. Should I be upset because he is getting engaged to someone else and has left me heartbroken? Or should I be happy that he would never come to find me? Sarah was speechless. Sophia was experiencing emotional turmoil. All these days, she was mentally and physically connected with Bryan, so she was not just able to accept what was going on in her life. Everything was fine until a gust of wind broke through her glass house. Come, eat something. Aunt said you have not eaten anything in the last few days. Sophia pushed her hand and mumbled, I don't want to. How long will you stay like this? Have you told Brother Abraham about it? Sophia shook her head immediately. Sarah, please don't say anything to him. He just knows that I love Bryan, but he doesn't. So he always tries to convince me that Bryan was committed to someone else from the start, and that I would find someone better in my life. What? How about the months you spent with Alpha? He doesn't know about it. No. Then tell him. He should know how his Alpha is. Sophia turned around and replied, I don't want to come between my brother and his dream. It was my fault that I fell for that man. He played with me and did not even let my brother know about his intentions. He even lied to him about breaking the bond when there was actually no way. If he rejects me, I will die. That's why I want to die. I don't want to cause trouble for my family. Her heart was stabbing inside. She had no idea when she would get over her feelings. But she knew one thing. It was Bryan's last chance. If Bryan did the engagement today, his face would forever be etched in her heart as a betrayer. She would be the first person to hate him the most. Sophia's heart rate increased as time went on. An hour ago, Sarah got a call from her family. Though she wanted to stay with Sophia for tonight, Sophia told her to go back home. She wanted to be alone. She sat alone on her bed, staring up at the sky in the darkness of her bedroom. Hours passed without her eyes moving. She was in severe pain. It was the anguish she was feeling in her heart. Her love was transforming into hatred. She was not sure how long she could remain calm. "Sophia, come down. Someone comes to meet you." When she heard her mother's voice, her body jerked up. She turned her head away from the window and toward the door. "Someone comes to meet me? Is it him?" She mumbled and stood up hastily. She opened the door and dashed downstairs, nearly falling down the stairs. But on the final step, she grabbed the stair railing tightly. Her gaze fell on the man sitting on the couch, looking at him. She glanced away from him and mumbled, "Victor." Thinking how stupid she was, she approached him slowly. "Sophia, is he your friend? He is here to meet you. Talk to him. I am going to get him some coffee," her mother grinned. Sophia did not say anything, as her face was calm. She felt relaxed that she was not crying. Her mother did not have to watch her in that state, at least. When her mother went to the kitchen, Sophia looked at Victor and asked, "What are you doing here?" He got up and gave her a menacing grin before saying something that turned Sophia's last hope into dust. "Congratulations to you. Your head alpha is engaged now. Everything has gone smoothly. He looked pleased with my daring little sister." Sophia's wolf howled inside her in anguish. Her wolf wanted to shift and ran to her mate, asking why he was doing that to them. Sophia's heart turned into stone. It was her last limit. Bryan had pushed her to her limit. Now there was no way for her to keep the love inside her. All of her hopes crashed, and all of her pain became numb. "Why so cold, woman? Where is your reaction? I thought I would offer you my shoulder to cry on. Well, I can call you a woman now. You don't seem to me like that same naive Sophia anymore. This Sophia is something else that your mate is missing." "Ex-mate," Sophia replied. "What? He is no longer my mate." Victor frowned when he heard that. "Did he reject you? How is that even possible?" Sophia looked into his eyes calmly. There was nothing going on in her mind. Everything was blank. It was as if she could finally focus on the outside world. Otherwise, she was living in her imagination all these times. "I don't consider him my mate anymore." Victor's brows were raised by her response. "Why are you both standing there? Dear, sit down." Sophia's mother's voice rang through the living room. Sophia immediately looked away from Victor and stepped aside from the couches so that her mother could place the tray of coffee cups on the tea table. Victor sat down, looking at Sophia. Sophia's mother sat on another couch and asked, "Dear, what is your name?" "Udo." "Alpha Victor?" Sophia interrupted him and replied to her mother. Her mother's eyes widened as she got up from the couch immediately. "Alpha Victor? The head alpha of the Moon Valley Pack?" Her hands began to shake. It was good that she was not holding any cups, otherwise the coffee would have spilled out of the cups. Victor stared at Sophia. She folded her hands across her chest and said, "There is nothing to hide." Victor averted his gaze from her and focused on Sophia's mother. "Stop reacting like that. I'm not going to kill your daughter." His cold voice caused Sophia's hands to loosen. "You can't talk to my mom like that." He returned his gaze to her and replied, "That's why I don't tell anyone about my identity. They are terrified, as if they will pass out. You shouldn't have told her about it." Sophia looked at her mother. "Mom, he came here to talk to me. Don't worry, he won't hurt me. You can go and take some rest." Her mother grabbed her hand and pulled her behind her. "What will you talk to my daughter about? She is innocent. Please leave her." Sophia had no idea why her mother was reacting that way. Perhaps she had also heard of his autocratic kingdom. "Mom, calm down." Her mother turned around and shook her head. "No, Sophia, go and call your brother. We are not safe here. He will kill us." Sophia was already in a terrible state. Her mother's words made her feel annoyed. But she was her mother. She should make her understand calmly. Sophia, you are still too young to understand these alphas. Mom, I am not a kid anymore. Please let me talk to him. He is my friend. Do you remember the time when he came for me to drop me off at home? He won't hurt me. Her mother reflected on the day and realized that Victor had indeed come to drop Sophia off at home. She slowly turned her head to Victor, who no longer appeared to be in a good mood. I apologize for my behavior. I have heard a lot about you. I guess people spread false rumors about you. You must be a nice person since you are good to my daughter. He heaved a sigh and nodded his head in her direction. He gave Sophia a quick glance and then said, I'm waiting for you outside. After saying that, he walked out of the house. Sophia's mother felt embarrassed for reacting like that, but she was afraid that the rival alpha had come here to kill them because they were members of an official's family. I still don't believe. Mom, please relax. I have met him several times. He has no intention of hurting me. How do you know him? Her mother inquired, glancing outside the house. It's a long story. Let me talk to him first before he gets angry again. Sophia's mother did not want her daughter to go, but she had no other choice. Her son was not in the house to protect them. Sophia closed the main door behind her and walked toward Victor. He was leaning against his car while smoking. Sophia stopped at a distance and asked, What do you want to talk about? Victor looked at her and replied, Come with me. What? Come with me to my pack. I will give your mother a good life there. Your brother can stay here as the Gamma. You and your mother can stay in my pack with some dignity and respect. Sophia stared at him without replying. Sophia, think about it. I'm leaving this pack tonight. If you want, you can join me. I don't know when I will come here again. Victor Laurent, Sophia muttered, and she stepped toward him. The smoke from the cigarette did not bother her nose anymore. She seemed to have gotten used to it. I, Sophia Berge, don't want to be anyone's slave anymore. Victor's eyes froze. Sophia could see that he did not expect the answer. I know what you want. I can't help you. Since you told me I was his pawn, I don't want to be your pawn either. So you want to stay here and watch his betrayal every day with that bitch? He asked with a sharp tone. She nodded her head. Yes, I will remain here and watch him betray me. His betrayal will help me grow stronger. I want to see how long he can go. Because. She paused, and a smirk appeared on her lips, which stunned Victor. Then she continued, Because at the end of the day, he can't reject me. If he does, he will lose his position as the head alpha. So at that time, I will make him realize how powerful the woman he wanted to make his mistress was. Her smirk slowly faded as her face turned fiercer in anger. I will pull the bond so hard that it will tear apart his arrogance. 1 year later. In the dark forest, where a glimpse of the moonlight barely touched the trees, a lone white wolf was running to save her life. There were 5 wolves running after the white wolf, trying to capture it. The wolf's fur was so white that it shone brightly even when it was completely dark. Therefore, it was not difficult for them to track down the wolf that was in front of them. Behind the white wolf, the 5 wolves let out their ferocious, beastly growls. When they ran out of breath, they came to a stop. Where is she? I cannot believe this. How can a she-wolf possess such strength? Even after hours of running, she is still ahead of us. You are right. We thought it would be easy to catch her. But they huffed and could not talk more in their mind links. Their keen eyes were searching for her in the shadows, but they were unsuccessful. Let's search for her separately in different locations. Where can she go? When the leader said that, the other 4 wolves growled in agreement and parted their ways. Little did they know, they were running for their own demise. After searching for a while, a gray wolf located the white wolf and howled loudly, trying to convey to his partners about the wolf. With a single growl, his group started moving in his direction. In the meantime, the wolf that discovered the white wolf approached her cautiously. Under the light of the moon, the white wolf was drinking water from a lake. Her fur shone brighter than the lake water. The wolf lost his sanity as he stared at the wolf from afar. She was stunningly beautiful. He had never seen a wolf who looked so pure like her. The lust captured his mind as he started to run over her to catch her without his partners. It appeared as though the white wolf had picked up on the sound of his marching. She raised her head from the lake water and slowly turned her head to look at him. The gray wolf's eyes widened as it looked at her carefully. His attention was drawn to the white wolf's eyes, which were a deep ocean blue color. The white wolf looked away from him and howled under the moon. Her growl was painful yet powerful. The gray wolf stopped his feet as he stared at her. All 4 members of his group reached him and saw the scenery in front of them. It took them a very long time, but at last they found the woman they were looking for. "What are you all doing? Catch her!" The leader yelled at his group in the mind links. The gray wolf reacted immediately and realized that he had almost lost himself in that white wolf, as if she had spellbound him for a moment with her beauty. All 5 of the wolves were moving in the direction of the white wolf, along with the gray one. The white wolf was a female wolf. She looked calm but restless. When she saw them approaching her, she turned to them and began to walk in their direction. Her unexpected baldness appeared to astound the 5 wolves. Why was she moving toward them? Wasn't she scared that they would catch her? "Why are you all here?" The white wolf spoke up, connecting her mind link with theirs. Their legs froze at the thought of how she did that. They were rogues. It was impossible for just anybody to connect a mind link with them. After all, they were not bonded with any pack, nor were any pack's members. "How did you?" the leader asked with a shocked face. The white wolf came to a halt a short distance from them. "Rogues in the Nightshade Pack?" Their shocked eyes grew wider. "And Nightshade Pack?" Their shocked looks were clearly saying that they were unaware of which border they had crossed. "We are in Nightshade Pack right now?" the leader asked, glancing at his group members. The gray wolf responded with a shrug of his shoulders and said, "Who cares? No one can win a fight against us. It is time to grab this girl. I can't control my lust anymore." After saying that, he began to walk in her direction. The white wolf took a step back. "You will regret it later." The leader burst out laughing at her words. His sharp teeth became visible as his eyes shone with lust and anger. "You made us run for quite some time. We will now play with every part of your body for a long time. We will show you what power rogues have." The white wolf took another step backward. Her eyes were capturing all their faces. "Leave this pack. It would be best for you. Stay away from me. I don't want to hurt you either." Smirks appeared on their lips as they felt amused by her begging tone. "Beg. We want to hear you cry, baby. Now shift quickly. We cannot wait to see what you are hiding behind this gorgeous fur." The leader's words made the white wolf stop her steps. Excitement swept through the rogues as they ran toward her. Just as they were about to touch her, her eyes glowed, which caused the 5 wolves to let out piercing growls. A blaze of igniting fire could be seen inside the glowing ocean blue eyes. She looked at them intently, as if she were torturing them with her gaze. All of the 5 rogues' bodies collapsed to the ground, and they began to struggle with painful groans. The white wolf stepped closer to them. She lowered her head and sniffed the smells. "Smell like beggars." Hearing her remarks, the leader attempted to growl and claw her, but she glared at him with her scornful eyes. The leader felt like he was losing his breath. His body rolled in pain on the ground, and he felt as though he was about to pass away. "Leave us," the gray wolf said, trying to convince her in the mind links. The woman chuckled, as if seeing them in that state gave her maniacal pleasure. "How can I leave the men who have wanted to play with me for a long time? Let me play with them for a while at least." The painful growls echoed throughout the forest. After some time, when the wolves looked like passed out in pain, she turned around and walked in the opposite direction, leaving them in the dark. One of the wolves was still conscious when he noticed her leaving. He could not help but ask, "Who are you?" She turned around to look at him and replied in the mind link with a very calm tone. "An omega who doesn't need to hide behind an alpha for protection." There was breaking news spreading in the Nightshade Pack very quickly. All of the news channels and media outlets were using their mediums to report the news. Students in a cafe near Nightshade University were watching the news on television. Breaking news. This is the second time this month that our border guards have captured rogues in the forest. But it was not about them but their condition. They found them in a deadly condition. Though the border guards wanted to kill the rogues, they let us know that Alpha Bryan stopped them from killing them. Everyone turned silent as they watched the news carefully. A few of them could not understand why their Alpha had denied killing them. They were rogues, and they were not safe for the pack members. They remained focused on the news, which was still being broadcast. All the officials cooperated with us when we asked them about the current situation. They stated it's Alpha Bryan, who did not want to kill rogues but investigate who was behind these situations, because no ordinary person could win a fight with the rogues. Sarah and Nolan's eyes were fixed on the television. At that time, a girl in blue jeans and a black t-shirt entered the restaurant. Her makeup was simple and her hair was pulled back in a high ponytail. She looked like a natural beauty who could captivate any man's eyes if she wanted. On the other hand, there was something strange about her, and that was her eyes. They were cold and serene. It was the only thing that made people hesitant to approach her. "Sophia, here," Sarah spoke out as she waved her hand at the girl. Who could have guessed that girl was Sophia Berge? She had become an ethereal beauty, as though she had been imprisoned and then abruptly transformed into a blossoming flower. She had gained self-confidence and a new way of life. Although most people thought she had confidence because she once used to be the personal assistant of Alpha Bryan. The girl who worked under the head of Alpha, of course, had gained some courage in herself. But no one knew why she left the Morrison group. Her ex-best friend, Louisa, tried to manipulate others by saying that she was fired by the company. However, when Sophia's CV became public and the Morrison group did not seal it, people had to believe that Sophia had left the company on her own. It was surprising that Morrison Group let her go so easily while not forbidding other companies from hiring her. "So, how was your dinner?" Nolan inquired as Sophia took her seat at the table. "Dinner?" Sophia asked, arching her brows in confusion. Sarah and Nolan exchanged glances before Sarah asked Sophia, "Didn't you leave last night without having dinner with us? You said you have a family dinner in your house." Sophia's brows lifted as she realized it. She nodded her head and replied, "Yeah, you are right. It went well." Her gaze moved from Sarah and Nolan to the television that was positioned in the center of the wall behind them. Sarah turned her head and glanced at the news again. "Have you heard the latest news, Sophia?" "It is becoming dangerous for us to live in this pack." Sophia furrowed her brows and asked, "Why?" Nolan replied to her as he tried to explain. "Don't you think it's dangerous that someone is injuring rogues and he is not even familiar with any of our officials, not even a pack fighter? Who knows who he is? It must be a powerful alpha." Sophia's gaze remained fixed on the news as she murmured, "What is it to us?" Sarah shook her head and said, "What if we went out for a run and one day we came face to face with that person? What if he wants to kill us? I can't believe someone powerful is in our pack but is living a mysterious life. I'm feeling scared." Nolan gave Sarah a hug and a head pat. "Baby, don't get scared. I will accompany you on runs every single time. No one can hurt you." Sophia stared at her friends for a while. She could say they loved each other a lot. They were the true example of mates. It was amazing how much they cared for one another. Lifting her hand to signal a waiter, Sophia cleared her throat. She turned her head back to the couple and said, "Calm down, guys. I don't think that person has any intention to harm anyone. He maybe wants to help us, or, I can say, save his life from danger." Sarah looked at Sophia and thought for a while. "You are right. He is helping us. But how did he do that? Every time rogues got caught in the forest, people said they had no injuries to their bodies, but they became mentally unstable. Whenever someone asked them how that happened, they could only call Alpha's name." Nolan simply shook his head. "There is no way it could be Alpha Bryan, because if it had been him, he would never have been given permission to conduct an investigation. It is like he is eager to know who is the person behind all of this." Sophia's eyes turned dark when she heard Bryan's name. She looked away from her friends as she let out a harsh tone. "The man who does not know how to deal with his mate bond, how will he deal with someone who can freeze anyone mentally?" Sarah and Nolan bit their tongues when they realized they should not mention Bryan in front of Sophia. But Sophia was living her life like a calm girl, as if she had forgotten about her past completely. Sarah reached out her hand and held Sophia's. With a gulp, she spoke. "We are sorry. We should not talk about him." Sophia smiled at her and patted her best friend's hand. "It's okay. It's been a while since we stopped crossing each other's paths. We are happy with our lives." Sophia and her friends came to the restaurant to do a study project since they got bored in the university's cafe. In the last year, there was no competition in which Sophia failed. She participated in every event where there were business projects and won numerous prizes. She received the highest score again this year, securing her position at the university as a 3-time topper in a row. After finishing their work for the day, Sophia stood up from her chair. "I have to return home, so I am leaving then." Sarah and Nolan got up as well and gave her a nod. Everyone shared the bill and went out of the restaurant with the papers for the project in their hands. "By the way, Sophia, how is Aunt doing?" Opening Nolan's car's back door to place the papers inside, Sarah questioned. He recently bought a car and sold his old bike. "Mom is fine now, but I am worried for her. Her health is not improving as it used to." The doctor advised us to take care of her medication and let her rest. "Don't worry. She will be fine," Nolan assured Sophia. Everything had changed in 1 year, but what did not change was the three people's friendship. Sophia could not forget how Sarah and Nolan took care of her when she was shattered for someone she did not deserve. She smiled at them and replied, "Okay, see you tomorrow. I have to visit the orphanage as well." They returned her smile and got into their car to leave. Sophia turned around, took out the keys, and unlocked a shiny silver car that was parked near the restaurant. It was her birthday gift from her brother. During his time at the training camp, he had earned a lot of money, which he had spent to buy an expensive car for his only sister, whom he loved the most. After making her way to her car, Sophia climbed into the driver's seat. She had her driving license. She did not need a driver because she had learned to drive smoothly. She pressed play on the radio to listen to some music while driving. However, as soon as the radio was turned on, news was broadcast on an FM channel. Her eyes glowed blue for a moment when she heard a familiar name. "So, Miss Mila Laurent, we are honored that you came to the beauty contest competition. Nobody can judge beauty more accurately than you. You will be our gorgeous Luna very soon." Sophia's eyes were fixed on the road as she decided not to change the channel and continued listening to it. "You are right, but it's not about my beauty, but about your alpha's love. He loves me a lot." Mila chuckled heartily after saying that. The interviewer asked another question when he saw Mila talking about Alpha. "How is Alpha Bryan treating you?" "This is not my question, but the question of the entire pack. He never shows emotion to others, and outside the pack, all the alphas call him a man of stone. We always take it as a compliment, but we are curious to learn more about your relationship with him." Mila paused briefly before answering the question with pride. "We have a perfect relationship, as any couple should have. He cares deeply for me. You cannot believe how much he always looks after me. Last night, I lost a necklace at a party. I was upset because it was my favorite necklace. He sent me a brand new necklace this morning before I even woke up, despite the fact that it costs twice as much as the one I lost." As the interviewer kept asking her questions, she gracefully answered all of them until one question froze her. "What about your only brother, Alpha Victor Laurent? People in the Nightshade Pack wonder why he still wants to be a rival to his sister's soon-to-be husband. How is your relationship with him? Given that he told everyone how much he loved you at your engagement celebration, he must really care for you." Sophia's dark eyes eased when she heard about the man. As she awaited Mila's response, a smirk formed on her lips. I. Mila coughed as she began to clear her throat. "What happened, Miss Mila?" "Well, we can continue the interview later." Sophia turned the radio off as she scoffed. "Coward woman!" She arrived at her house in half an hour and stepped inside. She walked to her mother's room and saw that she was lying on her bed. Mom. Her mother had been feeling unwell since last week. Sophia was concerned for her health. "Have you eaten your lunch yet?" Her mother sat up and responded, "Why did you cook today? I told you earlier that you did not have to cook. I could have done it." Sophia sat on the edge of the bed and hugged her mother. "Mom, you are sick. If I cannot even cook for you, what kind of daughter am I? It is my responsibility to look after you." These days, Sophia woke up early so that she could prepare breakfast and lunch for her mother. Then she left the house after putting the food in the freezer so that her mother did not need to work. Sophia got up and left her mother's room only to warm up a plate of food, then returned to the room with it. She sat on the bed and watched her mother eat. After giving her mother medicine, she told her, "You can rest. I'm going to my room." Her mother held her before she could stand up. Sophia stared into her mother's teary eyes. She wiped her mother's eyes with her thumbs and asked, "Why are you crying, Mom?" Her mother hugged her and said, "I don't know how long I will live. As you haven't found your mate, I want you to choose your life partner as soon as possible. I want to see you happy with a man before I die." After hearing her mother talk about death, Sophia's heart completely froze. While she was thinking about it, her hands became more tightly wrapped around her mother. Her throat burned as she let out a cold tone. "Mom, I will not let anything happen to you. You will live a long time. You will have to live a long time." Her mother broke the hug and cupped her cheeks. "I don't know how long I will live, but I want to see 2 of my children with their beloved partners. Especially you, my dear. I can care less about Abraham because he is a Gamma, and someday he will find a woman for himself. You are an Omega, and you don't have a mate. I can't be careless about you. That's why I am telling you to choose someone who is best for you." She never dared to tell her mother about her mate. It was pointless anyway. So when her mother realized it had been a long time for her age and she still had not found her mate, she might be a mateless Omega. Sophia stared at her mother for a while. The wetness of her mother's eyes melted her heart for a moment, which turned ice in 1 year. "Okay, Mom, I will do as you wish." His mother's eyes lit up. She has been very worried about her daughter over the last few days. That was why she became ill. The doctor warned her not to put any tension in her head, but she could not help herself. After talking with her mother, Sophia went to her bedroom. She freshened up to go to the orphanage. For the past year, that orphanage had become her favorite place. She went there most of the time to spend her time with the orphans. It was the only time when her heart softened. Otherwise, she closed her heart for everyone else. She opened the closet to take out a dress for herself. However, her gaze was drawn to a black suit jacket. Suddenly, she found herself thinking about that man whose name was enough to set ablaze the fire that burned in her heart. It was as if the entire world around her had never allowed her to forget about her past. She had his 2 jackets, which she could not return to him. She burned one, but kept another as a reminder of her past. She stared at the jacket, feeling as if the scent was still lingering, as if 1 year had not been enough to remove his odor. Her fingers slowly caressed the jacket before curling tightly into a fist. "The worst begging in the world is begging for love. And you had made me do that begging too." She averted her gaze from the jacket, letting it go. She took one of her dresses and pulled it out of the closet. She changed her clothes and got ready to go out. As she was putting on shoes, the door to her room flung open. She paused and turned her head to the door. Her brother Abraham was looking at her with rage in his eyes. She could say he was really in a bad mood. She continued what she was doing and asked, "Why are you so angry, brother?" Abraham came inside the room and asked, "You leaked the information of the Morrison group to Alpha Oliver, didn't you?" Rather than answer him, Sophia shifted her feet to check if her shoes fit her legs perfectly. Rising from the bed, she made her way to the dressing table. Reaching for her phone, she took one last look at her reflection in the mirror before turning to face her brother. "Sorry, what were you saying? I was busy getting ready." Abraham gave her an angry look. "Sophia," he said, gritting his teeth when he let out her name. She walked toward him and raised her head to look at him. "What's wrong?" she asked. "I'm your brother, so I'm requesting you, stop doing all of this." Sophia folded her hands across her chest and asked, "What are you talking about? Why did you do that?" "Alpha Oliver is a strong competitor to our pack company. The last time, Alpha's old secretary cheated him and leaked the information so that Alpha Oliver could get the project." Sophia scratched her chin as if trying to recall the incident. Oh, yes. Let me tell you something, my brother. I was your Alpha's assistant secretary at the time. He fired me that time because he thought I was the one who did it. Abraham was taken by surprise. But I heard it was a woman named Lily Jane. Sophia nodded her head. Your Alpha is not a strong-minded man. He has a habit of quickly changing his mind and preferences, so he later tried to find out the truth and got it successfully. Abraham stared at her. Within a year, his sister had transformed into someone else. Her personality and way of speaking had changed drastically. Sophia, this is all about the past. Don't do anything that can hurt you later, he murmured, alarming her. Sophia's gaze was fixed on her brother, who was very loyal to his Alpha. Instead of warning me, why not ask your Alpha to break the mate bond? Abraham's expression changed as he heard her sudden question. He had asked Bryan about it many months ago. He always ignored the issue whenever he tried to bring it up. Abraham had not found his mate yet, so he had no idea how the mate bond worked. However, he was also concerned about his sister. But he could not betray Alpha either. A Gamma could only give his life for his Alpha, not take his Alpha's life. When Sophia saw his reaction, she only felt bad for her brother. He was not to blame for it. She should not have asked him about it. She patted his shoulder and said, "Did he tell you I did it?" Abraham turned his gaze away from her and replied, "No, but I overheard you talking to Alpha Oliver about something. I warned you at that time too, but you neglected it." Rolling her eyes, Sophia walked by him and uttered, "Your Alpha has no proof that I did that." Abraham turned around and said, "Sophia, as you said, he got the truth last time. He will find out the truth this time too. If you turned out to be a traitor pack member, even I can't help you this time." This was not the first time Sophia had done something that harmed Bryan's business. Surprisingly, she was aware of every secret about the pack company that could lead to its downfall at any time. Sophia stopped at the door and replied coldly, "Don't worry about me, brother. Let him get busy with the investigation about some wolf hunting the rogues. Who knows, maybe one day that wolf will go to hunt him instead." Sophia left her house and went to the orphanage. When she stepped inside, a few children rushed up to her. "Sister Sophia is here," they said with cheerful voices. Sophia smiled at them before bending down to embrace them. They were kids who always liked to play with her. Rather than the teenage orphans, she was close to the kids. She felt terrible for them because they did not have parents to care for them. So whenever Sophia got a chance, she came here to spend some time with them. Sometimes she brought gifts for them to make them happy. "Sophia?" She let go of the children and raised her head, only to see the new director of the orphanage. She got up to her feet. When the children saw the director, they went back to their rooms. Sophia chuckled at them before returning her attention to the director. "Mr. Davidson." Peter Davidson was the new director of the orphanage. As the old director had to suffer in the long run because of his illegal activities inside the orphanage, Bryan managed to find a new, trustworthy director for this orphanage. Peter was a middle-aged man and the former Gamma of the Nightshade Pack. His one leg was injured during the war a few years ago, and the pack doctor advised him not to fight in any future wars. At that time, he had to leave his position as the Gamma. From then on, he had to live like an ordinary pack member until one day Theta Noble called him and offered him this opportunity. "The children really like you. I am glad you came here so often to make them happy." "It's nothing, Mr. Davidson." Sophia talked to him for a while as they walked through the hallway. The orphanage was large, and there were many people living there. She had always wondered why people abandoned their children in that way. Most of the children were Omegas. "Where is Ken?" she inquired while walking. "He will be here shortly. With all the girls here, he does not want to come here very often. You are aware of his slight shyness around girls." Sophia chuckled at his words, but he is not shy when it comes to picking a fight. Peter had a son around Sophia's age. He was a pack fighter. Sophia was friendly with him. Peter burst out laughing as soon as he heard Sophia. "You know him really well. I have never seen him talk with other girls as much as he likes to talk to you. Can I think of anything else about this bonding?" Sophia was stunned, but then a voice came from behind them. "No way. This woman will kill me if I think that way." Sophia turned around and noticed Ken approaching them. She gave him a smile and turned her head toward Peter. "We are just good friends, or you could say partners in crime," she told Peter before winking at Ken. Ken gulped when he realized what she was talking about. "Dad, we have something to talk about." "Yeah, sure. You can talk. I am heading to my office." As Peter made his way to his office, Ken whispered to Sophia, "What were you talking to him about?" Sophia furrowed her brow. "Don't worry, I didn't tell him about your witch girlfriend." Ken breathed a sigh of relief. His father was once a Gamma, so he wanted him to marry an Alpha or Gamma female. But when he met Sophia, his mind changed, and he was also happy with her. Though his father would not mind if he told him he had a girlfriend, if he found out that girl was a witch, he would refuse to accept the relationship. He was not fond of witches. "Let's go to training. I canceled my date after you texted me that you were coming here." Sophia rolled her eyes and began to walk. Yeah, you are risking your life for me." As they entered the large hall room that served as a training hall for the residents of the orphanage, Ken shut the door behind them. Sophia was the one who suggested to the director that they submit an application for this opportunity for the orphans. They at least needed basic training to protect themselves. With his fists raised, Ken yelled, "Come on, fight me." Sophia kicked him in the knee. "Bro, let me at least change my clothes first. What's the hurry? Or do you want to go for the date later?" Ken gripped his leg in pain and muttered, "This crazy woman will make me break up with my girlfriend one day." Sophia heard him clearly as he let out a chuckle. Ken was a genuinely nice guy. She owed him for teaching her fighting skills. She went to the changing room and came out after changing into training clothes. The black sleeveless t-shirt and black cargo pants that she wore were a perfect fit for her body. Ken slowly rose to his feet as he stared at her. "I would have chased you if I did not have a girlfriend." Sophia came to a stop before him. In the blink of an eye, she executed a swift turn and delivered a powerful kick to Ken's shoulder. It caused him to take a step back. First, catch up with my kicks, then think about that. As Ken looked at her, he grabbed her hand and attempted to punch her in the face, but she quickly dodged the blow. "You should not attempt to assault your trainer. It's the first rule of training." 1 year ago, Sophia became aware of Peter's son and approached him with the request to train her. It was clear to her that he had potential. All of his father's fighting moves were known to him. She realized that, because of her brother, this man could not become the Gamma of this pack. However, there was no doubt that her brother was the best fit for that position. She could not ask her brother to train her because he did not even have enough time to get home on time. How could she expect him to train her every day? When it was time to end the training, her phone began to ring unexpectedly. Ken quickly glanced at her bag and said, "Go and check." "Maybe it's your mom." She gave him a slight nod and then hurriedly went to her bag, which she had placed on a table in the corner of the hall room. When she pulled out her phone, she looked at the contact number. Her eyes darkened as she received the call. Alpha Oliver. "Where are you?" Alpha Oliver's hoarse voice emerged from the phone. Sophia cast a glance at Ken, who appeared serene. He nodded his head as he understood her look. He left the training room, leaving her alone. Sophia walked to the window and opened it to get fresh air. "Are you drunk, Alpha Oliver?" she asked, looking outside. "Of course, I had a lot of drinks today. It's all because of you. You were a big help in getting this project. Otherwise, my people can't arrange this celebration party for me." Sophia's eyes moved as she caught sight of a car that was driving toward the orphanage. It was Delta Edger. He might be coming here to deliver the monthly denotation. "You are right. You do not have the ability to win any projects against the Morrison Group on your own, so you need someone to assist you every year." Alpha Oliver was drunk, so he did not mind her words, but only chuckled. "Let's meet tomorrow. I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you." "No need." Sophia was about to cut the call but paused when she heard him again. "Is it because Alpha Bryan is investigating the person who gave me information about his company?" Sophia scoffed upon hearing the name. "If I was afraid of that man, I would not have done it in the first place." "Then don't say no to me. Allow me to express my appreciation properly. You left that company 1 year ago. But you still had so much valuable information in your hands. Thank you for revealing where they manufacture their products. It helped me a lot to get a man inside, eyeing the products. Sophia did not want to deceive anyone, but her hatred for Bryan was so strong that she would do anything to make him lose. Congratulations to you. I will see you tomorrow. That's great. Let me send you my location. Sophia shook her head as she replied, In my location. Sure. Sophia hung up the phone and texted him the location of a familiar restaurant. She then went outside after changing her clothes. When she went to meet Peter, she saw Delta Edger. He was sitting in a chair at the desk. Sophia, are you leaving? Peter asked. Delta Edger turned his head and his gaze met Sophia's. She looked away from him without any greetings. Except for Bryan's Gamma, who was her own brother, she had been avoiding all of Bryan's officials. No, I was wondering if I could take the girls out one day. Which girls? Peter asked. The seniors. She was talking about the girls who had turned 18. The orphanage referred to them as its seniors because, after a year, they would either find a mate or leave the orphanage to live their lives independently. You can't take them out. It's risky. Delta Edger opposed as he spoke out. Sophia glanced at him and replied, I won't be alone. Ken will be with me. By the way, they are orphans, not caged birds, who can't go outside of this cage. Delta Edger turned silent. He directed his attention to Peter. Do you agree with this? Peter shrugged his shoulders. I believe my son will handle everything. I will send the guards with them as well. Edger said nothing as he nodded and stood up. I'm leaving then, Gamma Peter. Even though he had become the former Gamma, they remembered to respect him for his former position. Sophia ignored Edger when he walked past her. There was a time when she had a good friendship with Edger, but after what his alpha did to her, she stopped talking with him. Sophia turned to leave to meet the children. She spent her time with them for a long time. In the evening, she decided to go back home. She went back to her house and prepared dinner for her family, although she was aware that Abraham would not return home from work so soon. The next day, after attending her classes at the university, Sophia went to meet with Alpha Oliver. She drove to the restaurant where she told Oliver to come. As soon as she arrived at the restaurant, she parked the car outside and went inside. The familiar surroundings drew her attention. While she was walking, her gaze found itself drawn to the side that led people to the balcony area. She laughed in her heart as she reflected on how foolish she was to plan so many things there. What a waste of time, she muttered under her breath as she noticed a couple walking there. She shifted her focus away from there and looked around for Alpha Oliver. Oliver raised his hand and waved at her. She located him and walked toward the table he was sitting at. When she approached him, Oliver stood up and pulled up a chair for her. Sophia sat down gracefully and smiled at him. It was a fake smile that did not reach her eyes. Alpha Oliver. He sat down across from her and looked at her with an impressive look. What a wonderful young lady you are, Sophia. You have the potential to work in a big place. Are you willing to work with me in my business? Sophia smirked as she raised a brow at him. Why? Are there any other deals from Morrison Group that you could not wait to get your hands on? Oliver parted his lips in shock, but then he composed his expression. You are incredibly clever. May I ask why you suddenly want to destroy that man? A waiter came with a bucket and placed 2 glasses on the table. He poured red wine into the glasses and put the bottle on the table. Sophia took a glass of red wine and slowly swirled it. It would be better if you focused on your own goal rather than others. I know who sent you to me. Tell him that I am pleased with what he is doing. Oliver stared at Sophia. He liked her attitude very much. He had his eye on her when she used to be Bryan's personal secretary. However, he assumed she was not an ordinary woman. Perhaps there was something about her that no one knew. If that were not the case, how could an ordinary woman have the courage to challenge Alpha Bryan while she was living in his own pack? As Oliver was about to ask what she wanted in return, the waiters and the manager of the restaurant rushed over to the door. Both Oliver and Sophia turned to them with confused looks. Oliver stopped a waiter and asked, "What happened?" The waiter wiped away his sweat, glanced at the door, and responded, "Our head Alpha is here." "Clear the rush. Alpha is on his way here." All of the guards who had just gotten out of their cars gathered in front of the restaurant, pushing the customers aside. The restaurant manager and waiters dashed over to the door, their gazes drawn to the black cars. More than 5 cars stood outside the restaurant. The manager was concerned about the unexpected arrival of the head alpha. He immediately pulled out his phone and tried to call the restaurant's owner. He was frightened if they had any serious issues in the restaurant for which the head alpha was here. But his hands froze when the guards rushed to the car in the middle and opened the back door. A man in a black, expensive suit stepped out of the car. It was like an air of darkness appeared outside the restaurant. The aura he had was something no one could take calmly. His piercing eyes, which would have killed anyone if he had glanced at them, were hidden behind his black sunglasses. All of his officials walked behind him as he started walking toward the main door of the restaurant. "Sir, I believe I have seen him before," a waiter whispered to the manager. The manager furrowed his brow, but then his eyes widened in surprise. "He was the man who paid us a lot of money to send a crazy girl home a year ago. He is our head alpha." The manager mumbled under his breath, unable to believe his eyes. He could not believe he had already met the head alpha and was completely unaware of it. "Alpha." He bowed to Bryan properly, both out of fear and respect. There was no way he could calm his trembling knees in front of him. He possessed such power that he could make anyone submit in front of him at any time. "Raise." Hearing his deep voice, the manager's heart shook with terror. Bryan walked past the manager, as he did not bother to say anything to him. "I am the manager of this restaurant. Is there anything I can help you with? We are honored to welcome you all to this restaurant," the manager said to Bryan's official. Beta Robert stepped forward and replied, "We don't have time for your introduction." The manager looked stunned. Delta Edger was about to enter the restaurant with others, but he turned his head and said this to the manager. "You can do your business. We are here for some other reason. We have information that an imposter is here with another Pax Alpha, inside the restaurant." Every guest was shocked when they heard Alpha Bryan was coming here. Some young women took out their phones to capture him on their cameras. But the guards who entered first told them to put down their phones and continue what they were doing. They warned them not to disturb their alpha if they wanted to stay alive. Just hearing Alpha Bryan's name was enough to shake anyone in fear, so everyone took the warning very seriously and did not dare to move their necks. Alpha Oliver's eyes fell on the man who was coming toward the table. He shifted his gaze at Sophia and alarmed her for the 3rd time. "If you want, you can run. I don't want you to die in his hands. You are a member of his pack, and I cannot save you from him." Sophia stared at the red liquor as she swirled the glass slowly without replying. "He will catch you red-handed." "What are you going to do after that?" She smirked as she turned her attention from the wine to him. "Let him catch me." "Wef." As Alpha Oliver was about to oppose it once again, the man in the black suit stopped near the table and stood behind Sophia. Alpha Oliver composed himself and stood up after shrugging his shoulders. "Alpha Bryan, what a pleasant surprise." Bryan never once looked at him. From the moment he entered the restaurant, his eyes were fixed on the woman seated at the table. The woman did not react, nor did she turn to see who had arrived. She seemed to be unaffected by her surroundings. When all of his officials came to stand beside them, Gamma Abraham looked at Sophia and let out, "Sophia?" His tone was surprising yet fearful, which did not go unnoticed by the almighty man standing tall near the table. After taking a sip of her drink, Sophia got to her feet. Just as she turned around to look at her brother, she found Bryan standing right in front of her. Sophia's heart clenched inside when she looked at the handsome man. His black sunglasses concealed the way his piercing eyes looked at her. She tightened her fists to calm herself. "I have been trying to calm my traitor heart so that I can control it in front of you when we meet again. I will never let you see my broken state again," she said in her mind, trying to calm her heart. She was surprised. The man had not changed a little bit. His indifferent look never left his face. "Sophia, why are you here?" Abraham asked with disbelief. He had hoped Sophia was not the culprit, after she stated yesterday that Bryan did not have any proof against her. He had assumed his sister was at the university, taking classes there. Little did he know that today would be the worst day of his life. Sophia glanced at her brother. "Why can't I be here, brother?" she asked in an innocent tone. Raising his hand, Bryan removed his sunglasses. Sophia nearly took a step back as his sharp eyes met hers. He slowly shifted his gaze to Alpha Oliver, who was staring at him quietly. He noticed there was nothing on the table except 2 glasses of wine. It gave the impression that the two were simply having a great time together. When Bryan's gaze returned to Sophia, he asked her in a calm tone, "Miss Burge, may I ask what you are doing here with Alpha Oliver?" Sophia scoffed at Bryan and replied, "No, you can't ask Alpha, Bryan." Bryan's eyes grew darker as he stared at her. Except for Abraham, all the officials looked at Bryan, perplexed as to why he was not taking any action against her. Abraham rushed up to Sophia and grabbed her arm, doing his best to seize the last opportunity. "Sophia, you can't talk to Alpha like that. And what are you doing here? You should be at your university at this time." Sophia moved her eyes from the dark orbs and looked at her brother. She removed his hand from her arm and replied, "Brother, please. I am not a kid who needs to keep you and Mom updated wherever I go." Beta Robert approached her and said, "We suspect you assisted Alpha Oliver in winning the project. What are you saying?" Alpha Oliver asked, pretending that he had no idea about it. With her arms crossed over her chest, Sophia said to Robert, "Show me proof. Do you have any proof, like the last time you found out about Lily, like bank transfers, land transfers, expensive jewelry, and all?" She glanced at Alpha Oliver, who grinned at her. She continued to amaze him with each passing moment. "She is right. Why are you all suspecting her?" He then looked at Bryan and said, "Alpha Bryan, why did you waste your time to come here? You could have asked me directly. I would have told you honestly that no matter what, you can't win projects over my company." Bryan's officials glared at Alpha Oliver, whom he clearly ignored. Sophia turned to face Bryan, who was still looking at her. He only asked her one question, then turned silent as if it were a silence before a storm. "Alpha Bryan, if you want to punish me without proof, I will have to accept it. But it is not good to intrude on someone else's private time." "Private time?" he questioned, gritting his teeth. Sophia chuckled as she turned to Alpha Oliver. "Actually, I came here on a date with Alpha Oliver, but you disturbed us. I think we have to end the date here. Oliver, please don't mind." Alpha Oliver raised a brow but quickly changed his expression and held out his hand towards Sophia. "No, my lady, we can go on a second date any time you want." With a smile on her face, Sophia touched his palm. Bryan lowered his gaze to Oliver's hand, which was holding Sophia's. However, his expression was composed. No one knew what he was thinking inside. Sophia drew her hand back and turned to her brother. "I'm leaving, brother." Abraham looked at his sister with disappointment. He did not know his sister would do something like that. As Sophia was about to move aside to leave, she turned her head to glance at the way that led to the balcony. "By the way, Alpha." Her eyes met Bryan once again. This time, she gave him a cold look that expressed the deep animosity she had been harboring for him. "Since the whole pack knows how much you love your Luna, you can bring her here for dinner someday. I heard this restaurant is renowned for its romantic atmosphere for couples." Bryan did not let out a single word as his eyes were digging on hers. She bowed her head to greet him with a smile. "Have a good day, Alpha." Saying that, she turned around and left the restaurant gracefully. "I think I should drop yo." Alpha Oliver was about to call Sophia from behind, but paused when he felt Bryan's glare on him. He cleared his throat and said, "Well, she came here on a date with me. I can at least drive her home." Abraham gave him a fierce look and muttered, "She has her own car to go back home. You don't have to. Stay away from my sister." Alpha Oliver walked to Abraham and patted his shoulder. "Your sister is smarter than you, so you don't need to think about her. Instead, worry about your Alpha's business, as it is losing a project each month." Theta Iman turned to Bryan as Alpha Oliver walked past them. "Alpha, please allow me to kill this man right here." He dared to speak after getting the deal through cheating. Bryan did not give him permission. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the glass Sophia had been holding a few minutes earlier. After only a year, she had completely changed herself. He turned around and headed to the entrance. His steps came to a halt as his gaze fell on the balcony area. Sophia's words and the past both flashed through his mind. He averted his gaze, put on his shades, and walked out of the restaurant. All the officials exchanged glances as they followed him outside the restaurant. As Bryan reached for his car, he turned to face Abraham and said, "Come with me." Abraham swallowed, fearing for his sister. He did not know why she was challenging this almighty man who never showed mercy to anyone. The driver turned on the engine as Abraham sat in the back seat next to Bryan. The manager felt relieved when all of the cars drove away from the restaurant. Meanwhile, inside the car, Abraham lowered his head, considering how to apologize to him. "Alpha, she is naive. Please forgive her." Bryan turned his head to the window and asked, "Forgive? For what? Revealing my company's secrets to other pack companies over and over again?" Abraham's eyes widened as he could not believe his ears. He always knew it was her, he thought. He took a deep breath and requested him with a polite tone. "As the gamma of your pack, I can only apologize to you on behalf of my little sister. I will take care of her in this matter. Please don't punish her." Bryan's eyes fixed on the changing landscape as he muttered, "Your sister is no longer the same. She changed herself." Abraham tilted his head as he asked, "Pardon?" Bryan turned his head to him and said, "I like to punish the people I want to punish. The only punishment for now is banishment." Abraham's eyes grew larger. Was Bryan going to banish Sophia from the pack? "Alpha." Bryan interrupted him and said, "Close all the borders of the Nightshade pack for Alpha Oliver and his pack members." Abraham blinked his eyes in confusion. But it was not the first time Alpha Oliver won a deal over Morrison Group. Bryan had never closed a border for his pack because of any deal. But then Abraham heard Bryan's angry tone as he muttered, "He dared to touch my Gamma's sister. How can I let it slide?" "What? Are you really going to shut down all of the borders for the Mountain Howl pack?" Beta Robert spoke out in disbelief. All the officials were standing near the desk. They were at the CEO's office right now. Behind the desk, Bryan was sitting while leaning his back against his chair. His attention was focused on his laptop. The cigarette between his two fingers was slowly burning into ashes, becoming shorter as he continued to inhale its smoke. "Alpha, you have never made a decision like that before," Theta Noble said, glancing at Bryan. "Bro, are you okay? Or are you planning something behind it that we have no idea about?" Delta Edger said as he let out a sigh. Without a doubt, Bryan would never engage in an activity that would result in him losing out on business. What would happen to the products that they were selling to people who lived close to the mountain if he were to abandon all of the business that was associated with the Mountain Howl pack? Those products were manufactured just for them. It was the only reason they never took action against Alpha Oliver last time. Bryan averted his gaze from the laptop and shifted it to the four officials who were staring at him. Abraham was silent from the moment he heard about it. The other three were asking questions since they did not find it amusing. "Stop questioning your Alpha about his decision. Go and focus on your work." His calm tone came out as a warning to them. They glanced at each other and left the office without asking anything else. Meanwhile, Abraham made his way to the door with slow steps. He had something on his mind that he wanted to ask. Upon reaching the door, he halted for a moment. He turned around and looked at Bryan, who was looking at him. "Is there anything else, Gamma Abraham?" After taking a few deep breaths, Abraham inquired, "Alpha, when will you break the mate bond with my sister?" Upon hearing the question, Brain's calm eyes became dark. Abraham noticed the changes and felt confused. He did not know why Bryan was not breaking the bond. "Thank you, Alpha, for showing concern for her. By closing the border, you are ensuring that he will never be able to come here and communicate with Sophia. You are a great leader who is taking so much care for his Gamma's family members. But Alpha, what about the mate bond? You assured me about breaking it 2 years ago. I am still waiting for your next step." Bryan stared at him without replying. Abraham felt strange. Why did he never talk about it? Was there really any way, or... Just thinking about it broke Abraham's heart. He prayed in his heart that the bond would break soon. Bryan noticed his worried look. As if he could read his mind, he replied with a deep voice, The Nightshade Pack will host a pack party a week later. I will talk about the mate bond after the party." Abraham's eyes lit up as if he had found new hope. He immediately bowed to him and said, "Thanks a lot, Alpha. I hope she will be fine and continue to be blessed in her life, and I promise I will talk to her about whatever she is doing right now." When Abraham stood straight, Bryan motioned him to the door with his 2 fingers, which were holding the cigarette. "Go back to the pack house to continue your work." "Okay, Alpha, I'm leaving." As soon as Abraham left the cabin, Bryan's brows furrowed. He turned the chair to the window and looked outside from it. His eyes were on the sky as he took a deep puff of smoke. This was the only thing that occupied his thoughts throughout the entire year. "Mate bond," he muttered under his breath as smoke blew out of his nose. His mind kept going back to the moment when he saw Sophia in the restaurant. He met her after a year. She did change a lot. She appeared mature and acted coldly. The way her eyes shone with hatred toward him made him feel strange in his heart. However, he was Alpha Bryan. No woman could change her mind. He did not need anyone to survive his life. He had enough for himself and his whole pack. In the evening, Bryan was having a conversation with a young man. He was Levi Marcel, his personal secretary. After Sophia left her job, he made the decision not to hire any other female employee to fill the position of his personal secretary. It all started with that position. He called that woman 1.5 years ago with the intention of humiliating her, but in the end, he ended up making her his assistant secretary. He wondered what had happened to him that he trusted her so much and made her his personal secretary. Since she was with him all day long, she had seen and learned every secret of the company. He used to work in front of her and never felt the need to hide anything from her. He never thought one day she would use his trust against him like that. "Alpha, there is no meeting for today, but after an hour, you have to attend a dinner with Miss Mila," Levi said to him. Bryan gave him a nod. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Beta Robert pushed open the door and took a quick look inside. "May I come in, Alpha?" Bryan said to Robert and told Levi to leave. Robert closed the door when Levi left. He walked to the desk while examining Bryan's mood. He took a chair and settled himself. "Is your mood okay now?" Bryan frowned at him. "What happened with my mood?" Robert raised his brow and answered, "I did not say anything the entire day because her brother was with us. But how can you let her go so easily?" Bryan looked at him, giving him a look that indicated he did not want to talk about it. "Bro, if she continues to do this pack company will become a laughingstock among other packs. What about the loss? It can harm our pack, too." Bryan glared at him and asked, "Who is bearing all of the losses? The pack company or me?" Robert shrugged his shoulders and replied with an awkward grin, "That woman will make you lose all of the money you have earned over the years. I know no one is affected by the loss except you. For her, you are taking on all the losses. But what is the reason? Can you explain it?" Bryan tossed the files he was holding and got up from his chair. "In 1 hour, I have a dinner to attend." Robert also stood up and tried to stop his path as he asked, "Bryan, is it just because she is your mate? Or is there something else?" Sophia was in her house. After leaving the restaurant, she came back to her house directly. Though she did not show any emotion in front of Bryan, she cried after coming back home. Every ache that she wished she could forget was brought back to her by the sight of that man's face. However, she was happy that she did not let him see her tears. She would never let him see that. In the late evening, trying to soothe her mind with a cup of hot chocolate, she scrolled through her social media timeline. A call came into her phone at that moment. She received the call as soon as she noticed the contact number. "Mr. Davidson?" "Sophia, where are you?" Sophia was taken aback by his question. She got out of bed as she asked, "What happened, Mr. Davidson? Is everything okay in the orphanage?" She started to worry. He never called her without any reason. "Everything is fine, my child. I wanted to ask you about Ken." Sophia frowned, wondering what had happened to Ken that prompted his father to call her. "Of course. What is it? Is he with you? I haven't seen him today. He is not picking up my calls." Sophia glanced outside the window and thought for a moment. Where could Ken go at this time? She remembered how he had to cancel his date with his girlfriend for her yesterday. She cleared her throat and said, "He is not with me. I think he is with his friends." "Are you sure?" "I think so. Let me call him. I will inform you if I can get in contact with him." "Thanks a lot." "It's nothing. Don't worry about him." After hanging up the call, she dialed Ken's number. The phone kept ringing, but he was not picking up the calls. It was really a matter of worry. He never turned his phone into silent mode. It was because his father was always concerned for him. Ken's mother died 5 years ago. From then on, his father took care of him. That's why Ken did not want his father to worry about him anytime and cared about his preferences a lot. "Where are you, Ken?" she muttered, dialing his number again. She thought about his girlfriend, who was a witch. She never met her, so she did not have her contact number either. She rubbed her forehead, thinking where this childish boy had gone. As she was about to call Ken once again, she heard the sound of a doorbell. She frowned as she rushed downstairs. Her mother had just slept a while ago. She did not want her to wake up from her sleep. She was curious about who had come to her house. Her brother had his own keys, so it could be any guest. As she opened the door, she was stunned. Sarah? Nolan? They were standing at the door, dressed up. Sophia parted her lips as she stepped back to let them come into her house. "What a surprise!" "What were you doing?" Sarah asked, glancing at the room, which was Sophia's mother's room. "I was doing nothing. Come sit," Sophia said to them. Nolan shook his head as he replied, "We came here to take you with us." "Where?" Sophia asked with confusion. Sarah walked towards Sophia's mother's room and peeked inside since the doors were half opened. "Is Aunt sleeping? I wanted to meet her to ask about her health." "Yeah, she is sleeping. I told her to have her dinner and gave her medicine earlier today," Sophia replied, turning to Sarah. Sarah's lips formed a 0 as she mumbled, "Oh." She walked back to Sophia and said, "Okay, no problem. We can meet with her another time. By the way, we came here to pick you up. It's Nolan's sister's birthday." Sophia shook her head. "No, I can't go. I have something to do." She was worried for Ken. She wanted to go out to search for him. "Sophia, you can't say no to me. 1 week ago you said you would accompany us. You even promised my sister." Hearing Nolan, Sophia recalled that a week ago, his sister called her personally to invite her since she was Nolan's close friend. Sarah did not need an invitation because she was his mate and now a member of the family. "I know, but why didn't you two remind me today at the university?" Sophia asked, scratching her head. Sarah smirked at her. "I knew you would refuse to go, so we planned to come here directly to take you with us." Sophia could not refuse them because she had promised Nolan's sister to attend her birthday party. "Is it in any club?" Sophia asked, making her way to the stairs. "No, I also expected a club party. But then she changed the plan at the last minute and told us it would just be a dinner party in a 5-star hotel," Sarah explained. Together, they headed to Sophia's room, and Nolan settled down on the living room couch to use his phone. Sarah helped Sophia choose a dress for the dinner. Sophia wore the dress and applied light makeup quickly because it was just a dinner, not a clubbing party. As she got ready, she turned to Sarah, who was lying on the bed. "Let's go," Sophia said, putting on gray high heels that matched her dress. "I swear boys will be head over heels for you today. Look at your beauty," Sarah said, waving a flying kiss. "I'm worried about something. We should leave quickly. After dinner, I have to hurry off to another place." Sarah got out of bed and asked what had happened. Sophia told her about Ken as they were making their way downstairs. "He is an adult man. What's there to worry about?" "I bet he is busy sleeping with his girlfriend," Sarah said, winking at her. Sophia thought for a moment, then realized Sarah's words calmed her a little. "You are right," she mumbled. Sarah chuckled as she hit her arm lightly. "I was just kidding. No, that man can do that. He is such a careless man. I will beat him today if he receives my call." He made his father worried. "Okay, my baby, now let's go. Nolan's sister is waiting for us." Sarah locked her hands with her, and they left the house with Nolan. They climbed into Nolan's car and drove off in the direction of their destination. Sophia was not feeling well today. She assumed this was because she had met Bryan today. "Are you all right?" Sarah inquired, turning her head to face Sophia in the back seat. Gazing out the window, Sophia mumbled, "Nothing. just thinking about not seeing someone's face ever again. Someone's face? What are you saying? Have you seen Alpha recently? Sarah's question caused Sophia to turn her head at her. She realized that she had uttered the word in her mind. Nolan looked in the rearview mirror to catch a glimpse of Sophia. "What's wrong, Sophia?" he asked. Sophia cleared her throat and spoke. "I ran into him today at noon. I thought it would be best to avoid him in the future." Sarah's expression became upset. She shifted her focus back to the road. She felt sad for her best friend. Everyone wanted Sophia to stay happy in her life. In fact, Sophia's mother once asked Sarah if she had anyone in her life. Sarah assured her that Sophia would get someone who loved her very much. "I am totally fine." "Relax, guys," Sophia said, looking at her two friends' faces. She was aware that her friends were sad for her. It was because they cared about her. Sarah and Nolan glanced at each other, then sighed. They did not want to see that Sophia, who was shattered after Bryan's engagement. After all, she took time to get back to a normal life like others. Sophia's gaze went back to the window. Her friends did not know that she was helping other packs win over Bryan's business, but they were aware of her preference to visit an orphanage, and Ken assisted in her training. The car came to a stop in front of a 5-star hotel. Stepping out of the car, Sophia took in her surroundings. In the middle of the path, there was a little fountain that was both beautiful and flowing. There were many flower heads around it. If she had come here 1 year ago, she would have jumped with excitement, but she was no longer the old Sophia who was sensitive and emotional. The cheerfulness left her life when she lost her heart. "Sophia, let's go." She heard Sarah's voice and gave her a nod. They entered the hotel together. Sophia noticed the large lobby area. Nolan went to the reception area, while Sarah appreciated Nolan's sister's choice. "Nolan's sister seems rich. How could she afford to make this hotel reservation?" Sarah muttered with a grin. Sarah was hushed by Sophia as she whispered, "You forgot that she is a fashion designer." Sarah nodded her head in agreement. "Yeah, but still she has a big heart to reserve a table in this hotel. She is not the kind of woman who likes to spend a lot." "I know her very well. I wonder what the reason is behind choosing this place." Nolan came back to them and wrapped his arm around Sarah's neck from behind. "Baby, stop overthinking. Let's go." Sophia chuckled as she walked beside them. After falling in love with one another, they changed into birds that enjoyed chirping throughout the day. Their cute fights really amused her. This way, the waiter who was leading them to the place told them. As they followed him, they discussed how Nolan's sister had become a successful fashion designer in the past year. The waiter led them to a private cabin. The room was quite large, and in the center of it was a large table that had been exquisitely arranged. It was decorated with flowers and candlesticks. "Wow!" Sarah muttered as she entered the room with Nolan. Sophia stepped inside. Behind them, the stunning arrangements of orchid flowers of varying hues caught her attention as she took a quick glance around. "Sarah! Nolan! Here you are at last!" A female voice reached Sophia's ears as she turned her head toward the young woman coming towards them. The woman in the golden gown looked gorgeous. She hugged Nolan and Sarah, asking them why they were late. The woman turned to Sophia after talking with them. Her eyes lowered on Sophia's dress, then returned to her face. "Beautiful in gray." "Happy birthday, Sister Tyra," Sophia replied, hugging the woman. Tyra smiled as she hugged Sophia back. She heard a lot about Sophia from Nolan. Sophia was known to be a wonderful woman. "I am delighted that you came to celebrate my birthday. Please take a seat at the table. We will start the dinner soon," Tyra said while gesturing her hand toward the table. Sophia smiled politely and took a step forward to look at the entire table. However, when she saw who was sitting at the table, her steps came to a stop. "Bruce," Sophia thought as she looked at him. He was sitting on a chair. He was conversing with another man who appeared to be important to the celebration, as others were about to speak with him. She thought it might be Tyra's boyfriend. Sophia immediately turned around and looked at Sarah and Nolan. They also noticed Bruce with a frowning look. "Sister, what is Bruce doing here?" he asked Tyra. Tyra raised her brows in response. "He is Hector's friend. He invited him. Why?" Nolan shook his head, as he had nothing to say since his sister's boyfriend had called Bruce. When Tyra walked toward her boyfriend, Sophia was about to walk to the door. "No, I can't stay here." Sarah grabbed her hand to stop her from leaving. "No, you can't run away from everyone. Come on, you faced Alpha today. How can you run away from Bruce? It's just your ex who stopped bothering you." Sophia sighed as she thought it would be awful if she left someone's birthday party like this. She walked toward the table. The people who were sitting at the table were unfamiliar to her. The gazes of young men and women did not bother her as she took a seat at the table. Her eyes fell on Bruce again. This time, he was looking at her. His expression showed no sign of surprise, as though he knew she would be here. He greeted her with a nod. Sophia nodded her head back at him. Then she looked away from him. This was how they greeted each other if they crossed paths by chance. Bruce had never come to bother her after his brother's engagement. Sophia also did not talk to him since his big brother had warned her about it beforehand. Sarah sat next to Sophia, while Nolan sat beside Sarah. Bruce was sitting in the chair, which allowed him to see his left and right sides clearly. Sophia tried to ignore him completely. Just as she thought she would not have to feel awkward anymore, Tyra smiled at everyone and said, "Thank you for attending my birthday celebration, everyone. Let's start the dinner since the chief guest of the dinner has arrived at the hotel." Sophia did not know who she was talking about. She turned her head when Tyra said, "Here they are." Sophia froze when a couple entered the room. Almost immediately, everyone got to their feet when they saw the man in a black suit coming toward the table with a stunning woman in a red dress. "All hail to our head Alpha." Under the table, Sophia clenched her fists and pressed them tightly around the tablecloth. She met him twice today. She did not want to see him again, not at least today. However, fate had other plans. She lowered her gaze and shifted her attention to the way the woman was locking her arm with his. She felt something piercing in the corner of her eyes. She blinked quickly to keep any tears from forming inside her eyes. She had spent the entire year believing that the pain she was experiencing at the time was unbearable, but now she realized it was just a minor ache. She had never seen them together in front of her eyes before, so she didn't know what the real pain was until tonight. Bryan's eyes gazed around as they stopped on Sophia. His brow furrowed slightly. His expression caught everyone's attention as they turned to look at Sophia. They were taken aback as to why she did not stand up and bow to him. Sarah glanced at her and elbowed her before muttering, "Sophia, bow down." Sophia realized that she was not alone in the room. Everyone around her was bowing to the man with respect. She lowered her head and stood up. Then she bowed to Bryan and mumbled, "All hail to the head alpha of our pack." Tyra chuckled awkwardly. She must be stunned by the sight of you two. No one expected the head alpha to be here. Bryan looked away from Sophia and said, "Raise." Everyone stood up straight, letting out the breath they had held since Bryan entered the room. "I can't believe Alpha Bryan is here. It's Tyra's birthday, but she gave us a present today. You are right. I have never thought to meet him and his fiancée in person." Whispers rang out across the table as everyone began to gossip about the situation. Sophia sat down like others, but her mood was not the same as theirs. Sarah and Nolan gave her a quick glance. Nolan came close to Sarah so that he could look at Sophia, then said, "I didn't know about it. I swear." Sophia nodded her head without looking at anyone. "It's okay." Sarah held her hand under the table and mumbled, "Babe, are you okay?" Sophia became heartbroken as she came to the realization that the situation had reverted back to the previous times when Bryan had the ability to break her heart. However, she could not be the same Sophia again. She had changed. She did not care about that man anymore. She hated him. She shut her eyes and took a deep breath, only to shove the pain away from her heart. When she opened her eyes, they became cold. With a grin on her lips, she turned to Sarah and answered in a low tone, "I'm fine. It's funny that all of my exes are here." Sarah smiled at her when she noticed Sophia had returned to normal after her painful expression. Sophia shook her head and whispered, "Oh, sorry. I can't even call the man my ex. He never counted that as a relationship, so." When she looked back, her gaze was drawn to the couple who had taken seats in front of her. Mila was the one who chose the seats. Sophia wondered if she had chosen those chairs purposefully. Mila looked gorgeous as always. Her beauty blossomed more in 1 year, as if she had gotten everything she desired. "Tyra, happy birthday, darling," Mila said to Tyra after settling down in the seat next to Bryan. Tyra nodded her head and looked around at everyone at the table. "Guys, I consider myself extremely fortunate to have Mila Laurent as a client. I have been designing her clothes for 6 months, and she never complains about them. She is a very kind and down-to-earth woman. She is so sweet that she came here to attend my birthday celebration with our head alpha." Sophia ignored Tyra's lengthy speech and looked at Bryan, who was staring at the table, as if he did not want to move his gaze. Sophia scoffed, thinking that he was pretending to be a good man in front of Mila. After sitting down, Tyra started to introduce everyone to Bryan and Mila. It was observed by everyone that Bruce did not communicate with his brother. The two brothers looked indifferent to each other. They assumed something had happened between them. "And she is Sophia, Nolan's free. She is Bruce's ex-girlfriend. Yeah, we know her. Really well," Mila said, interrupting Tyra. The atmosphere turned awkward as everyone glanced at Bruce, then turned to Sophia. Sophia rolled her eyes as she understood what Mila was trying to do. She had come here only to humiliate her in front of others. "Well, that's past," Tyra mumbled, trying to ease the situation. On the other hand, Sophia looked at Mila directly into her eyes. Sophia was calm, and she did not feel bothered by her words. "You are right, Miss Mila. By the way, it's been a while," she said to Mila. Mila raised a brow as she looked at her. "How are you, Sophia?" "I'm good," she replied, and shifted her eyes at Bryan. Bryan lifted his gaze and looked at her. Sophia returned her gaze at Mila. She clenched her jaw as she gritted her teeth and said, "As far as I have heard, your life in our pack is going really well." Mila chuckled at her words. She wrapped her arms around Bryan's arm and then leaned her head against his shoulder. "Of course, it's all because of my man. He looks after me and doesn't want me to leave the pack." Sophia looked at how close they were, but she did not let her emotions come to her face, because Bryan was looking at her. Sophia moved her gaze and looked into Bryan's eyes. They were staring at each other without letting out anything. One looked indifferent and the other looked cold. Sophia stared at the brutal man. Fate played with her really well. The man who used to be hers was now shamelessly protecting another woman in his arms. Sophia averted her gaze from Bryan when Mila spoke again. "I expected you to come to our engagement as his Gamma's sister. Why didn't you come to celebrate our happiness, Sophia?" Mila's mocking tone irritated Sophia, so she smiled at Mila and replied, "Because I thought something would happen that happened last time. By the way, does anyone know why Alpha had to postpone his engagement the first time?" Mila's eyes widened as she heard Sophia's question. She glanced around the table and saw people start to glance at them with a curious look. They also wanted to know why Bryan did not get engaged 2 years ago. Mila balled her fists in anger. She came here to show Sophia her place. However, she did not expect that the girl, who had always roamed around Bryan with an innocent face, would speak against him and respond to her. She turned her head toward Bryan, who was staring at Sophia. He behaved as if he did not care what Sophia had just asked. Does he have any idea what will happen if this woman tells others the reason behind that? Why is he so calm? Mila thought in her head. She cleared her throat as she tried to think of an excuse to shut others' mouths about this matter. She returned her gaze to Sophia, who was mockingly smiling back at her. Mila wished she could snatch that smile off that face. And I'm curious as to how this woman managed to smile so boldly in front of Bryan. Does she ever get a glimpse of the alpha Bryan that everyone raves about? Or did Bryan always speak calmly to her and never show his true self? Mila calmed herself and replied to Sophia with a smile. It was because of my brother. He was not present at that time, so your alpha had to postpone the engagement. Hearing her reply, Sophia was stunned. Her brows lifted as she realized how clever Mila was. She did not wonder why Bryan chose her as his Luna. She knew how to play with others' minds. Sophia glanced at Bryan. Even though he was calm, his eyes continued to be fixed on her. She blinked her eyes in an attempt to divert her attention. She did not want to stare at those mysterious eyes. She believed they would take her back to the old days, where she would only lose before him. Sophia could not believe how shameless Bryan was. He did not have any fear of revealing the truth. It was as if he did not care what others thought about the mate bond. "I see, your brother must be a very important person then," Sophia muttered, lowering her head. A young woman at the table spoke out when she heard Sophia. "What are you saying, girl? Her brother is Alpha Victor. He is the Lord of the Moon Valley Pack." After the woman had finished speaking, she did a quick glance over at Bryan and then took a deep breath. It almost escaped her mind that she was speaking of his rival in front of him. Mila saw Bryan's changing expressions, so she tried to ease him by rubbing his arm. With a quick look at her hand, Sophia exhaled deeply. Why was seeing all these things becoming more difficult for her? She lifted her gaze and saw Bryan glaring at the woman. A grin formed on her lips as she saw his reaction after a long time. It was very difficult to see any reaction on his face, as he preferred to remain indifferent so that no one could read him. Sophia placed her elbow on the table and rested her chin against her palm. "You are right. I don't know much about him, but—" Sophia turned to look at Mila from the young woman and continued, "I would love to hear about him if Miss Mila told something about her brother. I once read in the Pack Gallery that he—" "Sophia." Bruce's voice interrupted her. She turned her head at Bruce, realizing that he was also here. "What?" she asked. Everyone looked at him, but his eyes were on Sophia. He shook his head, seemingly signaling that it was best not to discuss it. Sophia frowned, not knowing why he was stopping her. But as she turned her head, she realized why Bruce had stopped her. Bryan was staring at her with a pair of dark eyes. The look in his eyes was a warning to her to keep her mouth shut. Sophia could not disguise how good she felt on the inside. She liked how she was bothering this man. If mate bond does not bother you, then why not talk about the man you dislike the most? She thought and chuckled. "I think my ex didn't like me talking about another man." Everyone laughed at her words. Sophia turned to Bruce and said, "Babe, we are no longer together. Why are you jealous? It's not like your favorite sister-in-law's brother will come here to meet me." Bruce turned his gaze away from Sophia. He glanced at Bryan. It was true that he did not like how Bryan was staring at her, but when he saw that his brother was getting angry, he felt worried for Sophia. He tried his best to stop her, but she was naive, as she kept talking about someone she should not be talking about. As waiters entered the cabin with food, they served everyone, then left. The atmosphere began to calm down, and everyone started eating. On the other hand, Mila noticed how angry Bryan was, so she thought about something and spoke up to continue fueling the fire. "Sophia, I think you have a quiet interest in my brother. You don't know him. Young women are terrified of him. He is a red flag." Sophia paused her meal, frowning in response to her words. She looked at her and asked, "Why did you say that? Isn't he your brother? He told everyone he loved you, and here you are talking badly against his back? Did he know about it?" Her serious look and cold tone shocked everyone. Everyone parted their lips in fear when they realized Sophia talked disrespectfully to Mila, who was their future Luna. Not only that, but she did so in front of Alpha Bryan. Mila glared at Sophia and replied, "I didn't say anything against him. By the way, you don't know anything about him. Why do you seem so protective of him? Don't you know he is your Alpha's rival?" Sophia clenched her fingers around the fork she was holding and asked, "So what? That doesn't mean he is a bad guy. Now I start to believe all of those stories that spread around our pack about him are just fake rumors. He is not that bad guy." Sophia could not finish her sentence as Bryan spoke out in a deep voice. "Enough!" Everyone lowered their heads as soon as they heard Bryan, but Sophia did not even flinch. She did not feel fear, like she used to feel whenever he got mad at her in the past. "We are here to attend a dinner party, not to discuss family members, Miss Burge," Bryan said to Sophia directly. Sophia clenched her jaw to control her anger. Why did he not tell his fiancée not to speak with her? Why did he tell her to stop? "Sophia, I think you should calm down now. Please, my baby," Sarah whispered, rubbing the back of Sophia's hand. Sophia looked away from Bryan. Her eyes fell on Mila, who was smirking at her. She ignored her smirk and looked at Tyra, who appeared to be in a state of distress. It made Sophia feel sorry for her. She invited everyone with the hope of joy, but this was all happening on her birthday. She took a deep breath and thought to remain silent the rest of the time. She could not ruin Nolan's sister's birthday. The young men and women began to talk about Sophia and how she had offended Bryan. She was just asking that because she learned something in the pack gallery. There's nothing to gossip about, Bruce let out after gulping his drink. Sophia glanced at him. He indirectly protected her from any insults that others were about to throw at her. She stared at him for a while. She realized this man was 1,000 times better than his older brother. However, she had lost herself in front of her heart. Her heart was broken, and it could not be repaired by anyone anymore. Later, the dining table went back to normal. Everyone talked politely with each other, and some of them took pictures since Alpha was there. Sophia came to the realization that she did not have time to select a birthday present for Nolan's sister. Even though it was a party that did not allow gifts, she decided to give her some presents tomorrow. Tyra looked very happy. She claimed it was the best birthday of her life. Her boyfriend, Hector, kept trying to talk to Bryan, which Bryan evidently ignored. Everyone had a wish to get in touch with the head alpha. They had the desire to get a high-level job in the pack business. All the time, Sophia tried her best to avoid looking at the couple in front of her. "Alpha, I have heard there will be a pack party next week. Can we get the invitations?" Hector asked in a polite tone. Bryan swirled the glass of red wine while staring at it. He replied to Hector without looking at him. "You are Bruce's friend, so you will get the invitations for sure." His answer astounded the other men and women at the table. His response was clear. Except for Hector and Tyra, no one else would receive the invitations, so they should not expect anything else from him. "I wish I could get a chance to attend a pack party. Last time, it was fun," Sarah said with a laugh. Sophia recalled what party Sarah was talking about. It was a business party that Bryan had thrown after he had been successful in winning a deal. It was the night when she told him about her feelings for the first time, and he made fun of it. Every moment of that night flooded her mind. The kiss against the tree, the love in her heart, the craziness she used to feel for him, everything caged her mind once again. The thought of the night made her hand shake, and the drink spilled onto her dress. "Oh, shit!" Muttering under her breath, Sarah picked up a tissue and gave it to Sophia. Sophia immediately started wiping the red liquor from her gray dress. At that time, her phone began to ring. She looked down at her phone, which was resting on the table next to her. With one hand still damp from the drink, she was wiping the red stains off her dress with the other. "Do not worry, I am helping you," Sarah said, grabbing the phone. Sarah saw the name of the contact number. "Ken?" Sarah glanced at Bryan. She thought about something and received the call. She put the phone on a loudspeaker with a grin. "Sophia?" Ken's voice reached other people's ears as they turned silent and focused their attention on Sophia. Sophia was looking at her dress, but paused when she heard Ken's voice. She quickly grabbed the phone and switched it to receiver mode. She placed it on her ear and asked, "Where were you? Do you know how worried I was? What about your dad? He was so concerned that he called me to inquire about you." Her concern did not sit well with the two men seated at the table. Bruce frowned as he looked at Sophia. On the other hand, Bryan stared at her without any emotion showing on his face. "Sophia, I am so sorry. I was with my girlfriend." Sophia scoffed when she heard that. "I knew it." She paused when she noticed others were looking at her. She gave them an awkward smile, then muttered on the phone in a low voice. "You are such a careless man. Now call your dad and tell him that you are fine." "Where are you?" "I came to attend a dinner party. Should I come to pick you up?" "Why?" "I thought if you got mad at me." "No need. I will beat you tomorrow for that." "Come one. I'm your trainer. You can't warn me all the time." "Okay, bye. Silly boy." Sophia cut the call with a chuckle. The smile on her face did not go unnoticed by Bryan. "Is it your boyfriend, Sophia?" Tyra asked with a grin. Sophia glanced at Bryan, then returned her gaze to Tyra. "No, but a very good friend." Sarah nudged Sophia and said it in a loud tone. "You mean a very special friend, huh?" Sophia's eyes grew larger as she turned to Sarah. She did not know why Sarah had said that. She was aware of Ken and her friendship. Sarah winked at her as if something were brewing in her mind. Not bad. This is the beginning of something, I guess. I hope you can have your love in your life soon, Tyra said. The sound of a chair moving could be heard throughout the cabin. Bruce rose from his chair and said, Happy birthday, Tyra. I have to leave now. Thanks for the dinner. Bye. Everyone understood why he was leaving. He did not like what others were talking about with his ex-girlfriend. The dining table turned silent once again. When Bruce left, everyone continued eating. Sophia sighed as she did not like how everything was going on around her. After the meal, everyone except Bryan stood up as they noticed the waiters had entered the room with a birthday cake. Sophia looked at the beautiful cake. A few days ago, she turned 20. Her mother and brother also arranged this type of cake for her to celebrate her birthday at home. Suddenly, it took her back to her last 2 years' birthdays. She wished not to remember those days. Sophia. Sarah's voice took her back to reality. She blinked her eyes and saw Tyra cutting the cake. The first piece she fed to her boyfriend, Hector. When Sophia thought back to the night when she had to cut the cake by herself in the restaurant a year ago, she took a deep breath. The cruel man in front of her did not even wait for her to cut the cake. Everyone clapped with a joyful face when Tyra cut her birthday cake. Meanwhile, Bryan did not stand up as he was still sitting in his chair. He sipped his drink while watching the celebration. Mila said something to Tyra that shocked her. It seemed like Tyra got a new order from her. After having a conversation with Mila, Bryan left the cabin. After a while, Sarah and Nolan began to talk to Tyra as they started discussing something about their family. As other guests were also departing, Sophia thought that she should not disturb them and instead leave them alone, so she wished Tyra happy birthday and decided to leave. You can wait or roam around for a while if you don't feel good here. We are just coming outside, Sarah said to Sophia. But I can go by myself. Nolan shook his head. You did not come here by yourself. Why would you go alone? We brought you here, so we will drop you home. Sophia sighed in defeat and said they could call her when they got outside. After that, she exited the cabin and proceeded to walk into the hallway, where she admired the surroundings. The people who were passing her were really rich people. Sophia noticed young women came with young men. Some of them came with old men too. Money had the ability to do anything, and people were willing to do anything for it. Most of those women were mistresses of high-class people. They had money so they could have any woman they desired. Sophia's eyes hardened as she realized she was about to become one of them. As she was about to go to the lobby area, she bumped into someone. Sophia? She looked at the person and smiled at him. Troy? How are you, Sophia? He asked, looking at her carefully. I'm fine. What about you? How about Aunt Sabrina? She is fine. She always talks about you. Why don't you come to our house someday with your mom? I will come someday. Troy could not believe he would ever meet Sophia again. It was because last year she almost vanished. There was no news of her joining any other company or trying to give interviews anywhere. He was concerned for her because he saw how close she was to Alpha Bryan. He was afraid that Bryan would break her heart. There was no way he could forget what had happened a year ago at the club meeting. The angry eyes were still in his memories as a warning to stay away from Sophia. Even if Bryan got engaged to Mila, no one dared to approach Sophia. It was because Bryan clearly warned his employees to stay away from his former personal secretary. He was aware that the warning was directed at him. Troy. A female voice came from the left side. Sophia tilted her head and noticed an unfamiliar woman. Troy turned around and said, Stella, come here. The young woman came to him and stopped next to him. She looked at Sophia with a smile. She is Sophia, Aunt Hannah's daughter, Troy said to her. Oh, yes. Hi, Sophia. The young lady extended her hand to Sophia in an attempt to shake her hand. Immediately after taking a quick look at the hand, Sophia proceeded to shake hands. Sophia Berg. Sophia, she is Stella, my mate. Sophia lifted her brows. She was unaware that Troy had found his mate. Her mother did not mention anything about it to her. Is this why Mom is so concerned about me? She must be thinking that even her friend's son got a mate, but her daughter doesn't have one. Sophia said, He proposed to me last month, so I am his girlfriend too, Stella said with a chuckle. Sophia realized what she meant. There was a difference between being your mate and being the woman your heart belonged to. I'm happy for both of you. With a warm grin, Troy told her how he had found Stella as his mate 3 months ago. He said he had found his real love. Sophia congratulated him and his girlfriend. My friends may be waiting for me, Sophia said to them. Sure, you can go. We are also getting late, Troy replied. Sophia saw Troy leaving with his girlfriend. She turned around and dismissed the idea of going outside. She stopped a staff worker and asked, Is there any place where I can have some fresh air? With a gesture to the right, the staff member said, Miss, feel free to spend some time on the terrace. It is right there. Thank you. As Sophia made her way to the terrace, she noticed that it was dark, but the moonlight lit the floor and created a shadow on the railings. She walked towards the railing and stood there. She lifted her head and gazed upward at the moon that was visible in the sky. The sight of the moon's splendor caused her heart to melt. Why can't you just give me a little patience? Why can't I wait to see the downfall of the man I hate the most? When will you give me the strength to destroy him completely? She kept speaking to the moon. She thought she was alone there, which made her heart feel lighter than before. But little did she know, the man she wanted to destroy was also present there, listening to her every word. His dark eyes glowed red in the darkness as he leaned his back against the wall, staring at her. Bryan was intently focusing his gaze on Sophia. He came here to talk on his phone with his Delta, but then he thought about smoking. He was about to smoke when he heard heels tapping the floor, which caused him to stop. At that time, he saw Sophia entering the terrace. Because it was dark and he was not very close to the gate, she did not notice him. He observed her making her way to the railing. He had a clear view of her from where he was standing. He heard what she was saying to the moon. He was aware of who she was talking about. There was no doubt that man was him. Surprisingly, he did not feel any rage inside because of it. His eyes moved on her face when she closed her eyes to feel the moonlight over her. Her body outline glowed in the moonlight as if she were a princess from some fantasy world. For a while, his crimson eyes fixed their gaze on her. The moment her phone started to ring, those eyes made a slight movement and then retuned back to black. Hello, Sarah? No problem. I am currently on the terrace. You guys can take your time. No. Don't worry. Yeah, sure. He overheard her talking on the phone with Sarah. He assumed she would leave with Sarah and Nolan. His brows arched when this phone call reminded him of the phone call at the private cabin. Someone called Sophia, and she appeared concerned about the man who had called her. The man sounded young, and his tone was desperate, too. Bryan's eyes turned dark as he remembered how Sophia said to Tyra that he was very important to her. His dark eyes lingered on Sophia. For some reason, he changed his mind about smoking and instead put his hands in his pockets while staring at her. Sophia felt refreshed by the wind blowing there. It touched her whole body, giving her a relaxed feeling from inside. Her mind was filled with Stella's words. Thinking back to the time when she believed her mate loved her too and would make her his girlfriend made her want to laugh at herself. The hatred in her heart rose as she looked at the moon and muttered, "When will I finally be at peace? Just give me one chance to destroy him." She was in her own world when she talked to the moon. Throughout the whole year, only the moon was her best companion, which gave her the inner strength to pass any danger. She was lost in her thoughts, but the sound of a deep, chilling voice coming from behind her caused her entire body to freeze. Never. She slowly turned around and saw a dark silhouette coming towards her. She grasped the railing behind her when the moonlight then fell on him, and his face became clear to her. His scent was enough to make her enraged. She gripped the railing tightly and glared at him. "What are you doing here?" Bryan stood in front of her. The coldness in her eyes made him feel uneasy inside, but he shoved the feeling away and looked at her calmly. "You will never get what you are trying to achieve." Sophia locked her gaze on Bryan. She could not believe she was meeting this man again on the same day. "I thought he had left the hotel. What is he doing here?" she wondered. But she did not care about it. She released her firm grip on the railing and folded her hands against her chest. She proudly looked into his eyes as she asked, Why do you think so, Alpha Bryan? His face kept reminding her of her past, but she was adamant about breaking down in front of him. This man was her most bitter enemy, the villain of her life. As if he could hear her thoughts, he replied, "To destroy someone means to label that person as an enemy. But let me tell you something, Sophia Berge." After pausing for a moment, he lowered himself to her eye level. The sudden action that he took caused her eyes to move. She attempted to take a step back in order to maintain her distance from him, which resulted in her back leaning against the railing. "You are not qualified to be my enemy." His eyes were digging into hers. She also did not break eye contact, showing that she did not feel any fear. His words made her furious. How could he say she was not qualified? Did he come here to scare her because he was losing projects every month because of her? Sophia was amazed that she had managed to shake this man's arrogance a little. She let out a chuckle and asked, "Oh, really? So, what qualifications do I need to become your enemy? Please tell me where I can go to get an education. Maybe you don't have any idea about my scores. I am a very attentive student. I can obtain the best qualifications to get to the top of your list." Bryan frowned at her. He did not like how she kept speaking against him and acting as if he were a stranger to her. He took a step closer to her, which stunned her. She blinked as she had no place to move backward. "What's wrong with you, woman? You were never like this before." When Sophia heard him, she went completely still. As she felt her heart tighten inside of her, her brows furrowed. "You want to destroy me, don't you? But how? By stabbing me in the back?" Sophia was taken aback. Backstabbing? She thought. When he saw her confused expression, he scoffed at her. "Do you really believe you will be able to destroy me by telling other people the secrets I told you because I trusted you? Even if you keep taking projects from my company for the rest of your life, Bryan Morrison will still have enough money to support his company and his pack." Sophia tightened her fists. She was stubborn enough not to shift her gaze away from him. Her eyes were cold as they pierced him. She muttered under breath, "I hate you, Bryan Morrison." Seeing the rage in her eyes, he stood straight and took a few steps back from her. "You asked about the qualification, right? You need to hate me to the point where your hand will never shake before stabbing my chest." He then turned around and walked ahead to the gate. As she continued to look at his back, Sophia's eyes began to well up with tears of dread and anger. As soon as he stopped at the door, she immediately wiped her eyes, refusing to show him her tears. He turned his head to the side but did not turn around to face her. He then muttered something, which shook her inside. "You can never hate me that much. So stop deceiving yourself and wasting your time on those cheap things that don't suit you at all." Sophia stared at the gate for a while, after Bryan left the terrace. Her eyes blinked when she realized how lonely she was. As the fresh tears rolled down her cheeks, the tear marks that had previously dried out on her cheeks became wet once more. The corners of her mouth trembled, and she started laughing. She turned around to look at the moon. "Did you see his arrogance? You made him this arrogant. Why did you give him such power that no one can shake him for once? Why?" She wiped her tears away as she recalled every word that he had said to her before he left her here. She scoffed at his words. "Backstabbing? I am backstabbing you by revealing your business information to others. Then what are you doing? Were you not also backstabbing me by playing with me and hiding your intention to marry another woman? And what about now, keeping the mate bond a secret from others in order to marry the daughter of your rival and increase your power?" Lucas Laurent used to be Harry Morrison's biggest rival, but suddenly he wanted to end the rivalry and wanted Bryan to marry his daughter. People assumed he thought he would never get another powerful man like Alpha Bryan for his daughter. Both of the packs believed he made a very wise decision. With her head resting on the railing, Sophia thought about her life. Sophia. When she heard Sarah's voice, she stood straight, wiped her face, and turned around. She saw Sarah and Nolan entering the terrace. She walked to them and said, "Yes? Let's go?" Nolan asked. "Sure." Sarah glanced at her face when they came out of the terrace and headed to the lobby area. "What happened?" Sarah asked. "Nothing," Sophia simply replied to her. When they came out of the hotel, Sophia's steps halted. Something caught her attention. She saw Bryan's driver opening the back door of his car. Bryan stood beside Mila as she climbed into the car. They looked like a perfect couple. People around them were admiring them with awe in their eyes. Sophia let out a deep breath and turned her gaze away from them. As soon as she felt a pang in her chest, she closed her eyes, realizing she had not let go of her feelings for that man, but the pain lingered inside her, and she could not bear the thought of him with another woman. "Don't look at them," Sarah said, holding Sophia's hand. She dragged Sophia toward Nolan's car and opened the back door for her. 3 of them got inside Nolan's car and left the hotel. The whole ride turned silent after Sarah and Nolan both said sorry to Sophia for what had happened in the hotel. They told her that they had no idea Bruce and Bryan were coming tonight. Sophia told them she was okay. She then leaned back on the seat and closed her eyes. She wanted to reach home as soon as possible. She was worn out, and her desire to ruin Bryan was no longer as strong in her heart. Nolan and Sarah dropped Sophia off at home. She went inside the house and checked on her mother. She was soundly sleeping. Sophia went upstairs to her room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw her brother sitting on the bed. She gulped as she noticed his mood was not so fine. She slowly closed the door behind her and muttered, "Brother?" Abraham raised his head, his dark gaze meeting hers. He realized his sister did not feel good because of his angry face, so he tried to calm himself. "Sophia, come here," he said softly, patting the bed beside him. She slowly stepped toward the bed and sat next to him. "You are my only sister. You know how much I love you, don't you?" Hearing his question, Sophia turned her head and looked at her brother. "Brother, why are you saying this? I'm your brother. You are aware that I will never want something bad for you." She lowered her head and nodded her head in response. He lifted his hand and caressed her hair. "Please stop what you are doing, Sophia. It will only hurt you later. You are not a little girl anymore. You are a dignified woman. You should not do something that will harm your reputation. What you are doing right now is just expressing your anger. You are running after a man who doesn't want to be yours. There is another woman in his life whom he has wanted to marry for a very long time." She had his hands clenched around the bedsheet when she heard him. Her eyes turned blurry in tears, but she tried her best not to let them out of her eyes. "You are right," she uttered. Abraham felt bad for his sister. He hugged her and patted her back. "Please don't be upset. I didn't mean to hurt you. But it's true. Chasing the head alpha is not a great idea. It seems that he is constantly giving you opportunities to stop betraying him. He possesses the ability to kill each and every one of us in the blink of an eye. I don't want you to get hurt. The fact that he is kind to us is a stroke of good fortune, and he is watching out for us. He had to give up projects worth millions. What will you do if he catches you and demands a return?" Sophia shuddered inside. Her brother was right. Though she never left any evidence, what if he caught her? Would he force or blackmail her to become his mistress? Or what if he came after her brother? She shook her head at that thought. Abraham thought she agreed with him. He stroked her hair and said, "I talked to Alpha. He said he would not take any action against you." Sophia hugged her brother back. She needed that hug. She was feeling too lonely and felt heartbroken again. Her brother was like her mental support. She was about to say that she would do her best to avoid Bryan for the sake of the family. However, she froze when she heard her brother's next words. Alpha said he would talk about the mate bond after the upcoming party. Perhaps now he has a chance to break it. Sophia immediately broke the hug and looked at Abraham with a frown. "Brother, are you serious?" He nodded his head. "Yes." Sophia got up from the bed and sneered at the thought. "Brother, he is making a fool of you." "What?" She turned to him and replied with a cold tone. "There is no way to break the mate bond for the head alpha. If he rejects me, either I will die or he will lose his position. Maybe he is planning to send me another pack after zipping my mouth forever so that I can never speak up about this to anyone." Abraham's calm face turned dark. He stood up and asked, "Do you think your brother will ever let him do that to you? Can't you see why I am so calm? It's because he is away from you." Sophia stared at him, not knowing the meaning of his words. "Brother, you never say that it would be good if he accepted the Matabon." "No." Sophia's eyes were widened by his loud tone. Be brother? Abraham approached her and looked at her with a fierce face. You have no idea about that man. He is my head alpha, and I have to respect him as my leader. But as your brother, I would never wish for him to wed my sister. But why? It appeared as though Abraham was contemplating something as he turned around and looked out the window instead. After a brief pause, he mumbled, I am sorry, Sophia, but this world is not for you. You are the flower who can bloom in beautiful weather, not in the rain of blood. Alpha Bryan is not just a name. He is extremely dangerous. If he can decide to marry a woman to gain power, he can sacrifice her too. What do you think of him? He thinks faster than we can think. He is 10 steps ahead of his enemies. The air in the room heated as no one spoke again. Sophia felt everyone kept telling her Bryan was undefeatable. Why was there no one who could defeat him? Or had no one ever given it a shot? Abraham turned to her. His face returned to its calm state. What are your thoughts regarding Lucas Laurent? Who is he? He was once the most intimidating alpha in the East Wing. Why did he agree to give up half of his throne? He is not helping Alpha Bryan. He is begging Alpha Bryan to marry his daughter and in return take half of his throne. Sophia's eyes widened. What? Abraham let out a sigh. My sis, ruling a pack is not that simple as we see from the outside. An alpha and his officials have to give up their lives for their packs from the moment they think to serve themselves in their positions. But I don't think Alpha Bryan needs to give up his life. In fact, he will have to give up his position if he won't accept his mate. Seeing his sister's cold eyes, Abraham shook his head. Calm down. Let's see what he will say after the party. Sophia felt irritated by the party. What will happen at the party? Why is it so important? Every key member of the Moon Valley Pack will come to the pack to attend the party. They are asking Alpha why he is not moving forward from the engagement. It had been a year since Bryan got engaged to Mila. The wedding was supposed to take place in 6 months, but he made no indication that he intended to marry soon. So they are coming to set the date for their wedding? Sophia mumbled. Her heart was piercing inside, telling her it could not bear any more pain. Maybe. Beta Robert is expecting that from them. We will not know until they come here and speak with Alpha. Sophia looked away from her brother and nodded her head. I see. Abraham stepped forward and was about to touch her head again, but she took a step back. All right, brother. I am feeling sleepy. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Abraham folded his finger into a fist and placed it down. Are you mad at my brother? She looked at him and replied, No, brother. You are not at fault in this situation. It's just my fate. Something good is waiting for you for sure. Fate will never disappoint you. If it causes problems, it also provides solutions. After Abraham left the room, Sophia sat on the bed. She did not know where to go or what to feel. People were pleading with that man to marry their daughters. How did she think she could get him for free? He was an expensive person. Catching him was like having an impossible dream. That night, she could not sleep. Her mind kept asking her if she would continue to do what she was doing to ruin him. Her hatred never faded, but thinking about him made her feel hurt. Early in the morning, her head started to hurt as a result of her being unable to sleep. She considered skipping class at the university today. She looked like a zombie with black circles under her eyes. She thought of making breakfast first, then returning to her room to sleep. She got up from the bed and freshened up. There was no sign of emotion evident on her face. She went downstairs and discovered that her brother had already left the house. Her mother had not gotten up yet because it was too early. She unhurriedly prepared breakfast. She felt empty inside. The moment she started to set the table, she took a quick glance at the clock. It dawned on her that she had spent quite a bit of time preparing breakfast. It seemed as though she was so preoccupied with her own thoughts that she did not care about the passing time. Her mother looked at her with shocked eyes as soon as she entered the living room. What happened to your face? Did you not sleep last night? Giving her mother a hug, Sophia led her to the table and proceeded to serve her breakfast. Mom, don't forget to take your medicine for the morning. I am going to sleep for a few hours. She feared that if she did not sleep now, her mind would explode in a second, so she went back to her room and took a nap. Her body and mind were exhausted from everything. When her eyes opened, it was dark outside. She rubbed her eyes and sat up on the bed. She wanted to go see her mother because she had not woken her up at noon. She felt concerned for her. But as she was about to get out of bed, her phone vibrated, indicating a message had come to her phone. She checked on it and saw a familiar number. "I am coming to your pack tomorrow. Won't you come to welcome me?" Sophia's brows furrowed. She rubbed her eyes once again to see if she was reading right. "What's wrong with this man?" She mumbled, slowly putting her phone on the bed. "Why is Victor Laurent coming here?" she thought. She almost forgot what her brother had said last night. Only the setting of the wedding date was roaming around her mind. He said all the key members. Oh shit! How can I forget that he is the main key of that pack, the heir and the head alpha of the Moon Valley pack? His father, Lucas Laurent, still held the power of the half-pack in his hand, which he wanted to give to his future son-in-law. Sophia leaned her head against the headboard of the bed, rubbing her forehead. "Everything is going over my head. This man is no less dangerous than Bryan Morrison." She recalled the night of Bryan's engagement. Victor had come to meet her at her house. The way he reacted to her mother was quite intimidating. She did not know if it would be good for her to be around him or connect with him in any way. The door of her bedroom opened slowly, which caught her attention. She immediately jumped up from the bed when she saw her mother. "Mom, are you okay? I was about to come to check on you," she said, approaching her mother, who looked pale. Her mother, Hannah Berg, was getting weaker day by day. Sophia was always worried about her mother's health. It had become her main concern. "I am fine, Sophia," Hannah replied with a cough. "Then why did you not call me at noon, Mom?" "Your brother told me not to wake you up. He said you didn't sleep last night and need a proper sleep." Sophia looked away from her, realizing that her brother understood that she did not feel okay after their last night's conversation. "Sophia, you didn't eat anything the whole day. Please, my child, come and eat something. I came here to call you." Sophia gave her a nod and went to take a shower. In the shower, she thought about how she was going to handle everything. When she emerged from the bathroom after taking a shower and changing into a dress, she noticed her mother was still in her room, sitting on the bed. "Mom, were you waiting for me?" she asked, proceeding to the dressing table. She began to dry her hair while glancing at her mother through the mirror. "Sophia, who is Adon?" Her hands frozen. Her mother saw her reaction, which caused her to feel suspicious about it. "Is he your boyfriend?" "What? No, Mom," Sophia immediately replied, turning off the hairdryer. She turned around to face her mother and asked in confusion, "Why did you ask that, and how did you even get to know about that name?" People in this pack only knew him as Alpha Victor. Only his pack's people called him that. So Sophia was perplexed by how her mother learned about it. "He is calling you," Hannah replied. Sophia's eyes widened as she turned her gaze to look at her phone, which was lying close to her mother on the bed. She quickly went to get her phone. Her mother watched her with a stunned look. Then a small smile formed on her lips. "I was right." "No, Mom." Sophia cut the call and placed the phone on the nightstand. "If you wanted to cut the call, then why did you even rush like that? Are you hiding your relationship from me?" Her mother's question made her feel awkward. It was because she was not in her right mind. First of all, Bryan was destroying her every day. Secondly, his rival was calling her to welcome him into this pack. She wondered what she would do. She remembered how Bryan insulted her last night on the terrace. She wanted to smack his face with the same insults. That man had the audacity to even speak to her after doing all these things with her. It really surprised her. "Sophia." Her mother's voice pulled her out of her thoughts. She turned to her and replied, "Mom, there is nothing like that. He is just my friend." Sophia did not want to tell her that Adon was Victor because it would scare her mother. She did not know why, but her mother was terrified of that man. She was lucky enough to persuade her that night not to tell anything to Abraham about Victor. Otherwise, her brother would scold her for even talking to him. His brother was a fan of his head alpha. Hannah got up from the bed with a dissatisfied look. "You are my beautiful girl. I know boys want to be with you, but it's you who is pushing them." Sophia let out a fake laugh. Mom, every daughter is beautiful in their mother's eyes. She paused and said it in her mind. No man wants to be with your daughter, Mom. At least not the man with whom fate has bonded her. Rubbish! You always say these things whenever I ask you about your love life. You should know that your mother is going to die. Mom! She looked at her mother with shocked eyes. It prevented her mother from letting out anything further. Hannah sighed and muttered, Okay, not saying anything. Now come to eat something. I'm going downstairs. Hannah left Sophia in her room, leaving her in pain and fear. She followed her mother behind and thought to spend the rest of the time with her until she returned to the bed. Spending time with her mother really worked well with Sophia. She felt good and decided to live her life to the fullest, at least for her mother. She made every effort to push Bryan's thoughts aside for a moment. If that man did not think about her, why would she waste her time on him? It was late at night when Abraham came home. He was surprised to see Sophia and his mother giggling over something while chatting on the couch. He felt relieved that his sister had gotten rid of the conversation last night. You both are awake. Sophia and Hannah turned their heads to look at them. We were waiting for you to have dinner with us, Sophia replied to him, turning her attention back to Hannah. But Mom should eat on time. It's late, Aharam said. Sophia forced me to eat without you and her. She was waiting for you, so I persuaded her to let me accompany her. Abraham looked at Sophia, who clearly ignored him. He went to freshen up before sitting on a chair at the table. Sophia and Hannah moved toward the table and took seats for themselves. Why are you so late today? Hannah asked her son as she watched him and Sophia began to eat. Abraham shifted his gaze at Hannah and replied, The head alpha of the Moon Valley pack is coming tomorrow, so I was busy making some arrangements in the pack house. Sophia's hands froze. She did not move her gaze from her plate, but she paused eating after hearing Abraham. Why is he coming into our pack again? Hannah asked. Sophia slowly turned her head toward her mother. It was as though her mother felt her gaze on her. She glanced at her. I mean, is there anything special? Hannah asked with a chuckle. Sophia realized that her mother remembered that she and Victor were friends. That was what she had told her 1 year ago. He is coming to attend the upcoming pack party. He and his father are the main guests at the party, though his father's appearance is not rare in our pack. Alpha Lucas comes to our pack almost every 2 months, but Alpha Victor's arrival is different. After hearing her brother, Sophia put the spoon on the plate and looked at him. And why is that? Abraham gazed at her. After last night's conversation, it was the first time she spoke with him, so he gave his full attention to her and replied, It's because he is the head alpha of... Sophia shut her eyes in irritation and interrupted him by saying, Yeah, the head alpha of the Moon Valley pack. I got it. He has a lot of work to do in his pack and all, so he never got the time to visit our pack. Abraham shook his head in denial. He joined his veiny hand, which demonstrated the years of training he had received to become the Gamma. He rested them on the table and responded to her seriously. You are wrong. I don't think he has much work to do. He is just a man of, well, nothing to say. But one thing is for sure. He and Alpha cannot stay in one place. Sophia raised a brow and asked, Why? Is your Alpha afraid that he will go to snatch his pack from him? Their mother let out a gasp when she saw how Sophia asked the question. Her tone was harsh and full of mockery. It was evident that she had no respect for her head alpha. Sophia, you can't talk like this. Why would any other alpha do that? Our alpha is strong enough to secure our pack from our enemies. Sophia frowned as she turned to face her mother. Mom, his enemies are not our enemies. And maybe you don't know, but he is the one who is going to snatch someone else's half-pack, which he does not even deserve. Sophia. With a yell, Abraham got up from his chair. Anger glowed in his eyes, making them fierce. The way she spoke about his alpha infuriated his wolf. Compared to betas, gammas were different. While betas were the best friends of the alphas, gammas were the ones who shielded them. Sophia stood up in anger. Brother, you yelled at me for that man? Abraham balled his fists and tried to calm down. Deke disrespectfully about him again. Sophia clenched her jaw as she felt hurt by his words and actions. In her opinion, she had not said anything wrong. Bryan did not deserve what he was going to get. Keep supporting that man. Don't forget, you are fighting your sister for him." Hannah looked shocked as she stared at her two children. They used to bicker a lot in the past. However, it was the first time she had witnessed them fighting like that. "You two, what's wrong with you?" she asked. Abraham looked at his mother, realizing he had almost forgotten she was there with them. On the other hand, Sophia kept her gaze fixed on Abraham. She stared at him with angry eyes. The pain was clearly visible behind them. Abraham glanced at Sophia and let out a deep breath. "I am sorry, Sophie. I was just feeling overprotect." You don't have to apologize for anything. Do what you think is right, and I will do what I feel is right for me from now on. Don't come to me for another person again, brother. It just clicked for me. You chose that man over your sister." She was hurt. She was in disbelief that he had allowed his wolf to take control and threaten her. A while ago, when she saw his glowing eyes, her wolf growled inside. But she controlled herself. It was because she was his little sister. She did not want to disrespect him in any way. "Sophia, what's going on with you? You have never talked to your brother like this before. Say sorry for your brother right now," Hannah said, getting up from her chair. Sophia looked away from Abraham and turned to her mother. "Mom, you are sick. Get some sleep after accompanying him. I am going back to my room." "But you haven't finished your food yet." Sophia smiled at her mother sadly. "Mom, I am not hungry anymore. I am sorry if I hurt you. Good night." She dashed upstairs, leaving the other two people at the table. They stared at her with different looks on their faces. "Abraham, what happened to Sophia? She was never like that." Abraham wanted to leave the table as well, but when his eyes returned to his mother, he prevented himself from doing so. He sat back in his chair and responded with a shrug of his shoulders. "She is just mad at me. But she needs to know she can't disrespect the man who is the owner of her pack. If today all of us are living in this pack with security, it's only because of him." Meanwhile, Sophia shut her bedroom's door loudly in anger. She did not want to be a crybaby who cried in every situation, but she was deeply hurt. Her brother loved her so much, but because of that man, today he talked to her like that. For a second, he seemed to have forgotten she was his sister. "Bryan Morrison, everything is happening for you. How cleverly you have turned my brother into your side so that there will be no one who can go against you. But I am not a fool. I am aware of all of your plans." She walked back and forth to control her anger. However, she is having difficulty controlling her rage these days. Her eyes turned blue as she muttered, "I hate you, Bryan Morrison. Even hearing your name makes me hate you. You are nothing but a burden on my fate. I will remove you from my life." As she muttered her frustration, her phone vibrated on the nightstand. She glared at her phone as if it were a person. She grabbed her phone and saw a bunch of missed calls from Adon. She noticed a message pop up on the screen. She first changed his name to Victor, then read his message. "If you don't come to the airport to receive me tomorrow, I will come to your house directly." Her rage did not ease, but a thought crossed her mind. A grin appeared on the corner of her lips as she thought, "Alpha Bryan, I am not qualified to become your enemy, right? Who can be better than Alpha Victor to prepare me for that qualification?" Then, with a heavy heart, she replied to Victor's message, "I will be there for you." The sky was a little cloudy today. It was as if it would pour the tears out of its chest. The faint smell of soil came inside the room through the window. Sophia's eyes were opened by the smell and the beautiful wind touching her body. She sat up and rubbed her arms. She reached out her hand to grasp her phone and noticed it was still time for her university. She got up from the bed and went to freshen up. After coming out of the bathroom, she opened the closet. The black suit jacket caught her eye. Ignoring it, she pulled out a mid-thigh length dress. After wearing the dress, she looked at herself in the mirror. She realized it had been a year since she had taken a good look at herself in the mirror. She no longer dressed for someone to impress. After such a long time, it was the first time I wore a dress after thinking twice. She turned left and right to see if she had gained weight. This all thanks to her training session with Ken. She did not gain weight in her body. Her figure looked perfect. She frowned as she realized something. "Wait a minute. Why am I checking myself?" she asked herself while looking in the mirror. It's not like I will let that man judge me, or even if he does judge me, it will not bother me anyway." While muttering, she combed her hair. She was about to pull her hair up into a high ponytail, but she let it down and decided not to tidy it. She glanced at the high heels and was about to pick one, but she stopped herself. "I will have to attend my classes before receiving him." She shook her hair and reached for a pair of white sneakers. Though her dress was white and would have looked better with high heels, the pair of white sneakers did not look bad with it. After grabbing her phone and bag, she left her bedroom, running downstairs. Her mother was in the living room. She looked at her and said, "Good morning." "Morning, Mom." Sophia glanced at the table and saw that her mother had already set the table for breakfast. "Mom, did you prepare breakfast? But why?" "I was about to do that." Her mother approached her and held her hand. "It's okay, you have classes to attend. What am I going to do if I do not even cook at home? You two children stopped me from rejoining my job 3 years ago. I am bored." Sophia rubbed the back of her mother's hand and mumbled, "We are just concerned about you, Mom." "Okay, I got it. Now sit down and enjoy breakfast with me." They sat down and had breakfast while talking with each other. Her mother, Hannah, glanced at her as she thought to talk to her about Abraham. "Sophia, last night—" Sophia paused eating and looked at her mother without saying anything. Her mother gave her a sad smile. "After your father died, I was the one who raised you both. I have always tried to bring you two together in a happy environment where you could learn to live together. Last night, I was shocked when I saw you two fighting with each other." Sophia felt bad for her mother. She came to the realization that she had talked disrespectfully to her big brother. He was older than her, so he could discipline her by scolding her, but she should not have disrespected him like that. "I will talk to him. Don't worry about it." Hannah's eyes lit up as she nodded her head. "I only want to see both of you happy. We are a small, happy family, and I hope we will always remain like that." "Yeah, Mom," Sophia murmured in a low tone. When she left her house, she noticed it was time for her first class. She stood in front of her car thinking about how quickly time had passed. Did I take too much time getting ready or eating breakfast? On the other hand, the airport was also far from her house. At first, she wanted to attend at least 2 classes because there would be a 2-hour break after that. However, she now felt that she would be late for the airport because Victor's flight would take off in 1.5 hours. A sigh escaped her lips as she climbed into the driver's seat of her car. She started the car and made the decision to drive straight to the airport. While she was on her way to the airport, Sarah called her and inquired about the reasons why she was not present yesterday and why she was running late today. "I'm not coming today," Sophia replied to Sarah. The phone was on loudspeaker. She talked to Sarah while driving, keeping her gaze fixed on the road. "Why?" "Alpha Victor is coming. He wants me to receive him from the airport." Sarah was silent for a moment, then her piercing screams echoed throughout the car. "Are you for real? He is coming back. I bet it's for the party." Sophia chuckled at her best friend's reaction. Sophia had told Sarah about Victor 1 year ago. Sarah was shocked at that time, but she said Sophia was intelligent enough to know everyone's intentions. "Sophia, be careful with him. Did he blackmail you? Why are you going to him?" "That man is kind of funny. So I thought, why not entertain myself?" Sophia said, laughing. Sarah did not laugh as she spoke in a low tone. "I told you what Nolan had told me once. He is not a good guy. People in his pack are afraid of him like death." "I don't care. The same goes for our great head Alpha." Sarah sighed and replied, "Then watch your steps before moving. By the way, I believe you. I know you know what you are doing." Sophia felt slightly relieved after speaking with Sarah. After all, she was her best friend. When Sophia arrived at the airport, the rain started to fall. She parted her lips when she realized she did not have an umbrella with her. She shrugged her shoulders, thinking she could make it inside the airport quickly. It would not take much time. When she parked the car and got out of it, the raindrops began to fall on her. She took a deep breath and hurried all the way inside the airport. Only the families of the head Alpha and officials were allowed to enter the terminal, even if they were not passengers. But they would have to show the pass, which Sophia had. She was Abraham's sister, and he was the Gamma of the pack. At that time, a few men began to block the path for the passengers. Sophia turned her head and noticed a few cars parked near the terminal. Her gaze froze when she saw a man who appeared to be a guard open the back door of a car while holding an umbrella to keep the person inside from getting wet in the rain. A man in a black suit stepped out of the car with a sinister aura. The rain could not blur the darkness emanating from him. He moved aside, and a stunning woman stepped out of the car. She stood beside him and smiled at the people around them. Sophia blinked her eyes when the couple approached in her direction as they also made their way inside the airport. They came to a halt as their gaze fell on her. Time seemed to stop around them as Sophia looked at the man in the rain, forgetting that it was pouring down on her. "Excuse me, miss." When a passenger passed Sophia, she looked away from the couple. They were none other than Alpha Bryan and his fiancée, Mila Laurent. She did not know why this man always showed up in front of her. Not just him, she began to despise his fiancée too. "Alpha is here. Please clear the way, everyone." The guards of the airport shouted so that everyone could hear them clearly in the rain. Sophia passed through the security checkpoint outside the terminal and entered the airport without looking back at the couple. She felt drenched from the rain. She looked around at the passengers who had just exited the boarding pass. She began to rub her wet hair as she looked for the washroom. But she paused and considered sitting in a seat to wait for Victor. She thought her hair and clothes would dry soon. She wondered why Bryan and Mila were there. Then she understood they may have come here to receive all of the Moon Valley Pack's key members, including Victor. Did Victor know that Bryan was also coming? Why did he even call me here then? Sophia thought, getting angry at Victor. Her gaze was drawn to the couple once again as they walked towards the sitting area. Sophia was sitting in a few rows behind many benches, so they did not notice her. She noted that Beta Robert and Theta Noble were also present. She was relieved that her brother had not come here. Otherwise, he would scold her again, just like he had when she went to meet Alpha Oliver. Sophia cast a glance at Bryan's back. He looked powerful from behind as well. However, for how long? Her eyes grew cold as she averted her gaze. "All I need to do is ignore him. He is a stranger to me from now on. I don't care even if someone attacks him in front of me," Sophia said to herself. As her hand continued to rub her hair, she took her phone from her bag with the other hand. She checked and saw that it was already time. "Are you going somewhere?" a young lady asked Sophia as she came to sit next to her. Sophia smiled at her and replied, "No, I'm waiting for someone." The lady understood that she was not an ordinary someone, but connected with royals or officials. "Me too. Who are you waiting for?" Sophia was taken back. She did not know her. Why was she asking too many questions? She assumed she was a talkative woman, so she replied, "A friend." "Oh, I am here for my husband. We have been waiting for him for 3 months. He will finally be with us." Sophia was perplexed. "We?" The lady blushed and put her hand on her belly. "Me and my baby." "Oh, congratulations," Sophia immediately said, glancing at her belly. She noticed a little baby bump when she looked carefully. The lady smiled and nodded at her. "Are you someone close to the officials?" Sophia asked. "No, my husband is Alpha's trusted man." Sophia parted her lips. "Oh. My husband had to go to the Moon Valley Pack for some work. Alpha Bryan trusted him and sent him to that pack. He even assured our family that my husband would return alive from that pack. But I am still worried about him." The lady's words caused Sophia to frown. Why did he send him there? The lady glanced in Bryan's direction and mumbled, "I can't tell you that. It's about some business." "Oh." Sophia bit her bottom lip as she did not know what to say. She gave it a thought and questioned, "Why did he assure you that your husband would not die? Did Alpha send him as a spy?" The lady's eyes widened as she shook her head in denial, but Sophia assumed her answer. "It's okay. You don't have to be afraid. I am just a mere member of your own pack. I won't say anything to anyone." The lady turned away from Sophia and closed her mouth, realizing that she had spilled more beans than she should have. Meanwhile, Sophia shook her head in disappointment. That man only knows how to cheat others. Why did I never realize it during those 6 months? Or was I so blind in his love that I did not get a chance to see these things, she thought. After a while, people from the Moon Valley pack began to appear in her sight. All the men looked powerful and professional. Sophia understood that they were the pillars of that pack. They greeted Bryan respectfully when he rose from his seat. With a smile on her face, Mila spoke to them. Sophia thought those men might be her relatives. The lady next to Sophia got up from her seat and went to meet her husband. Sophia looked at him. He was a young man. He looked simple, but his black coat caught her attention. It looked like he was a lawyer. Sophia was paying her full attention to that lady's husband, but when she caught sight of a man dressed in black pants and a white shirt, her gaze moved. With his suit jacket in one arm, he held a woman's waist with the other. He was speaking to her with a serious expression. Sophia's brows furrowed as she stared at him. She was about to stand up, but stopped. Holding Alpha Bryan's hand, Mila Laurent walked up to the man. Before they could reach the man, he sent the woman away, saying something to her. The woman bowed her head professionally, giving off the impression that she was his personal secretary. The man moved in the direction of Bryan and Mila, but he walked past them when his gaze fell on Sophia. Sophia froze when she noticed him ignoring them and approaching in her direction. She slowly stood up as she saw the man after a year. She cleared her throat and said, "Alpha Victor." On the other hand, Bryan turned around as Victor walked by. His indifferent look faded as his brows furrowed when he saw the man walking toward Sophia and then her calling his name. Victor grinned at Sophia and spoke in a little loud tone. "The weather was not on my side as it planned to stop me from meeting you again. But here I am. Did I make you wait for me too long?" Sophia looked away from Victor and shook her head. Not too long. She had no idea this man would cross his sister and come to her directly. She wished to meet him after they had left and stay away from the other two, but Victor did not let her do that. "I thought you wouldn't come. It is great that the cold woman got some brains as well." She frowned in response to Victor's words. She looked at him with a frowning face. Victor chuckled at her reaction. "Sorry, I forgot. You already got your brain a year ago." Sophia rolled her eyes as she realized he was referring to the time she refused Bryan's proposal to become his mistress. She was about to say that she would have to leave, but before she could let out anything, Mila spoke out. "Bro, brother?" Victor's cheerful expression darkened, which did not go unnoticed by Sophia. Sophia did her best not to turn her head in Mila and Bryan's direction. Victor turned to them and raised a brow. "Oh, my lovely sister and my soon-to-be brother-in-law are here." He spoke as if he had not noticed them until now. Sophia averted her gaze from Victor. Unintentionally, her gaze was drawn to Bryan, but her eyes froze the moment they met his dark eyes. His face was not as calm as it had been before entering the airport. He had a killer look. His eyes were enough to kill Sophia from that distance. She turned away from him, not understanding what had happened to him so suddenly. Victor took a step forward and prepared to walk back to Mila and Bryan. He paused and turned to look at Sophia. "Let's go." Sophia's eyes widened. "Where? Aren't you here for me? You should stick to me like glue." "What the hell?" He let out a chuckle and grabbed her wrist, dragging her toward Mila and Bryan. Sophia was taken aback. She did not want to go in front of Bryan right now. Her mind was already messed up by that man. She had not forgotten what he had told her 2 days ago. Victor came to stop in front of Mila and Bryan. Mila looked at Sophia with a confused look. Meanwhile, Bryan's eyes were still on Sophia. They did not move from the moment Victor approached her. "Bro, brother, how do you know her?" With a look of surprise on her face, Sophia looked at Mila. She had never seen her stutter like that in front of Bryan. Then why was she talking like that in front of Victor? "You should greet your brother first," Victor said in a cold tone. "Bro, brother, I'm happy that you are here." Mila's voice came out in a distinct tone. Sophia could not help but scoff at her. She thought that she owed this woman a retaliation for what had happened on Tyra's birthday. "Are you really happy? But you did not look this happy when you talked about him at Tyra's birthday a few days ago." Mila's eyes grew large as she turned her gaze at Sophia. Sophia sensed that her reaction was more fear than surprise. With a laugh, Victor remarked, "It is because she recently got her wings. Marrying Alpha Bryan will really help her a lot. Am I right, sister?" Mila gulped as she moved closer to Bryan. Fear was clearly visible in her eyes, but when she turned to face Bryan, she frowned. Seeing Bryan focus his attention on Sophia, she could not help but feel enraged. She looked at Sophia and said, "What's wrong with your dress? Did you wear it intentionally to get others' attention?" Sophia lowered her head to look at her dress, which had dried but hugged her body. She blinked her eyes and slowly raised her head. She saw Bryan's eyes move in her dress. In the next moment, a black suit jacket came into contact with her body. Victor wrapped his jacket around her shoulders. "She came to get my attention, not others. So stop looking at her," Victor said, glaring at Mila. Sophia grabbed the suit jacket with both of her hands and stared at Victor. "She came here to get your attention? Look at her shoes. Her dressing style is so bad." Mila continued to blabber about Sophia, insulting her in front of both men. Sophia did not say anything to Mila, instead glancing at Bryan. His eyes were fixed on the suit jacket wrapped around her body. She scoffed at him in her heart. He did not even tell his fiancée not to insult her like that. She was now really regretting loving him in the past. "Don't go to her dressing style, little sister. Should I begin with your lifestyle? Is anyone in this pack aware of how the princess of Moon Valley Pack used to live in her own pack?" Victor's mocking tone made Mila freeze. She retreated when he moved forward toward her. Victor smirked at her, raised his hand, and started stroking her hair. Mila's whole body began to shake in terror. "Still the same scaredy cat? What's there to fear, a beau?" Victor was interrupted when a hand grabbed his hand and stopped him from stroking Mila's hair. Bryan turned his head and looked at Victor. The darkness that was surrounding his eyes became even more intense. Sophia almost took a step back when she saw how Bryan looked at Victor. His face almost changed as it turned fiercer. She had seen him get angry at others many times, but this look was different. It was as if he had changed from Bryan to someone she had never known. She could not even blink as her gaze remained fixed on his face. She was dissatisfied with how much he cared about Mila. Because of her, he stopped Victor. She assumed that he had the strongest feelings for that woman, so she looked away from him in anger. This is not Moon Valley, but the Nightshade Pack. Bryan paused as his eyes shifted to Sophia for a moment, then returned back to Victor. "I'm hoping Alpha Victor will not touch anything that is not his. It will only burn him into ashes." Victor glanced at his hand, which Bryan gripped firmly. He began to laugh, as if he did not mind. However, it was a dark laugh. Sophia focused her attention on Victor. The man looked calm, but when he met Bryan's gaze, his eyes flickered red. A grin appeared on his lips as he muttered, "It took so many years to get your reaction, Alpha Bryan." Bryan's hands loosened on his grip when he heard Victor. He released his hand and replied, "Don't make me remind you of something you don't wish to remember again." Bryan's voice came out as a warning. Sophia frowned as she looked at Bryan. How can he talk to him like that after trying to snatch half of his pack? Sophia thought and felt bad for Victor. Victor's father was also betraying him by giving up half of the pack he deserved to get. Victor tightened his fist as if Bryan's warning had triggered something in him. As he was just about to move toward Bryan in anger, Sophia took a hold of his hand. "Victor." He stopped and turned his head toward her. She patted his hand and mumbled, "Let's not fight." I didn't mind Mila's words. The reason why the atmosphere was getting heated was because Mila tried to humiliate her. So Sophia tried to ease the situation. Victor's dark face calmed down as he looked at Sophia. "There is something in your eyes that can stop me in any situation. Do you know that?" His words took her aback. She blinked her eyes, unsure of what had happened to him all of a sudden. He was mad a few seconds ago, wasn't he? She thought. "Alpha Vic! Alpha!" Bryan was about to say something when Beta Robert interrupted him as he and Theta Noble approached them. Bryan looked at Robert with rage in his eyes. Robert lowered his gaze and said, "Alpha, it is time to leave. We cannot waste too much time here." Robert's gaze was drawn to Sophia, and he became confused. "Sophia, what are you doing here?" Sophia sighed and responded, "I came to receive Victor." "Victor? Did you just call him by his name without his rank?" Mila let out a shocked voice. Sophia could not take any more tantrums from this woman. She gave her a look and smiled. Her smile was the weapon that she liked to use against her enemies. "Just a few minutes ago, you were trembling to death. How did words bloom in your mouth suddenly? Mila's eyes widened as she did not expect Sophia to talk like that. She grabbed Bryan's hand and said, "Bryan, look at her. She talks to me disrespectfully again. Just because she is Gamma Abraham's sister, you can't let her go every single time." Victor glared at Mila. "Dare to touch her, and I will break your hands in front of your fiancé. I know her, and she knows me. That's enough for you all. Don't try to dig deeper into us." After saying that, Victor grabbed Sophia's hand and pulled her with him toward the entrance. Bryan shifted his gaze to Victor's hand, which held Sophia. His eyes did not move until they faded from his sight. "Bryan?" Beta Robert muttered as he moved to stand next to him. Bryan turned away from the entrance and looked around. It seemed like he was thinking about something. "Call Gamma Abraham and ask him how his sister knows that man? Is she planning to take another step to destroy me?" Robert rubbed his forehead, not knowing what to say. Mila, on the other hand, was shocked. She could not believe Sophia and her brother knew each other. She wondered how the two of them had met. She felt Sophia was the center of attention for all the men. She had become the favorite of those around her. First Bruce, then Bryan, and now her brother. She clenched her jaw out of envy. She wanted to ruin her life. She would never forget how she insulted her in front of Bryan. "That woman is getting on my nerves, Bryan. Please do something. I am getting irritated now." Bryan did not reply to her, as he was already having some thoughts. Mila did not pause and continued to speak, thinking Bryan was listening to her calmly. "Now I understand why she was reacting like that in the restaurant when I talked about Victor. She actually knows him. It doesn't look like they met each other for the second time today. I know Victor. He has never shown this level of interest in a woman before. There must be something." Theta Noble looked at Beta Robert, urging him to do something. Beta Robert glanced at Bryan, then shut his eyes and said to Mila, "Slow down. Stop talking about her. Let's not discuss it." Mila shrugged her shoulders. She grabbed Bryan's arm and mumbled in a soft tone, "I know this type of woman really well, Bryan. I bet she started chasing Victor when she realized she could not get Alpha Bryan. Victor doesn't look like he will let her go, so—" Bryan turned his head and glared at Mila, causing her to pause. His glare was enough to tremble her body, more intensely than she felt from Victor's touch. She was aware of both men's realities. She had already seen their true self. "Bryan?" Bryan snatched his hand away from her grip and muttered, "Your mouth is running too much these days. Should I seal it like I did your friend's mouth?" Fear caused Mila to take a step back, and her eyes widened as she did so. A reflection of the past flooded her mind. The ruthlessness of this man flashed in her eyes for a moment, and her heart clenched inside in fear. She immediately lowered her head in submission. "Alpha, I... Beta Robert shook his head and sighed. That was why he told Mila to stop speaking. He knew Bryan could not keep himself under control for long. Bryan stepped toward Mila and said in a low tone, "Tell your brother to stay away from her if he really wants to go back to his pack alive." When they came out of the airport, Sophia came to a halt. Victor turned to look at her. "What happened?" She looked down at her hand and motioned for him to let it go. But instead of releasing her hand, he rubbed his thumb over the back of her hand. Sophia looked at him. "What were you saying in front of them? I came to get your attention." After saying that, she yanked her hand away from him. He gave her a sly grin. "Now don't play hard to get. You are standing next to me, wearing my jacket, and talking to me while looking into my eyes. Don't you know it can grab any man's attention?" Sophia looked away from him and let out a sigh. "I came here only because you are blackmailing me." Victor laughed as he began to walk toward the car that had just stopped a foot away. "Don't try to fool me. I am Alpha Victor. You didn't do your homework properly, I guess?" Sophia's brows rose after hearing him. She followed him and inquired, "Homework?" He stopped to open the car's back door and turned to her. He gestured to her to the car. "What? Get in." "But I only came here to receive you." "By how? Just seeing me in the airport? That is not referred to as receiving, darling. Let's go somewhere where we can talk." Sophia thought for a moment, then got inside the car. Victor walked toward the other door and climbed in the car. Seated beside her, he gave her a quick glance. "Where would you like to go with me? I came to your pack. You have the duty to take me around. Anywhere. I am not going to the university anyway, she said, leaning back in the back seat. He smirked at her. Well, if you want to go just anywhere, what about a hotel where we can… Shut up. Sophia turned her head and interrupted him. She gave him a bored look. The driver gulped as he glanced at the rearview mirror. When he heard Sophia, sweat dripped from his forehead. No one had ever dared to speak that way to his alpha. Victor rolled his eyes. I was just saying that we can have a drink in a hotel bar. You, woman? You have such a narrow mind. Sophia crossed her hands over her chest. Oh, really? Yeah, I was just talking about having some drinks together. She chuckled and shook her head as she turned her head toward the window. Her brow furrowed slightly when she noticed Bryan come out of the terminal gate. Mila trailed behind his back. I don't drink, she mumbled to Victor while focusing her attention on Bryan. But I don't think so, Victor replied. Sophia listened to his reply. She noticed Bryan halting his steps and turning to look in the direction of Victor's car. His eyes locked on hers. That pair of mysterious eyes darkened just by looking at her. She slowly rolled up the window glass without breaking eye contact with Bryan. She could see him staring at the black glass, although he could not see inside the car. However, she could still see him. Who told you about this? She questioned Victor without looking at him. I just guessed. She smirked after hearing that. She looked away from Bryan and turned to Victor. Alpha Oliver? Victor's brows frowned for a moment, but then eased as he let out a chuckle. You are such a cunning fox, Sophia Bird? She muttered with a sneer. Not a fox, a wolf. A very dangerous wolf capable of burning both alphas at the same time. A glint of flame could be seen in her eyes. Victor moved closer toward her and whispered, I know. His gaze shifted behind her to Bryan, who was digging at the glass and nearly breaking it with his dark gaze. I am feeling bad for that man. How foolishly he chose that woman over you. Perhaps he thought you were weak or that you did not deserve him. Sophia's confident look turned bitter as she heard him. She looked away from him and returned her gaze at Bryan, who had already climbed into his car with Mila. You are right, but he is not a fool. He is evil. Victor nodded his head and moved back. Tell my driver about a place where we can eat together. I am hungry. Sophia gave the driver the location of a restaurant. When they got to the restaurant, she went inside with Victor. She decided to accompany him. So why are you here? She asked him. They were sitting at a table near a window from which they could see the street. Victor's gaze was fixed on the road, watching other people pass. Sophia was staring at him. She realized she had not removed his jacket yet, so she slowly moved it off her shoulder, but Victor stopped her. Don't take it off. She paused and looked at him. He shifted his gaze away from the window and toward her. He had a serious expression on his face, which made her feel compelled to do what he was saying. She did not remove the jacket and asked, Okay, but… He cut her off as he spoke up again. I came here to attend the pack party. It's a very important party for both of the packs. Sophia recalled what her brother had told her about it. She tried to calm herself down and asked, You came here to set your sister's wedding date, but I thought you were against this marriage. It will lead him to claim your half-pack. He raised his brow, resting his elbows on the table. Who told you I am against this marriage? You are not? No. In fact, I came to bless them, he said, giving her a sly smile. Sophia blinks, trying to make sense of what he is saying. She frowned at him and questioned, What is your plan, Alpha Victor? You were the one who sent those alphas to me throughout the entire year, weren't you? Victor looked into her eyes and muttered, You know what I want. We talked about it a year ago, but you didn't hold my hand that time. Sophia took his jacket off her body and placed it on the table. Then she pushed it towards him. He assumed she would get up and leave, but instead of leaving, she leaned back against the chair and smiled at him. I will hold your hand this time, because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Bryan was looking out the window of his car. His face was far from calm. His dark eyes grew darker with each passing second. Mila glanced at him from time to time as both of them were sitting in the car. There were 2 cars that were following behind his car. Meanwhile, in front of it, 2 cars were driving ahead to protect Alpha's car. Bryan did not need all of these, But when he went somewhere with his officials, he had to bring the securities with him. When all the royals were together, no one could take a risk. Mila lifted her hand and dared to hold his arm. His gaze paused as he turned his attention to her. Mila quickly hugged his arm and leaned her head against it. "We have been together for years, Bryan. You have never talked to me like that before. I am very upset." Bryan looked at her. His eyes did not hold any pity for her. "How many times do I have to tell you not to touch me?" Mila froze when she heard him. She tilted her head to look at him. "Why are you doing this? We are going to marry soon. Will you do this to Luna? Will you treat me this badly?" Bryan averted his gaze from her. He did not let out anything, as if he did not need to give any justification for his behavior. Fearing that he would become enraged with her, Mila removed her head from his arm. She was annoyed at how much Bryan had changed. The 1 year when she was at her pack, she used to think that Bryan would never change. He was cold before, but that did not stop her from touching him or holding his hand. He did not seem to care. But now it was as though he did not like her touch. She remembered his warning at the airport. She cleared her throat and said, "Bryan, no one knows Victor better than you. He will never listen to me. Please don't force me to talk to him. All I want to do in life is stay away from that man." Bryan turned his head toward her and replied, "I will bury him in a place where your father will not find his body." Mila's eyes widened. "What are you saying? It will only lead to a war between the two packs. Isn't it what your brother wants?" Her gaze shifted away from him, and she lowered her head. Her tone softened as she mumbled, "I don't know. He." As she was unable to speak further, tears rolled down her cheeks. Bryan rubbed his forehead in frustration as he closed his eyes. "I am not good at soothing others, so don't cry in front of me." His cold voice made her body tremble. She immediately wiped her tears, thinking he did not know how to comfort a woman. She believed that if she, the daughter of Lucas Laurent, could not tempt this man, then no other woman could. When the car stopped in front of the pack house, Mila got out of the car. She bent to the window and thanked Bryan. He stepped down after opening the door. He walked past Mila, heading to the entrance of the pack house. Mila parted her lips at his ignorance toward her. She turned around and stared at his back. "Don't bother him for a few hours. He is mad. He will be fine soon." Hearing Beta Robert's voice, Mila spun around. Robert stepped next to her while looking at his alpha, who was more like a best friend, entering the pack house with a furious face. "But why is he so mad?" Robert gave her a look and asked, "Isn't it simple? He is mad because he saw his mate with someone else." A shadow fell over Mila's face. "But why? She is nothing to him." Robert glanced at the pack house and muttered, "That's what he thinks, but maybe the reality is something else." "No way. He is Alpha Bryan. He can never." "I'm warning you again. Stop bothering my Alpha. I can only alert you about the situation. I don't want Alpha Lucas's daughter to be harmed by anything. We are good now. We don't want any war." Mila stomped her foot on the ground in anger. "She's just a poor girl who can't even afford a house like mine. How can she afford to affect my fiancé's mood?" Robert noticed Delta Edger rushing toward him. Theta Noble moved over to stand beside him. Robert was the beta of the pack. After the head alpha, he was the second in command. His one command could shake the whole pack. That was why all the officials ran to him whenever they felt any problems. Robert turned to Mila and said, "Calm down. Everything will be fine. Just let the party end. Everything will return to normal once your brother leaves the pack." With an angry face, Mila moved toward the pack house. Meanwhile, Delta Edger stopped in front of Robert and Noble. "What is Bryan mad about?" "He was fine before leaving the pack house after picking up Mila from here. Did that man do something?" Robert ran his fingers through his hair in rage. "Don't ask what happened. When Noble told Edger everything, he was stunned. Sophia can't be with that man, can she?" "Don't know. Where is Abraham?" Robert asked. "He is currently in the training hall. He is so mad that he flung 2 pack fighters on the ground while training," Edger said, shaking his head. "I called him and explained what Bryan had said. Perhaps that is why he is so angry. Tell him not to go in front of Bryan right now," Robert said. They nodded in agreement and went to do their duties. In the evening, Bryan was seated behind the table. His eyes were blurry because of the smoke he was exhaling from his mouth. His phone started ringing on the desk. He glanced at his phone and received the call. Alpha. Go ahead. His cold tone was so sharp that it could freeze the person on the phone. Alpha, she just got back to her home. An unfamiliar car came to drop her. Bryan shifted his gaze to his watch after hearing the man. And, after dropping her off, no one came outside. The car drove away from her house. Bryan blew smoke out of his mouth and smashed the cigarette butt into the ashtray. Is there a jacket on top of her dress? Jacket? No, Alpha. She is only wearing a white dress. She has just entered her house. Bryan paused for a moment before ordering the man. From now on, make sure to keep a close eye on her. Sophia entered the house after Victor dropped her in her house. As she just stepped inside the house, she saw her mother talking with someone. When she tilted her head to see who she was talking with, she found her brother sitting on a couch. She slowly closed the main door behind her. Her mother and brother both turned their heads at her with different expressions. Hi. She waved her hand at them with an awkward smile. Sophia, her mother said, smiling at her. On the other hand, Abraham's mood looked off. Sophia wondered if Bryan had said something to him. She walked up to them and sat on the couch next to her mother. She wanted to go to her room, but she decided to first speak with her brother. She told her mother this morning that she would apologize to her brother for last night. Hello, brother, she mumbled, glancing at him. Abraham gave her a look and asked, Where is your car, Sophia? Sophia was stunned by his question. Her mother, Hannah, raised her brows and turned her head toward her. You did not bring your car with you? How did you get back? Are you okay, Sophia? Was there any kind of accident? Mom, I'm fine. Relax. Her mother felt relieved. She stroked her hair and said, That's a relief. Abraham did not look at her mother as his eyes were fixed on his sister. You have not answered yet. Sophia looked at him, took a deep breath, and replied calmly, It is in the parking lot of the airport. I will go there tomorrow to get it back and pay the charges for tonight. Airport? Hannah mumbled in confusion. And what were you doing in the airport? Abraham asked. Sophia gulped as she mumbled, Brother, I went to receive a friend. Which friend? Abraham's voice was sharp enough to let her know that he was angry. Hannah looked at her son, then turned to her daughter. She had no idea what was going on there. Her son was angry from the moment he returned home. She asked him about it several times, but he said he was waiting for Sophia. Is that the Adon guy, Sophia? Hannah asked as she remembered the contact name on her phone. Sophia pursed her lips and blinked, but did not respond. Abraham's eyes widened as he moved his gaze to his mother. Mom, how do you know about it? Hannah was perplexed. About what? How did you learn about the Adon thing? Adon thing? Isn't it the name of Sophia's friend? Abraham gritted his teeth and muttered, That's not a name, but a title. Hannah parted her lips in surprise. Title? It's a title that the pack of Moon Valley gave to their head Alpha. It means Lord in their language. Hannah's eyes grew large. Moon Valley? Do you mean Alpha Victor? She mumbled, slowly turning her head at Sophia once again. Meanwhile, Sophia stared at her brother. She just shrugged her shoulders and asked Abraham, If you know everything, why bother asking about it? Yes, I went to pick him up. He is my friend, and Mom is aware of this. Friend? Have you completely lost your mind? And what did you just say? Mom knows about it. Abraham's gaze met his mother's. Hannah shook her head in response. I learned about it when he came to meet her. Hannah bit her tongue as she realized she had told her son about what happened that night. Abraham let out a growl as he rose up from the couch. Mom, what are you saying? That man came to our house, and you did not even tell me? Sophia stood up and tried to speak to her brother calmly. Brother, calm down. It's not anything serious. He is my friend, and he can come to meet me. Abraham gave her a cold stare. I thought you would mature over time. What led you to believe you went to our rival and became friends? Is everything a game for you? Brother, I know he is our rival, but he will never hurt us. His sister is in our pack. Abraham scoffed at her. His sister? Do you think he will think twice about his sister before doing anything? Do you even have any idea why his sister is here? Sophia frowned at him. I know you and your Alpha don't like Victor, but I don't care. I can't live my life like you all. Abraham got furious after hearing her. He looked at his mother. If you took care of her that 1 year, she would never get the chance to talk back. Tell her to come back to her senses before it is too late." Hannah stood up and held Sophia's hand. "Please, my daughter. I told you that night too. Why do you need to meet him? He is the only person our Alpha doesn't like." "No, Mom. He is the only one who can look into our Alpha's eyes and speak back. That's why our Alpha and his favorite officials can't stand him." Abraham stared at Sophia with a mad face. "Alpha is not pleased with your actions, Sophia. He is enraged over everything." Grinning bitterly, Sophia shot him a mocking glance. "I am not here to impress your Alpha. He is getting married to Victor's sister, so he should not have any problem with him." When Abraham noticed his sister talking like a stubborn girl, he approached her and grabbed her hand from his mother's, placing it on his palm. "Make a promise to your brother. You will maintain your distance from Alpha Victor. Your life is not safe with a rival Alpha. What will we do if he hurts you?" Sophia sighed as she gazed at her brother. "I am not even safe with your head, Alpha brother. Please do not force me to make any promises. I know Victor, he will not hurt me." Hannah was confused about why her daughter was urging to meet that man. She was filled with doubt, which quickly turned to fear. "Sophia, you and—" "Mom, let's not talk about this anymore." Abraham let go of her hand and said in anger, "You are too stubborn." Sophia ignored his remarks and said, "Brother, I want the invitation pass for the party. It is the day after tomorrow, right?" Abraham took a step back, shaking his head. "Alpha does not want you to be there. He canceled my family's invitation pass and told me you would not be attending the party." Hannah tried to calm both of her children. She was concerned that both of her children were pushing themselves too far during their arguments. She missed the day when they had love for each other, but now they stopped showing the love toward each other. She believed her son was really capable of understanding what was right or wrong for their family. After all, he was the Gamma of the pack, the biggest warrior of the pack. However, Hannah had no idea that Alpha Bryan was Sophia's mate. That was the reason she wondered why she always talked about Bryan in a harsh tone. She thought Bryan had scolded her during the time when she was his personal secretary, and that was the reason why Sophia was mad at him. Hannah did not like how Sophia was taking Alpha Victor's side. She was an old pack member and was aware of the Moon Valley pack. People knew how cruel Alpha Victor was. Fear was the only thing that his pack members felt toward him. In that case, how could she and Abraham allow Sophia to be friends with him? She was grateful that Alpha Bryan cared enough to take care of this matter. So she said to Sophia, "Alpha knows what is right for all of us." Sophia was fuming inside. She wanted to growl in anger, but she controlled herself because she did not want to push her family away. "Brother, please manage a pass for me. I really want to attend the pack party." Abraham shook his head. "You know what is going to happen there. Why do you want to go?" "You will not give me a pass?" "No. Even if Alpha had not told me, I would not have let you go either." Sophia nodded her head in agreement. "Okay, do whatever you want. Go alone and have fun." She turned around and went upstairs. She was mad at herself. She should not look weak to others. But she could not be cold toward her family for what Bryan had done to her. She could not treat them in the same way she wanted to treat Bryan. "I think I am getting weaker again. I have to get myself back on track. No one can make me an emotional fool again. I have done everything I could to secure my brother's position. Right now, I don't have any responsibility anymore. I will do what I feel is right for me." The next day, Sophia left her house early in the morning after making breakfast. She did not care if Abraham was still in the house, even though she knew he had left early. She went to the university since she had not attended her classes for the last 2 days. She met her friends and went straight to her classes. "What are you saying? You have no way to get to the party?" Sarah asked her. They were seated in the cafeteria. Sophia told her about yesterday's conversation with her brother. "No. That man is afraid I will tell the truth to his in-laws. That's why he doesn't want me to attend the party." Sarah patted her hand. "I think your brother knows you will only get hurt seeing them together." Sophia gave Sarah a look. "I won't." Sarah raised her hands to surrender herself. Okay, you will not feel anything. Now, don't get mad." Sophia turned away from her. Suddenly, something caught her eye as she looked at it carefully. "What happened to her?" Sophia asked, pointing at Louisa. Louisa looked broken, and people around her glanced at her as if she were some kind of laughingstock. Sarah took out her phone from her bag and put it on the table, then pushed it in Sophia's direction after typing something. "Give it a look." Sophia picked up the phone and checked the university group's post. "Louisa was fired. Don't be shocked or upset about this girl. She doesn't deserve our sympathy. She is not the one who won the project in the competition a year and a half ago. It was someone else, but she snatched the opportunity from that person and cheated in the competition." Sophia froze at her place. She glanced at Sarah, who nodded her head. "Keep reading. There's more to see." Sophia returned her focus to the post. "Morrison Group gave her a big project a year ago to fulfill her dream, but it looks like she doesn't know the core point of the project, which almost cost the company a big loss. So Alpha fired her from his company and sealed her CV. She is now good for nothing." Sophia put the phone on the table with a puzzled look. She recalled the day when she told Bryan the truth about Louisa. That day, he called Louisa into his office. When Sophia wanted to stay close to him, he sent her home. She later found out that Louisa was working on a project that was actually hers. She was angry with Bryan at the time because he did not trust her. "So he finally accepted that I was not lying?" Sophia mumbled with a disapproving look. Sarah glanced at Louisa and said, "That woman got such an amazing punishment. I don't want to say that, but Alpha is a really cold-hearted man. He sealed her CV. Now, no one will hire her for their company." Sophia rolled her eyes. "That man should lose the money before firing Louisa. I warned him that it was not her project, but still, he gave her a chance." Sarah paused for a moment before asking, "Sophia, don't you think Alpha is not so stupid? I mean, he is a business tycoon in the business world. He not only owns a pack company, but also has subsidy companies all over the world." Sophia was confused about what Sarah wanted to say. "What do you mean?" After thinking about it, Sarah responded, "I think Alpha gave her the chance intentionally. He gave her hope at first. Louisa had worked extremely hard to shine her fate with just one project. But just as it was about to be processed, Alpha snatched all of her dreams of living a peaceful life in this pack." Sophia was stunned. Did he actually believe her that day? There was a silent fall between them. Sophia glanced at Louisa again, who was on the verge of crying. Her attention was diverted when her phone began to ring in her bag. She pulled out her phone and answered the call. "Victor." Sarah immediately turned her head to face her. Sophia gave her a nod to assure her that everything was okay. "Are you coming tomorrow or not?" Victor's voice rang out of the phone. Sophia replied in a low tone, "I can't. Brother said Alpha Bryan didn't give him a pass." "That's it. It's not even an excuse, Sophia." "What do you mean?" She heard him chuckle and say, "You have the head Alpha with you, who is also the chief guest. 1 pass? I can give you 100 passes for the party. Just get ready to go with me." "A black dress." Sarah spoke out with a surprised look. The pack party was tonight, and Sophia just received a parcel from Alpha Victor. It was an expensive dress with the label of the famous French designer who lived in the Moon Valley pack. Sophia was at Sarah's house because she knew her mother would not let her attend the party. She lied to her and told her that she would stay at Sarah's house tonight. A black dress for a flawless beauty. Your boyfriend, Victor? Sarah's eyes grew wider as she read the card inside the box. She turned to Sophia with parted lips. "Boyfriend? Sophia, what's going on? I thought you two were friends." Sophia stared at the box without responding to Sarah. The day she went to receive Victor from the airport, she had a discussion with him about it. Looking at the dress, she recalled their conversations. Flashback. "I will hold your hand this time, because the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Victor raised an eyebrow in response. "Enemy? You are not qualified to be his enemy." Sophia was shocked after hearing him. Wasn't it exactly what Bryan had told her? Why did they talk in the same way? She could not keep her cool as anger flashed in her eyes. "What did you say?" Victor turned away from her, raising his hand to summon a waiter. Seeing his ignorance about her question, she got mad. Victor ordered the best set of meals for them. After taking the order, the waiter left the table. Sophia tightened her fists and said, "I don't want to have a meal with you anymore. I have lost my appetite." After saying that, she was ready to get up from her chair. But Victor placed his hands on her fists, which were resting on the table. He brought her hands closer to him and patted them. Calm down. Sophia first looked at her hands, then at him. He shook his head and said, "You can't win anything with anger. You are saying this to me? The man whom every pack member is terrified of?" His gaze shifted to her. "So do you know about me, but pretend like you don't know?" "What do you mean?" "I heard from others, and we read them in the pack gallery as well." The table fell silent as no one spoke again, but Victor did not leave her hands either. Sophia took a deep breath when she realized she was becoming enraged with Victor for no reason. He was not to blame. "I know I am not qualified, for I cannot even stoop that low like him, but now I am right in front of you. Who else can teach me better than you?" A smirk appeared on his lips as if her words had truly impressed him. "Not bad. You chose the right person." Sophia nodded her head and tried to remove her hands from his grips. When she almost moved her hands, his grip tightened. She gazed at him. He looked at her and rubbed the back of her hands with his thumbs, as if it were something he enjoyed doing. Sophia gulped as she felt the touches on her hands. He was not used to another man's touches, so she felt a little uncomfortable. However, she did not break the grip forcefully. She assumed he would mind it. Suddenly, he said something that shocked her. "Sophia, be my girlfriend." This time, she yanked her hands and stood up from her chair in shock. The loud noise of the chair moving echoed throughout the restaurant. Other customers cast glances at her, but she was not in the right frame of mind to return their glances or pay them any attention. Victor leaned back against his chair with a calm face. "I'm serious. If you want to get revenge on that man, be with me." How did it affect him? He doesn't even care about me. Victor grabbed the glass of water that had been placed in front of him. He sipped it and then put it back on the table. He took time to think about it before responding. He doesn't care. It's true, but it can knock down his arrogance. Sophia focused her gaze on the man in front of her. For once, she was confused. Did she do the right thing to come to this man? After all, at the end of the day, he was also a head alpha, who everyone counted as dangerous. She shook her head. "I don't feel it right," she mumbled in a confused tone. Victor stood up and moved behind her. He gently pushed her shoulders to make her sit in her chair. She slowly sat back in her chair, thinking about it. Victor leaned over her from the back. Reaching over, he filled an empty glass with water. As he did so, his arm continued to brush against hers. He put the glass down close to her and took her hand in his. His fingers became entangled with hers as he held the glass. When he let it go, he whispered in her ear, "Think about it. Usually, I don't date. This chance is only for you." She blinked her eyes, not knowing what to say or feel at that moment. It was only a few times that she had met him. When did she give him the right to be so close to her? Victor returned to his chair. Sophia thought about it a lot. She realized she wished to see Bryan in regret. She recalled how her mother always talked about a boyfriend for her. If she agreed to Victor's proposal, she could kill two birds with one stone, so she took a deep breath and nodded her head. Victor's brows lifted. "What okay?" "Both of our goals are only one, and that is Bryan Morrison's downfall. I can be your girlfriend, but we will just pretend." Victor sneered at her as he muttered in a low tone, "That is up to me to decide whether it will be acting or real." "What?" "Nothing." End of flashback. "Sophia, are you listening to me? Where are you lost?" Sarah's voice jolted her out of her thoughts. She turned to her and replied, "It's true. I'm dating Alpha Victor." "Sophia, why didn't you tell me about this yesterday? Are you sure about what you are doing right now?" Sarah asked after listening to everything. When she found out how Sophia had disclosed the trade secret of Bryan's company, she grabbed her forehead in frustration. After taking Sophia's hands, she uttered, "Listen to me. I would have never let you do that if I had known about it. You can't just reveal anyone's secret like that." Sophia let out a sigh and replied, "I stopped doing that, but I can't let go of that man. I just hate him." Sarah stared at her for a while. "Do you really think it can shake Alpha Bryan? I mean, I like your idea, but the person is not right. It's Alpha Victor, you know." Sophia frowned as she asked, "Tell me, why are you all so afraid of him? He is just a normal man." Sarah's brows lifted in surprise. Are you serious? I mean, what Nolan told me about him. What did he say? That he doesn't care about his pack members. He had been away from his pack for years for an unknown reason. The moment he returned, his father had to make him the head alpha. He is the heir. Of course, he should get the pack. He is not that bad. Sarah scratched her chin and mumbled, Or is he just good with you? Sophia's eyes widened. What do you mean? Sarah winked at her. I am trying to understand the situation. Everything is moving so fast that I cannot tell who wants whom. If he really wanted his pack back, he could have objected to his sister's wedding, but instead, he is with you. Should I assume he is interested in you? Sarah wiggled her brows. Sophia hit her arm lightly. It's not like that. He is just after Bryan. What about you two? Sarah winked at her. Sarah! Sarah laughed while holding her stomach. Look, you are blushing. The lonely woman is trapped between two deadly alphas. Ha! Not so funny. Sophia said it with a fake smile. Sarah laughed, but after a while she let out a deep breath. She was concerned for Sophia. Though she warned her, she had tangled in something that could either break her or make her. Hurry up, we should be on time, Sophia said, grabbing the box. When Victor called her yesterday to go with him, she asked him for another 2 passes for Sarah and Nolan. He agreed to it, as long as she went with him. When Sophia was finished getting ready, she looked at her reflection in the mirror. Her perfect body was beautifully hugged by the long black dress she was wearing. Like stars in the night sky, the glitter on the dress was dazzling. It caused her skin to glow. Her eyes stared at the dress. The color black reminded her of the man she did not want to see. But tonight, she would have to confront him. She wanted to show him that she was capable of moving on in her life. She could also be with someone else. There was someone who could call her his girlfriend. Even though he, too, was a head alpha, you thought of me so lowly that you never acknowledged me as your girlfriend. You thought I did not deserve to stand with an alpha. But tonight, I will show you what I deserve. I will break your arrogance tonight. Let your hair down. You look most beautiful with it, Sarah said while putting on her high heels. Sarah was dressed in a violet dress that ended just below her knee. She stood up and turned to Sophia. Every alpha will be on their knees the way you look right now. Sophia sneered at her remarks. Come on, you are pampering your best friend now. Sarah locked her arms with hers and said, I never lie. See it at the party. As they left the house, they noticed Nolan waiting for them outside in his car. He was surprised by the looks of 2 beautiful women. Am I in heaven? Why are 2 angels approaching me? Sophia and Sarah laughed at him. Nolan complimented Sophia and then turned to Sarah. He gave Sarah a kiss and muttered, You look hot, baby. Sophia coughed and cleared her throat. Nolan moved away from Sarah and rubbed his neck. I'm sorry. Sarah shook her head. Don't feel sorry for her. She is no longer single. She has her man now, she said to Nolan, winking at Sophia. Man? Did Alpha? Yes, Alpha. She is with Alpha Victor right now. Sarah quickly interrupted Nolan, ensuring that he did not mention Bryan. It would only ruin Sophia's mood. Nolan was too shocked to react. Sarah did not say anything else to him because Sophia had told her not to discuss it with anyone. Is it true, Sophia? Nolan asked her. When Sophia was about to reply, a familiar car drove toward them and came to a halt behind Nolan's car. A handsome man stepped down from the car. He was carrying a bouquet of flowers. Alpha Victor? Nolan mumbled when the 3 of them turned their attention to him. His gaze shifted to them, eventually settling on the woman dressed in black. With a sly grin on his face, Victor walked toward her. Sophia was stunned when he handed her the bouquet and kissed her on the cheek. Hello, gorgeous. She froze in her place. She did not expect him to do something like that. Did he just kiss her cheek? She blinked her eyes as she was puzzled by the moment. Sarah and Nolan were astounded. Victor chuckled at Sophia's reaction. He turned to her friends and said, Don't mind her. My girlfriend is a bit slow. Sophia frowned when she came to her senses. Nolan immediately extended his hand toward him to greet him. Victor shook his hand with him. They are my friends, Sarah and Nolan. Sophia introduced them to him in a low tone. Let's go, darling. We should not keep my sister and soon-to-be brother-in-law waiting too long. Sophia looked away from him after hearing him. He opened the front door of his car for her and she got inside. He returned to the driver's seat and started the car while Nolan and Sarah got into Nolan's car and drove to the venue of the pack party. Sophia slowly turned her head to look at Victor. His handsome face caught her attention. She averted her gaze as she asked, "Why did you kiss me that time in front of my friends?" Victor let out a dark laugh and muttered, "Do you even count that as a kiss?" Sophia knew he was kidding with her right now. It was all an act in front of her friends. "Whatever. Don't do that again." After slowing down the car, he turned his head to glance at her. "What if I do that again? What can you do to me?" She turned to face him, giving him a cold look. "I will kill you, Alpha Victor." Victor did not move his gaze from Sophia after hearing her. His eyes were calm, but she could see a glint of anger inside them, which stunned her. She turned away from him, only to be shocked. A truck was approaching the car from a distance. "Hey, do you want to die? Focus on the road." However, Victor did not avert his gaze from her. Instead, he muttered, "What will happen? It will only smash the car." Her eyes widened as she turned her head at him again. "Woo, what are you saying? Look at the road, Victor. It's not funny anymore." She felt he had almost looked insane. How did he say that? Did he want to die? Her heart rate increased as he accelerated the car and drove toward the truck rather than turning it aside. "Victor, what's wrong with you? Why so afraid? Death is so close to you. Feel it." Sophia tightened her grip on the seatbelt. Her eyes were wide and her heart was pounding inside her chest. She could not believe she was going to die soon. She shut her eyes in fear when the car was about to touch the truck. At that moment, she felt the car make a sharp right turn, causing her body to move toward Victor. She felt a hand wrap around her waist as the car jerked to a halt. She slowly opened her eyes, realizing that the car was not moving. There was no truck in front of the car, and she was leaning against a firm chest. She lifted her head and saw a pair of red eyes. She was stunned, and she immediately moved back to her seat. Victor blinked his eyes, and they turned back to black. He leaned toward her and whispered, "If you want to kill me, you must first learn how to face death. Only someone who is fearless of death can be my demise." Sophia blinked her eyes. She regained her composure and pushed his chest firmly. "Are you crazy?" Victor moved back and burst out laughing. "Look at your face. You are so scared." Sophia tightened her fists and glared at him. "Do you think everything is funny? If you keep looking at me like that, it can kill me. Perhaps you were talking about this," he muttered as he restarted the car. Sophia found this man very strange. Now she understood why he got the title of careless man. The reason was that he always did whatever he wanted. His lifestyle was different from other alphas. She noticed the bouquet fall near her legs. She grabbed it and tossed it lightly into the back seat. "You almost killed me with your entertaining tactics," she mumbled with anger. "I can never kill." Victor's tone was harsh, as if he were telling her that he would never do that to her. She felt confused about whether it was the right idea to accept this man's proposal. Because who knew? She might even die before reaching the party. She rubbed her forehead with worry and combed her hair with her fingers to restyle it. Sophia did not say anything else, so the car fell silent. She believed that if she let out anything more, this man would lose his temper and plan to make a fool of her again, so she remained quiet. After a while, the car pulled over in front of the party venue. Victor got out of the car and walked to the door beside Sophia. He opened the door and reached out to her. Sophia looked at his hand, hesitant to take it. He lowered himself to her level. "Don't be afraid. You are the only woman who can talk to me while looking into my eyes. If you give me the same vibe as others, I will lose interest very quickly." Sophia shut her eyes to calm herself. She took a deep breath before grabbing his hand. When she stepped down from the car, she looked at him and replied, "If you lose interest, that is fine with me, because I don't have any interest in you either." Her tone was sharp, but her eyes were calm, as if she had not been afraid of death before. Victor closed the door and grinned at her. "Pardon me, I was just trying to make you stronger, because what if that man blackmails you about killing you? You can deal with it now by looking into his eyes." Sophia looked at her, trying to understand him. How did he know Bryan so well? So, all that fear of death was only to make her experience it? She smiled at him and mumbled, "Don't worry." One day, I will stab him in the chest without even shaking my hands. Who knows, maybe I will overcome my fear of death to kill you as well." Victor was stunned by her words. She winked at him and started walking ahead. After a few steps, she turned around to see him still in his position. "We are getting late, Boyfie. Let's go." Victor scoffed at her. He chuckled, shaking his head. "What a cold woman I got for myself." Sophia smirked at him, pleased to see the alpha caught off guard. Victor handed his car keys to a guard and turned to face Sophia. She locked her arms with his and they began to walk toward the party hall. As they entered the hall together, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to them. Many people bowed their heads when they saw Alpha Victor. "Adon is here." Sophia heard what they were saying. Her hands loosened around Victor's arm, but he put his hand over here to keep her from removing it. "Don't worry, they are just my worshippers." After saying that, Victor walked inside with Sophia. People kept glancing at Sophia with shocked eyes. They had seen Alpha Victor with many women before, but he never entered a party with one. It drew the attention of every key member of the Moon Valley Pack. Sophia noticed Sarah waving at her from a corner. She rushed to her and asked, "Where were you? We arrived earlier than you." Victor looked at Sarah and replied, "We were just romancing in the middle of the street, right, darling?" Sophia cleared her throat upon hearing Victor's remarks. Sarah looked at them with a surprised look. Sophia shook her head, indicating that he was only joking. At that time, everyone turned silent as another couple entered the party. Sophia's gaze shifted to the couple, particularly to the man. His black suit and dominant aura engulfed the entire hall as if they were spreading darkness everywhere. "All hail to our head Alpha," the people from the Nightshade Pack spoke out after bowing to him. Sophia saw him give them a nod as he entered the hall. His gaze wandered around the hall before coming to stop on her. Bryan's gaze landed on Sophia, his brow almost furrowed, but he maintained his composure. However, when his gaze shifted to the man beside her, his expression changed. "Bryan," Mila let out a soft voice as she grabbed his arm. He saw Sophia look away from him and turned to the man whom he did not like at all. "Bryan?" Mila spoke up again when she was unable to get his attention. Bryan moved his gaze from Sophia and turned his head to look at Mila. She smiled at him with a bright face. Her face glowed under the lights, and her red dress glittered like diamonds on roses. "We are still standing near the gate. Don't you want to meet others?" Mila asked him, glancing at others. Bryan turned away from her and stepped forward. People from the Moon Valley Pack stared at him with careful eyes. All these years, they had heard about Alpha Bryan. He had a history with their pack that only the former pack officials knew about. They looked at the young man with an unfamiliar fear in their eyes. When Bryan's gaze fell on them, they immediately lowered their heads slightly, almost bowing to him, but they did not forget that another man was present in the party who could rip their heads if they dared to do so. Bryan walked into the hall with a calm face. No one knew what he was thinking as he approached his parents, who were talking with Mila's parents. "Bryan, my son!" Alpha Harry spoke in a proud tone. Mila moved to hug Bryan's mother, Juliana Morrison. Juliana seemed impressed with Mila. She was thrilled that her son was getting married to Mila, a woman who could rule the pack just like she used to rule as the pack's Luna. "You look lovely," Juliana said to Mila. "Aunt, don't say that. Just look at yourself. You are gorgeous. It looks like we are the same age." When the others heard Mila, they chuckled. Mila cast a glance at Bryan as she flattered his mother in an attempt to impress him, but Bryan did not look interested in it. "Alpha Bryan." Alpha Lucas spoke as he extended his hand. Bryan shook his hand with him, but Lucas did not let his hand go. Instead, he spoke in a pleading tone. "Alpha, it is a pleasure to attend this party. You are treating our pack members really well." With a cold gaze, Bryan nodded at him, but then his gaze shifted behind Lucas. He could see his son laughing with Sophia. His cold eyes darkened, and he muttered, "Your son is quite happy today. Should I give him a reason to cry?" His deep voice shook Alpha Lucas from the inside out, causing his hand to shake slightly. Mila's mother, on the other hand, rolled her eyes. "I don't know why he is here at a party related to my daughter. I assumed he would not bother to come." Bryan did not move his gaze as he responded. "I also thought so." Juliana and Harry turned around and looked at Victor. They were surprised a while ago when they saw a familiar woman enter the hall with Victor. The fact that both of their sons would be attending the party tonight left them unsure of how to react to this. Alpha Lucas withdrew his hand and remarked, "I have no authority over him. He is the head alpha of the Moon Valley Pack. You are aware of how he is. I believe he is untouchable." On the other hand, Mila was taken aback. She could not believe Victor had brought Sophia with him to the party. She expected him to spend one night with her before leaving, but the situation evolved into something more. Did he come here with her to ruin my wedding plans? She wondered, clenching her jaw in anger. Bryan could not keep his gaze on Sophia as his officials came into his sight. "Excuse me," Bryan said to the elders after breaking Mila's grip on his arm. Mila stared at his back as he left her side. Bryan made his way toward his officials. He looked at Gamma Abraham, who looked enraged. Abraham had just entered the hall, but he became enraged upon seeing that his sister had also come to the party. Not only did she come, but she also came with Alpha Victor. Alpha. He bowed to Bryan as soon as he approached him. The other officials also bowed to him. Bryan grabbed a glass of wine from a waiter and took a sip. "I see you couldn't do what I told you," Bryan said to Abraham. Abraham glanced at Sophia and muttered, "My apologies, Alpha. Allow me to go and speak to her. I am going to scold her for." Bryan looked at him with cold eyes, which stopped him. "There is no need to scold her. Just leave it. If she really wanted to attend a pack party, she could have come to me directly. There was no need to go and ask for passes from the rival Alpha." His tone was calm, as if he did not care at all. It was like she was just another guest at the party for him. Abraham took a deep breath when he realized Bryan was not angry with his sister. Beta Robert stared at Bryan's indifferent face for a while. When the other officials moved to another side, he stood beside Bryan and murmured, "Calm down, Alpha." Bryan scoffed as he chugged down his drink and placed the empty glass on a tray carried by a waiter. His gaze returned to Sophia, who was holding a glass of wine and talking with Victor. His men informed him today that she went to Sarah's house, but he did not expect her to come from there with Victor. "Then what made you think I am not calm, Beta Robert?" he inquired in a low tone. Robert swallowed, sensing that Bryan's calmness was even more sinister than his fierce expression. "I know you. Bryan, you need to calm down on the inside. It is a pack party. I think she is just here to see what you will do." Bryan listened to Robert, but his eyes were fixed on Sophia. Under the chandelier light, her black gown sparkled with stones. Her bare arms looked appealing, and her flawless body drew every man's attention. She looked like the most attractive woman at the party. Suddenly, Bryan's eyes flashed red as his face could not remain calm anymore. He noticed Victor grabbing Sophia's waist. His inner wolf began to growl inside. He clenched his jaw, frowning hard. He expected Sophia to push away the man's hand, but Sophia gave him a soft smile. Victor told her something, and she nodded her head in response. Soon after that, they started moving in his direction. Bryan's eyes burned with rage as he stared at Sophia. Didn't Abraham say she thought of that man as just her friend? But how could she allow a friend to get this close to her? As the beta of this pack, Robert had to do his duty, so when Victor approached, Robert could not help but greet him. Alpha Victor. Victor looked at Robert as he came to a halt with Sophia in front of him and Bryan. Sophia avoided eye contact with Bryan. When Victor grabbed her waist and told her that he was going to introduce her to his parents, she agreed with it. She did not know if it was necessary. However, when she glanced at Bryan and found him standing in the way, she could not help but nod at Victor. "It's surprising to see you at this party so early," Beta Robert said in a sarcastic tone. Victor smiled at him and replied, "How can I not come? The woman who is accompanying me today is very special to me." Sophia felt awkward when Robert raised his brow and glanced at her. "I see." Sophia ignored Bryan's gaze the entire time, even though she could feel him staring at her. However, Victor did not ignore it. He looked over at Bryan and uttered, "Alpha Bryan, you look so cool today. I guess you are enchanted by my sister's charms." Bryan shifted his gaze to Robert and replied, "You are so right, Alpha Victor." Sophia tightened her fists when she heard that. She ignored Bryan's remarks and held Victor's arm. "Victor, you said you were going to talk to your parents. Both Bryan and Robert were taken aback by her soft tone. Victor glanced at her hand, then smirked at her. "Of course, darling. Let me summon them here." Bryan was fuming inside. He could not believe Victor had dared to call Sophia darling, and she responded with another smile. Robert glanced at Sophia, then at Bryan. He could only pray in his head that Bryan would not lose control. But he also knew who his alpha was. He was a man who could never lose his temper or show his vulnerable side to others. In fact, he preferred to punish others harshly while maintaining a calm demeanor. Victor tilted his head and looked at his father. "Alpha Lucas, please come here with everyone. I have something to say." Alpha Lucas's eyes widened when Victor called him. He took a quick glance at his wife and daughter. They all appeared terrified, as if Victor had summoned them not to speak but to kill. Alpha Harry noticed the fear and nodded at Lucas. "Let's go to him. Let's see what new thing he has discovered." Both Bryan's and Mila's parents walked toward them. Mila trailed behind them. Bethany Laurent, Mila's mother, looked at her daughter. She slowed her pace and grabbed Mila's hand. "What's wrong with you? Do you think with this terrified expression you will become Alpha Bryan's Luna?" She whispered to Mila. Mila's gaze was fixed on Sophia as she murmured, "Can't you see that woman, Mom? She is here. How do I stay calm? Who is she that makes you so nervous? She is just another plaything for Victor." Mila looked at her mother with a disapproving look. "Mom, didn't you recognize her? She is Bryan's mate." Bethany's footsteps came to a halt. "What? What is she doing with Victor?" Mila clenched her jaw in rage. "That's what I'm saying. Victor seemed interested in her, so I expected him to spend the night with her and then leave the pack. I assumed he was not interested in this party. I wonder if he is aware that she was Bryan's mate. We kept it a secret from him. If he knows, then you know him. He can do anything." Bethany slowly turned her attention to Victor and Sophia. "There is no need to worry. Bryan is on our side. He will go to any length to ensure that the wedding goes ahead. He is a man of one word." After that, they went up to Victor and Sophia. On the other hand, Victor looked at his father when he and others came to him. Sophia raised her head to glance at Victor. She was surprised when he addressed his father by name and rank. She believed they had a really bad relationship. A frown formed on her face as she noticed Victor's expression change when his father approached. She remembered him telling her that his father had betrayed his mother and married Mila's mother. She wondered if he despised them. Her brows slightly rose when he noticed how cold he was looking. Victor, whom she knew, was no longer there. In fact, he had a very fierce face, which almost caused her to take a step back. "Alpha Lucas, why are you so scared, as if I am going to eat you alive?" Victor said this while looking at Lucas. Alpha Lucas cleared his throat and glanced at Bryan, who turned calm. It gave him a sense of relief. If Bryan was not angry, then everything must be all right. Lucas turned to face Victor and answered, "We thought you wouldn't co." Victor shook his head as he muttered, "I don't like the same repeated question, Alpha Lucas. What you all think doesn't matter to me. You are all blessed that I am here, isn't it?" His cold demeanor astounded Sophia. She blinked her eyes, turning away from Victor, but her gaze fell on another cold man. She saw Bryan staring at her. His calm expression indicated that he did not mind who she was with. "I don't care about you either, Bryan." She thought about it and looked away, as if he were a stranger to her. Mila walked toward Bryan and held his arm. She glared at Sophia. Sophia noticed it and gave her an eye roll. "You wanted to talk about something," Alpha Harry told Victor after greeting him with a nod. Victor grinned at him and glanced at Bryan, who did not even look at him for once. "I would like to introduce you all to someone." He turned to Sophia and drew her closer to him as his hand was already gripping her waist. Sophia was stunned by the sudden pull, but she didn't react in front of others. Instead, she placed her hand on Victor's chest and smiled at him. "I always want to keep you close to me, you know," Victor said loudly. After saying that, he turned to others and fixed his gaze on Bryan. "Meet my girlfriend, Sophia Berga." A loud growl reverberated throughout the entire hall as soon as Victor finished his sentence. The sound of the dominant growl sent shivers down the spines of every guest. They struggled to keep from giving in or dropping to their knees as they trembled. They turned to their two rival alphas who were glaring at each other. It was Alpha Bryan who growled at Alpha Victor. He pushed Mila's hand and stepped toward Victor with a pair of red eyes. His wolf almost took over. But he caged him inside. His gaze was a warning for Victor to let out another word. Victor, on the other hand, calmed himself and smirked at Bryan. What caused Alpha Bryan to growl? Is there any problem, Alpha? Victor mocked him with his tone. Bryan was no longer able to remain calm. I allowed you to stay in my pack just for this party. A leaf on a tree can't even move here without my permission, and you plan to get a girlfriend here? Victor sneered at him. I like this woman, and I will have her no matter what. You can't do anything about it. There are no rules preventing me from getting a girlfriend here. Oh yeah, until the woman disagrees with me. I will kill you. Alpha Bryan. Sophia interrupted Bryan as she spoke out in a cold tone. Bryan slowly shifted his gaze to her. Sophia looked into his eyes and said, You have no right to speak to my boyfriend like that. I like him and he likes me. We are made for each other. Bryan gritted his teeth as he muttered, What did you just say? The atmosphere became heated. Sarah and Nolan were confused about whether to go to Sophia or not. I think I should be with her at this time, Sarah said as she began to walk towards Sophia. But Nolan grabbed her hand to stop her. Sarah, let Alpha handle this. Sarah was shocked as she turned to Nolan. I know Alpha Bryan is our leader, but we are on Alpha Victor's side in this situation. He is Sophia's boyfriend. Nolan shook his head. It's not possible. But why? Please, don't argue at this moment. He is not good for her. I don't know why Sophia can't see this. Sarah was puzzled. She had also warned Sophia about it, but since she was Sophia's best friend, she should be with her in every situation. Meanwhile, Sophia stared into Bryan's engaged eyes. She could not help but feel at ease in her heart. She was pleased to see his reaction. This man hurt her a lot. She wanted to hurt him now. What did you think? I can't get a man? You are in high authority and no one can overtake you, she thought. She took a deep breath and replied, I said we like each other. I do not see a problem with it. Abraham dashed toward them, standing between Sophia and Bryan. He grabbed Sophia's hand and asked, Sophia, what's wrong with you? Do you even know what you are saying? He did not know what he would do at this moment. He also heard Sophia's words to Bryan when her voice reached the other guests. It was unbelievable to him that his sister had a relationship with Alpha Victor. Brother, I am not going to listen to you today. You should accept that Victor and I are together. Abraham glared at her, but a hand grabbed his wrist and yanked it away from Sophia's hand. Don't touch her. Just because you are his brother, you can't decide everything for her. She is not a kid anymore, Victor said, pushing Abraham's hand. When another Alpha pushed their Gamma, the pack fighters surrounding the hallway all straightened up. All of the pack fighters looked up to Abraham as their main warrior. He had a reputation and respect. Sophia was completely taken aback. She did not expect Victor to do so. It was disrespectful to her brother, but at this moment, she could not say anything. Dare to touch my Gamma again. I will bury you right here, Bryan warned. Bryan's father and his officials were all looking at him. They were shocked at Bryan's self-control. They wondered if there was anyone else in his position who could tolerate such disrespect without taking action against it. Then tell your Gamma not to disturb my woman, Victor replied. He held Sophia closely and muttered, I'm not here to fight. Otherwise, I would have never left my officials in my pack. You want to marry my sister, so go for it. But if you come my way, I will banish the whole Laurent family from my pack. Then I will see how they plan a happy wedding or trade my half-pack against my will. All the members of the Moon Valley pack lowered their heads when they heard their Alpha's statement. They were bound to follow him. Alpha Lucas and his family could not let out a single word against it. Mila cast a glance at the guests. She noticed how they were watching two Alphas fight over a woman. She made an effort to find a solution to the problem. She spoke up with a shaky tone. Brother, you are just interested in her. Let's not stretch the matter. Bryan is just concerned for her because she is his Gamma's sister. Victor glared at Mila. Is this really the reason? He turned to Sophia and asked, Don't you believe me? Your Alpha is concerned for you. What are your thoughts about it? Sophia looked at Bryan and told Victor, He is my head Alpha. What can I say about it? I am grateful that he is concerned about me, but I believe he should focus on his personal life and fiancée rather than others. I am mateless and ready to be in love with you." Bryan froze on her words. In a matter of seconds, his fierce look vanished from his face, as if there was a layer of ice that concealed his feelings completely. Victor looked impressed by her words. He nodded his head at her. He then turned around with her to face his pack members. "I don't care about Alpha Lucas's daughter's wedding. I came here to make my own declaration." Everyone looked at him carefully, preparing themselves to hear his announcement. His gaze darted around the hall before he spoke out loud. "I, Alpha Victor Laurent, will give you your Luna in 1 month. She, Sophia Berg, will be the Luna of the Moon Valley Pack. She is an Omega and a mateless wolf. I'm sure you don't have any issues with it. If you do, you know your Alpha can solve any problem by simply moving his hand." Sophia was shocked. It was impossible for her to believe what she was hearing. All the members of the Moon Valley Pack spoke out in unison. "All hail to our head Alpha and our future Luna." Sophia looked around at the people. The way they bowed toward them, especially in front of Victor, revealed fear in their eyes. They were obligated to obey his orders and did not dare to challenge his decision. She slowly turned her gaze to Victor, who stared at his pack members with cold eyes. "What have you just done?" "We didn't plan it," Sophia whispered. Victor looked at her and replied, "I changed the plan at the last moment." Sophia was at a loss for words right now. She intended to fake their relationship in front of others, but she never expected Victor to go so far. She clenched her jaw as she glared at him. She did not agree with it. It was clearly visible in her eyes. She wanted to push him, but she realized that someone was behind her, and she did not want him to see that, so she tried to keep calm and looked away from Victor. Meanwhile, Bryan's mother, Juliana, took a step back. Bryan's father, Alpha Harry, was also shocked. They did not understand why Victor did that. Mila and her family were equally shocked, as they felt the ground slip beneath their feet. Mila shifted her attention to Bryan and took a few deep breaths. She did not know if she should be happy that his mate was going away from him. Meanwhile, Beta Robert stared at his Alpha. He was worried like hell. If Bryan reacted in any way, the Nightshade Pack would be in big trouble. It was a major rule in both the Nightshade Pack and the Moon Valley Pack that if the head Alpha declared any woman as the future Luna, it was against the law to remove her from that position. It applied to Mila as well. She was the declared future Luna for years. Now, after Victor announced Sophia, she was also fixed for Luna's position. There was no one who could oppose it. It was only possible because Sophia claimed herself to be mateless. Because she stated that she did not have a mate, no one came to stop the wedding. When Robert noticed that Bryan's fists were becoming more clenched, he let out a trembling breath. The veins on Bryan's hands turned blue, as if the bloodline was about to burst. He slowly turned his attention to Bryan's face. He was shocked when he saw that Bryan's face was calm. It was as if he did not care. Robert shut his eyes to control his own emotions. His Alpha was trying to be indifferent. He did not want others to see what was going on inside him. Robert grabbed Bryan's fist and muttered, "Alpha, please." Bryan yanked his hand and raised it to halt him. Robert gulped and looked around at the other officials, who were all staring at Bryan in fear. On the other hand, Abraham appeared to be stunned. However, because he was upset with his sister, he maintained his silence and did not say anything. Her actions today made him feel hurt. He had never expected that from her. For him, Sophia and his mother were everything. Today, Sophia distanced herself from him and her life by pushing him away. Victor turned around and looked at Bryan. "Alpha Bryan, you don't need to be concerned about my Luna anymore. I will make sure that she is well taken care of in my pack. She is going to be very pleased with me." Bryan paid no attention to Victor's remarks and instead looked at Sophia, who had remained silent after the announcement. "Did you know about it?" he questioned her directly. His cunning gaze was enough to calculate her reaction. After giving a slight shrug of her shoulders, Sophia nodded her head. She looked into his eyes and replied, "Of course, Alpha Bryan. I was aware from the beginning. Victor is not like some typical Alpha who is running after power. My family has nothing to give him in return, yet he is eager to make me his Luna. Do you know why?" Bryan kept his gaze fixed on her, observing the hatred in her eyes for him. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, which irritated him. However, he did not express it through his face. "Why?" he asked calmly, as if it were just him and her, with no one else around. Sophia gave him a bitter smile from her heart. "He knows how to treat a woman with respect. Otherwise, other alphas are only interested in having mistresses alongside their wives." The alphas who were present at the party were taken aback by her statement. Most of them had mistresses. Some of their wives knew, while others were unaware. It was very common at this time to get women anywhere. They almost got mad that Sophia raised that matter to pull them in. Alpha Lucas looked around the hall and raised his hand to calm everyone down. He turned to Bryan, who was looking at Sophia. "Alpha Bryan, I think we should also discuss your and Mila's wedding date." Mila lowered her head when she heard that. To gain Bryan's attention, she said it in a soft tone. "It's okay, Dad. I don't mind having to wait a long time for the wedding. It's Bryan's choice how long he will make me wait." Taking his eyes off of Sophia, Bryan let out a sigh and then moved his gaze away from her. After giving a slight nod, he turned his attention to Alpha Lucas. The icy look in his eyes concerned Alpha Lucas. He thought Bryan would postpone the date, but he was shocked when he heard Bryan's next words. "Next month." Bryan turned to Victor and muttered, "The date will be set when Alpha Victor makes his decision." A glimpse of fire could be seen inside Victor's eyes as he glared at Bryan. As if his good mood had gone, he slowly let go of Sophia and stepped toward Bryan. "Why so calm, Alpha Bryan?" A smirk formed on Bryan's lips. He looked sinister, which shook many of them. As if he were trying to rein in his anger, Victor clenched his jaw tightly. "If you had crossed the border that night, you would not be here smirking like this." Bryan sneered at him. In their own realms, every alpha reigns supreme, but everyone knows who the real king is and who is a tempted beast. Sophia was too shocked to react. She could hear their conversation in low tones. She could see Victor was losing his temper. She had never seen him get out of control like this. So before Victor could do something foolish, she held his hand and said, "Victor, calm down." Bryan's eyes immediately turned back to Sophia as his lips curled, fading the smirk. He looked down at her hand, which was holding Victor's. Victor looked at Sophia and sighed. He smiled at her as if he had not been mad just a few seconds ago. "Let's enjoy the party. It's a celebration for us, isn't it?" Sophia blinked her eyes. She had no idea how to react. She gave him a nod. Then she walked away while holding Victor's hand. Bryan stared at her until she returned to her friends. "Bryan." He shifted his gaze away from Sophia when he heard Mila's voice. He looked at the guests and said, "Continue the party." With terrified faces, everyone turned their attention away from the two alphas. Very soon, the hall returned to normal. People began to enjoy the party once more, this time with two celebrations. Meanwhile, Sophia wanted to speak with Victor about his announcement, but it looked like he was avoiding the discussion. He went to his Pax people and started talking to them. Sophia rubbed her brow in frustration. She did not know the situation would turn out like this. "Sophia, are you really going to marry Alpha Victor?" Sarah asked with a worried face. Sophia remained quiet. She could not say anything to anyone until she spoke with Victor. Nolan held Sophia's hand and spoke in a convincing tone. "Sophia, you are too good for Alpha Victor. He is not our Pax Alpha. He has a very bad reputation with women. You should consider your decision." Sophia was speechless. How would she consider anything when Victor did not even give her the opportunity to decide something? He was the one who made the decision and announced it without asking her. She withdrew her hand from Nolan's grip and mumbled, "I can't say anything right now. Give me some time. I will explain everything later." As Nolan was about to say something, he noticed his sister Tracy and her boyfriend Hector. Because they were Bruce's friends, they got the invitation. Sophia noticed them and told Nolan and Sarah to meet them. "What about you?" Sarah asked her. "I need to get some fresh air right now." "Are you all right, Sophia?" "Yeah, I am fine. I promise." Sarah nodded and walked over to Tracy and Hector, accompanied by Nolan. Sophia knew both of her friends were worried about her. However, right now she did not need anyone, but needed to spend some time all alone. Her head was nearly spinning from stress. She looked around before turning left down a hallway. The people around her glanced at her, making her feel awkward. As if she was already their Luna, a few of them even bowed to her. She wondered why they were scared of Victor. Even his own father could not speak in front of him. While she was walking through the hallway, she discovered another smaller hall. It was dark. She looked around, observing the couches through the moonlight streaming through the window. It appeared to be a launch area where alphas could have private conversations. For the evening, all of the lights were turned off because the hall was not going to be used. She moved over to stand close to a window. The fresh wind caused her to close her eyes. She wanted to go to the forest and run for a while. She did not know where her fate was leading her. How would she become the Luna of a pack? How could she leave this pack? What about her family? What about her? Was she okay with it? She liked Victor as a man, but he was not someone she wanted to spend her life with. It would only destroy 2 lives. He deserved someone who loved and accepted him in their heart. Her eyes glowed an ocean blue when she opened them. As hatred grew in her heart, anger rose in her mind. She believed all of that was happening because of that one man, Bryan Morrison. He was responsible for everything she had to go through. If he had not come into her life and played with her by blackmailing her brother's position, she would not have had to face the time where she had no idea what was going to happen in her life. While she was thinking about what to say to Victor, a hand grabbed her arm and turned her around. Her eyes returned to black in surprise, and she gasped as her back was pressed hard against the wall next to the window. She saw a pair of red, fierce eyes looking at her. They were extremely close to her. It was as if they would hunt her alive. She composed herself and faced the man with those eyes without a trace of fear. "Alpha, Bryan?" she muttered in an indifferent tone, as if he were no one to her but only the head alpha of her pack. Bryan gazed into her cold eyes. Without saying anything to her, he stared at her. Sophia did not break eye contact as she asked, "Why are you here, Alpha? You should enjoy the celebration. Your wedding is in just 1 month." She felt his hands tighten around her arms. She grinned at him. "What happened, Alpha Bry?" Bryan moved closer to her, which interrupted her. Her breath hitched in her throat as she blinked her eyes. His cold breath touched her face as he spoke. "So you are mateless, huh?" Sophia raised a brow when she heard Bryan. Under her breath, she murmured as if amused, "You are indeed a very strong man, Bryan Morrison, but I can't ignore how shameless you are as well." Bryan clenched his jaw as his eyes fixed on her face. He was trying to control his rage. He was mad at her for holding another man's hand, giving another man the right to touch her, and agreeing to be with another man. "I asked you something. Are you mateless?" Sophia gave him the impression of a fearless woman who did not have any fear. Her eyes became colder as she responded, "Yes, I am mateless." He glared at her, tightened his fists, and almost forgot that he was holding her arms. When she hissed in pain, he immediately relaxed his grip. She closed her eyes and shook her head. "Alpha Bryan, all you can do is hurt me. But I am used to it." She opened her eyes and looked into his, then asked, "You only want to hear the answer that fits your needs." She paused for a moment, then smirked at him. "Am I right, mate?" Hearing her call him mate felt blissful to his ears. His eyes softened as they turned black. This woman's every word and action had such an impact on him that he struggled to control himself in front of others. He hated it. He despised the fact that someone else controlled him. "Why are you doing this?" he asked in a soft tone, moving closer to her. She did not move a little bit. Isn't this what I asked you a year ago? Why are you doing this? I cannot believe how fast the table turns. Don't you think so?" She looked in a cheerful mood, as if she were thrilled to be in this moment. Bryan froze as he remembered what she had said to him a year ago. Indeed, this was exactly what she asked him. "I know why you are doing this. You want to destroy me, right?" He muttered in displeasure. She stared at him without replying. Usually, he did not like anyone's silence when he asked them anything. However, right now, he liked her silence. There was some hope that the answer would be no. Perhaps she did not want that. His eyes slowly stroked her beautiful face. The moonlight glowed on her face as if she were the moonchild that every alpha was looking for. He realized that he had not been with this woman for a year. She had changed a lot. Her beauty, behavior, and personality all changed in just a year. He delicately ran his fingers over her bare arms. His touch caused her eyes to slowly close, which satisfied him. When he realized she was still reacting the same way she had before, a grin appeared in the corner of his lips. She had not forgotten the feeling of his touch yet. When he leaned down and moved closer to her ear, his nose brushed her cheek. It made her heart race faster. He closed his eyes and whispered in her ear. "That man is not right for you." His deep voice caused Sophia to open her eyes immediately. As if she had just realized that she almost got lost in his charms, she immediately pushed against his chest. Bryan did not move slightly. He just shifted his head to look at her. Stay away from him. He did not mind how Sophia was looking at her with an angry face. If there had been another person in her position, he would have pulled their eyes out for their audacity. However, it was Sophia. He could never think of doing anything to her. Even he did not know why he gave this woman such power to do whatever she wanted. "It is you who should stay away from me," she muttered angrily. He smirked at him. "What do you think? Will I let you go if you give me this angry look?" She gulped as he placed both of his arms beside her head, trapping her between his arms. "Bryan Morrison, if you keep getting closer to me, I will kill you," she said in a furious tone. He scoffed at her when she challenged him. It made him go even closer to her. He almost pressed his body against hers. There were only a few inches separating them. "You can give these warnings to that man, not me. I am Bryan Morrison, not that newly crowned alpha, Victor Laurent." She took a pause as if stunned by his words. "You have 1 month to clean up this mess. Just tell that man you don't want to marry him." After a long time of silence, she began to laugh like a madwoman. She shook her head as if she could not believe it. "Why would I do that? Why would I call off that marriage? Oh, wait, to become Alpha Bryan's mistress? To let him play with my body and satisfy his desire?" Bryan did not like how she said that. Her words enraged him, and he asked, "Didn't I let you go and let you live peacefully? I did not force you to do anything. Then why are you getting in my way?" "Your way? What's your way?" "Now, I cannot move on with another man in my life and have a husband like any other woman?" she inquired with an innocent expression. "No," he answered directly. There was no room for a sugar-coating. Sophia's eyes blazed with fame as she pushed him with both hands. It was powerful enough to move him a few steps. Her action stunned him. She glared at him and said, "I have already told you how much I hate you. Just marry that woman and be happy. If you come in my way and dare to touch my man in order to hurt him or plan to cancel the wedding, I will reveal the truth in front of everyone that I have been hiding for the past 2 years." Sophia could not believe how this man had almost captivated her again just a few minutes ago. She did not understand where he got so much confidence to come to talk to her after everything he had done to her. She reminded herself that she hated him, his touch, and his existence. She warned him to stay away from Victor. A frown appeared on Bryan's face as he let out a low growl. "Your man? Dare to call him that again?" She was puzzled. Was that the only thing he heard over all that she had just said? "He is not only my man, but also my future alpha husband and mate, because I will let him mark me after the wedding." "Stop saying all these things. Don't force me to." She walked past him while mumbling, "I don't care about your warning. I have nothing to do with you." Bryan grabbed her arm and turned her to face him. "That man is not good for you. He is not the person you are thinking of. He is evil." Sophia could not help but chuckle. "And you are a saint?" He was taken aback by her question. He took a deep breath and let out, "You don't get what is going on, Sophia Berg." "I don't want to know either. I will marry him for sure. He is my boyfriend, and I said he likes me a lot. He is not someone who will make me his mistress, but rather someone who will give me something that my mate could never give." It's not only Luna's position, but also the name of the relationship that will give me respect in front of everyone. He will not make me another woman in a married couple, but the main reason is that he made me forget the man I once loved. Bryan stared at her. His heart was clenching inside, thinking of her with another man. He could never see that. Leave me. I don't want my boyfriend to see me with you like this. I don't want any misunderstanding. He hates you, and so do I. You cannot hate me, he grumbled. I do. Didn't you say I was not qualified to be your enemy? Look at me. Very soon I will be the Luna of your rival. Bryan's hand tightened as he lost his temper. Sophia struggled to free herself as he grabbed her arms tightly. Let me go, she said a little loudly. Alpha! Sophia froze when she heard her brother's voice. She slowly turned her head to the side. Abraham had just walked into the hall and noticed Bryan holding Sophia like that. Hurrying over to Bryan, he said, Please leave my sister. Bryan did not give a damn about his plea, as his eyes were fixed on Sophia. He had a furious look. His eyes were so dark that they could devour anyone in the darkness. Alpha, I am asking for an apology. Please, don't hurt her. Abraham nearly trembled in his voice. Though he was Bryan's gamma, he did not have the same relationship with him as Robert and Edger, allowing him to speak to him informally. He was only his gamma, not one of his friends. Brother, Sophia mumbled. She was surprised to see her brother come to her rescue. After all the humiliation he had to go through for her, he still cared for her and apologized to his Alpha for letting her go. She felt emotional, but she did not want to show her emotions in front of the other man who was digging her eyes at her. Alpha, please, I beg you. Brother, don't beg him. He doesn't deserve it. Abraham expressed his dissatisfaction to Sophia by looking at her and saying, Let me talk to him. He was afraid that Bryan would kill Sophia. How could someone from his pack agree to marry his rival Alpha? Not only that, but it was his very own Gamma's sister. Bryan shut his eyes in rage and let go of Sophia's arms. As soon as he finally let her go, she took a few steps back. At that moment, Abraham immediately bowed to Bryan and said, You can punish me. I am ready for any punishment. Sophia's eyes widened. She approached Abraham and grabbed his arm to turn him toward her. Why are you saying this, brother? Do you think he is our Lord? No way. He can't do anything if we all stop obeying him. He is nothing more than a coward. I am sorry to say that you chose the wrong Alpha for admiration. We should have left this pack after Dad's death if we knew we had to obey this kind of Alpha. Sophia, Abraham yelled at her. She flinched. She took a few steps back after removing her hands from his arm. You always scold me because of this man, she said to Abraham while pointing her finger at Bryan. Bryan stared at her without moving his eyes for a single second. For God's sake, Sophia, stop all of this. You have already messed up so many things by agreeing to be Alpha's Luna, whom we despise the most, Abraham told her. Sophia nodded her head and turned her head to look at Bryan. You think this man is perfect, right? Do you even know your Alpha's reality? What reality? Abraham asked in confusion. Sophia folded her hands against her chest and answered. Brother, didn't he tell you that he would discuss the maid bond after the party? The wedding date is set and confirmed for next month. Now ask him what he wanted to say. Abraham glanced at Bryan and asked, Alpha, you told me that? The mate bond is unbreakable. I lied to you, Bryan said in a cold tone without moving his gaze away from Sophia. Abraham's brows lifted in shock. What are you saying, Alpha? Sophia scoffed as she said, Alpha? So much respect? Does he even deserve it? Isn't he going to marry another woman instead of his own mate? Abraham shook his head. Sophia, there must be something. Let me talk to him. No, brother, you don't know this man. She looked into Bryan's eyes and mumbled, He considers your sister a very lowly woman. Her voice caught in her throat as she could not say those words in front of her brother, but she was not going to stop tonight. She took a shaky breath and continued, He wanted your sister to be his mistress so that she could not go around and reveal the truth about the maidabond to others. Abraham could not believe what he had just heard. It hit him like a blow to the heart. His heart trembled. His knees were trembling and his eyes were wide. He slowly turned his head away from Sophia and looked at Bryan. His fear that what his sister was saying might be true grew when he saw his Alpha's cold face. But he still did not believe it. with a shaken voice, he asked, "Alpha, what is she talking about?" Sophia gave a disbelieving shake of her head, as though she were shocked that he was still holding faith in his Alpha. "Alpha?" he asked again. Bryan answered, keeping his gaze fixed on Sophia. "It's true. I asked her to be my mistress a year ago." Abraham was shocked beyond words. His heart clenched inside, and rage rose in his mind. He was losing his cool as a brother, but his wolf was keeping him under control as a gamma. Abraham took a step back, as if he had lost everything. He looked at his sister, who was staring at him with pain in her eyes. Abaram's eyes became blurry because he did not know how to react. Sophia rushed to him. "Brother," she mumbled. She was stunned to see his reaction. For the first time, he looked at her with a pale and broken expression. He did not even look like this when he lost his position 2 years ago, or when his mother became ill. He looked like he had failed at something. Sophia thought about it and decided not to say anything more. She could not tell him about the deal that she made with Bryan about his position. She could not tell him about how he had made her his slave 1 year ago. She could not tell him how he played with her heart. It was because she did not want his brother to abandon his position for her. If he found out she had to spend nights with his Alpha in order to secure his position, his brother would break down. All of his confidence would shatter like glass, which she did not want. Abraham suddenly yanked her grip and walked over to Bryan. He grabbed his collar in rage. "How dare you? How could you even consider offering that to my sister? Do you think she is just a woman with whom you can play whenever you want? My sister was devastated by your brother, and now you?" Though Abraham was the gamma of the pack, right now, he was a brother. He dared to speak to his Alpha in such a way, despite the wolf inside of him growling. But he caged him inside. "Gamma Abraham!" There was a loud growl coming from the hallway entrance. All the lights switched on, and 3 men rushed toward Abraham. It was Beta Robert who growled at Abraham. Delta Edger pulled Abraham away from Bryan and punched him hard. "Brother!" Sophia ran to her brother and touched his swollen cheek, but Abraham lost his temper. His glowing eyes swept over every official standing beside their Alpha. He dared to disobey their Alpha, and for that, they were furious with him. Ask him why he did that. My sister was living a good life. What made him break her that way? Did he think my sister is a plaything? Abraham asked furiously. Beta Robert glared at Abraham and muttered, "Have you completely lost your mind, Gamma? Did you have the audacity to touch the collar of our Alpha? Aren't you here for protection? Do you want to die for the disrespect?" Sophia frowned at Beta Robert. "Don't scold my brother. Your Alpha is the one who has been deceiving my brother this whole time. He betrayed his own Gamma. He was giving him false hope and doing whatever he needed to gain power." Sophia's eyes were filled with rage. The hatred that she felt for Bryan was plainly visible in her eyes. A furious expression appeared on Robert's face as he turned his head toward Bryan. "Are you going to listen to this shit? Don't you think you should say something? I have heard everything. You did not say a word to her. How can someone talk to their head Alpha like this?" Bryan blinked his eyes as if he had just come back to reality. It was as though he had been lost in a maze. All this time he was observing only one thing, and that was how much that woman hated him. She was speaking like a wild beast. Her words were like arrows, piercing his heart one after another. He shifted his gaze to Abraham, who appeared angry at him. Abraham had never shown anger toward him. It was below the belt. "Calm down, Gamma," Bryan commanded with his Alpha voice as his eyes turned red. Abraham clenched his teeth as he lowered his head. It was his wolf who submitted to his Alpha. He had no control over it now. "Go back to your home. I will speak with you later," Bryan said, turning away. His eyes met Sophia's furious orbs. He parted his lips to say something but then pursed them when he could not let out any words. Abraham grabbed Sophia's hand and left the hall. He was mad at himself. He had no idea why everything had turned out like this. He had been with Bryan for a few years. He had never seen Bryan with any other woman besides Mila. He used to think Bryan was a loyal man to his fiancée. "Where are you taking her?" Victor's voice halted Abraham's steps when he was about to walk out of the party hall. They drew the attention of others at the party. Sophia slowly released her brother's grip on her hand and said, "Brother, come down." Victor walked over to them. "I asked you something. Where are you taking her?" Abraham gave Victor a fierce look. "Do I need to answer you?" "Of course, you have to," Victor replied, giving him a look. "You are not my Alpha. But she is my future Luna. You can't take her anywhere." Sophia glanced at Victor before turning to face her brother. "Brother, you go ahead. I'm coming." Abraham averted his gaze from Victor and left the party hall. Sophia turned to Victor and saw his frowning expression. "I am leaving right now." Victor grabbed her hand and pulled her close to him. "You cannot leave now." Sophia was stunned by his response. With a glare in his direction, she yanked her hand away from him. "What you did today went beyond my expectations. I would have talked to you right now, but I have to go see my brother." "That is not what you will decide." Sophia was dumbfounded. She went closer to him and muttered, "Don't try to mess with me. What did you think? Your Luna's announcement will make me happy, and I will submit to you?" His eyes became still as he murmured, "I was only teasing you. You can go with your brother." "I don't know what's wrong with you. Why can't you just tell her what her boundaries are? She always speaks to you disrespectfully." Beta Robert's irate voice echoed throughout the study room. He was in Bryan's home study with the other two officials to have a conversation with Bryan. The moment Sophia left the party, they did not continue to stay there any longer, and they left as well. Bryan's family and Mila's parents tried to stop Bryan, but he did not even remain there for 10 minutes. Mila requested that he at least wait for the dinner, but he did not listen to her. "If you will allow it, let me speak with Sophia. I will make her understand that what she is doing is not right. The past is past, and she should move on. Revenge is not a way," Delta Edger said. Theta Noble nodded his head in agreement. However, their Alpha was silent. In fact, he fell silent as soon as Sophia left his sight. "Are you going to speak or not?" Robert asked with a frustrating tone. He had a long night tonight. He was terrified because of the man sitting on the couch in front of him. He was afraid that he would lose control. His fear was that Bryan would attack Victor after the conversation he had with Sophia and Abraham. However, to his surprise, Bryan was calm all the way. He did not even glance at Victor and left the party hall with a blank face. Suddenly, someone flung the door open in the study room. "Brother." It was Bruce. He looked really mad. Robert rubbed his forehead. He glanced at Theta Noble and muttered, "Didn't I tell you to stop him from going to the party?" "I tried. I believe his friends informed him about what happened at the party," Theta Noble replied. Meanwhile, Bryan was listening to everyone in silence. He ignored his officials' gazes and focused on Bruce. He spoke for the first time since returning home. "Say what?" Bruce walked inside and replied, "What am I hearing? Sophia is going to marry Alpha Victor? How is that even possible?" With a clam face, Bryan replied, "You heard right. She is the soon-to-be Luna of the Moon Valley Pack." Bruce's eyes widened. He shook his head with a disgusted face. How could you allow all of this to happen?" Bryan raised a brow and asked, "Now, what do you want me to do?" Bruce was about to say something, but then he paused. He looked into his brother's eyes and then let out a chuckle. "I also heard about what you did at the party, brother. I heard how you reacted." After diverting his attention away from Bruce, Bryan reached out and grabbed the packet of cigarettes that was sitting on the tea table in front of him. He lit a cigarette and inhaled the smoke. "I have a history with that man. I don't like him. That's why I wanted to stop it. But it looks like both of them want this marriage." Bruce smirked at his big brother. "Brother, I had to sacrifice my love for you. Now the karma is returning to you. I know you don't want to share her with anyone. You want to keep her for yourself. But you can't stop the wedding now. Everything has already been announced." Brain's fingers around the cigarette froze, and his eyes darkened. He glared at his brother. "Just because of Mom and Dad, I am letting you go today. Don't dare speak to me in that way ever again." His deep voice shook everyone in the study room. He had gotten back to himself. Bruce dropped his head and clenched his jaw. He was mad at his brother. He did not let him get close to Sophia, but now he had to give her up to another Alpha. He turned around and stormed out of the study room in fury. Bryan turned his gaze at Theta Noble and said, "Go and see if he does anything stupid." "Yes, Alpha." Theta Noble exited the study room and followed Bruce. After a long silence, Delta Edger spoke up. Bryan? After brushing the ash from the smoke onto the ashtray, Bryan turned his attention to them. Taking a deep breath, Delta Edger uttered, "Your silence is killing us, bro." Beta Robert shook his head and muttered, "Why can't you just accept it already? How long will you behave like this?" Bryan ignored his remarks and looked away from them. He got up from the couch and walked to the window beside the couch. He stood near the window. It brought back memories of the time when he followed Sophia and saw her standing close to the window earlier tonight. He could not put her out of his mind. His friends stared at his back for a while. They were at a loss for words with him. Still, they tried to talk to him. "Everything is messed up, Bryan. Victo." Bryan interrupted Edger, saying, "I don't want to remind him of the past. For that one incident, I went calm and changed myself over the years. But if he keeps pushing my boundaries, I am not sure how long I will be able to control myself." Robert and Edger exchanged a glance. Edger walked towards Bryan and said, "We don't know what to say." Robert shook his head and asked Bryan, "Why can't you just clarify to us what you want? It is heating up. As your beta, I am not sure what to do. That man is just getting on my nerves." "What will we do to Sophia?" Edger asked carefully. Bryan frowned as he gazed at Edger. The two men were nervous. Robert approached Bryan and said, "You never let your own brother escape your punishment. But today, you let go of Abraham just because of Sophia. How long will you tolerate her disrespecting you? Should we teach her a lesson and burst the bubble she lives in?" Bryan turned around to look outside the window. The forest view and the long trees caught his attention. He could not help but scoff in his mind. Disrespectful? She even dared to slap him a year ago, and he did not hurt her. In fact, he had rushed to save her from the orphanage in a single call. He let out a sigh and muttered, "She may be naive, but she is mine. No one is allowed to hurt my woman." "Your woman? Bryan, she is your mate, but she is not behaving like your woman anymore," Robert said as he walked to the couch. He took a seat and lit a cigarette, concerned about everything that appeared to be slipping through their fingers. It was not only about their lives, but also the future of the Nightshade Pack. He offered Delta a cigarette. Edger shook his head in denial. Edger glanced at Bryan one last time, who was busy looking outside. "I'm leaving," Edger said and left. So it was only Robert and Bryan in the study room. While smoking, Robert stared at his best friend. For him, Bryan was not only his alpha, but also a man whom he could admire his whole life. Since he and Edger had been Bryan's friends since childhood, they had known each other for a very long time. Robert had been observing everything for years. He only witnessed Bryan change himself once, and that was a few years ago. That time was a very difficult time for the Nightshade Pack, and even Alpha Harry was worried as hell. Bryan Morrison, on the other hand, was a young blood who sorted out every mess he had made. He not only saved himself, but the whole pack. Even though the years had passed, the memories remained ingrained in each and every one of their minds. As a recollection of the past came to his mind, he let out a long, deep puff. It was the time when Bryan was not even their alpha's leader. He was a young man known for his aggressive nature. He was not as calm as he preferred to be right now. He always had a smirk on his face and enjoyed living the life he desired. There was no concern for the pack or his future, despite the fact that he knew he was the alpha for whom his pack had been waiting for many years. That was the real Alpha Bryan, whom everyone was terrified of. Only a few people could encounter that man, and most of them did not survive after that. Fighters of the Nightshade Pack were only able to catch a glimpse of that face during the time of the war. Robert lowered his head as he did not want to remember that man anymore. His best friend had transformed into a very calm man who was responsible for his pack. This man knew how to handle every situation, no matter if it was in the cruelest way. "You know you have feelings for her. How long will you resist it, Bryan?" Robert asked out of nowhere. Bryan's brows knitted in response to his question. He crashed the cigarette butt against the window frame and muttered under his breath, "Don't be delusional." Robert let out a sigh of defeat, knowing he had no choice but to confront Bryan about it. "That night in your office, you said there was no other reason. But I know the reason. Why don't you just accept what you are feeling? How much longer will you deceive yourself? Bryan's calm face darkened as he turned to face his beta. But Robert did not shut his mouth and said, "You can stop others from giving that look. But I am your best friend. I know you more than anyone else." Bryan did not move his eyes away from him, but his look was enough to indicate that he did not want to talk about it. Robert stood up and continued, "Bryan, deceiving yourself can be the only reason for defeat in a war. It was your words from a few years ago. Why are you taking a step back from your own words?" Robert kept pushing him to understand his feelings. He wanted to tell him that what he was doing was not because of the maidbond, but because of the feelings he had for Sophia. He had noticed a change in him since Sophia entered his life. She was the only woman who could move his best friend's heart, making him realize that he also had a heart. "Go back to the pack house. I don't have time to discuss this nonsense." After saying that, Bryan walked toward the door to leave the study room. Robert dashed to stop him as he grabbed the doorknob. Bryan scowled at him. "Now what?" "I didn't get your answer, buddy. I think you forgot your position, Beta. You can't push me by saying these things. I want to know how long you will behave like this. At least for once, listen to your heart. I know nothing will change, but you can take a breath of relief after accepting it." Bryan turned away from him and shook his head. "You are misunderstanding my actions. I am giving her all the facilities because she is my mate." Robert scoffed upon hearing him. "Is that so? Then why didn't you kill her when you found out she was your mate? You had the opportunity to change everything on her 18th birthday, the night you learned about it. Killing was not a big deal for you, was it?" Bryan froze when he heard Robert's words. Robert grabbed his arm and turned him around to face him. "Bro, why are you lying to yourself? Or you are just lying to us that you don't love?" "No, I don't." Bryan yelled at Robert as he yanked his arm in anger. His eyes turned red in rage as he glared at his best friend. "I don't love her. I can't love her. I can't love anyone. I can't make anyone my weakness, and you know that." Robert smiled at him, seemingly relieved. "You already know you love her." "I said I don't." "You love her, and that's why you wanted her as your mistress, so that you wouldn't have to leave her. If not, why did you approach her? There are so many women dying to be your mistress, but you love her, which is why you continue to let her make mistakes and never express your feelings to her." Bryan clenched his fists as he replied to Robert. "Yes, you are right. I love her, but I hurt her so badly that she does not want to be with me anymore." Sophia was lying on the bed, thinking about the conversation she had with her brother. On the way home, Abraham told her that he would step down from his position. She tried her best to make him understand that it was not his fault. He said he could not continue to stick with the man who wanted to use his sister's body instead of giving her a name of respect. Sophia rubbed her forehead as she stared at the ceiling. "I think I shouldn't have said those things to my brother. If he resigned from his position, it would be entirely my fault. I made a huge mistake. What will we say to Mom?" She shifted left and right on the bed to fall asleep. However, she was unable to sleep and had her eyes wide open. She remembered what had happened tonight. Everything had changed within a few hours. Why did Victor declare something like that? I will tell him to take back his words. She recalled telling Bryan that she was going to marry Victor. She sat up on the bed and shook her head in disbelief. "How could I say that? I don't want to be with anyone. Victory is no exception." However, Sophia was so relaxed that she could at least shake Bryan a little. He was helpless in this situation. She could show him how much she despised him. The next day, Sophia had talked to her friends who were worried about her. They asked if she was really going to marry Victor. Like last night, she did not have any answers. Sophia went to the orphanage around noon. Victor had called her a few times. She told him she would meet him in the evening because she was at the orphanage. Victor said he would pick her up from the orphanage. "Don't hit me like this. I am innocent." Ken let out a low yell when Sophia landed a punch on his muscle. "I am really mad right now." "Take some blows to relieve my stress," Sophia replied, chuckling. Ken gave her a disbelieving expression. "You are acting like you are my teacher, and I am your student. Don't speak. Fight me." Ken let out a sigh and began to set his mind to fighting. He attacked her, and she tried to dodge his blows. The fight heated up as Ken became more serious. At the end of the fight, Ken won. Sophia sat down on the ground with sweat all over her body. Ken huffed as he sat with her on the ground. He turned to face her and said, "My girlfriend wants to meet you." Sophia frowned when she heard that. "Why does she want to meet me?" "I always talk about you, so she became interested in meeting you." Sophia laughed in response. "I bet you tell her all the time about how I beat you." He shook his head and replied, "I tell her how a girl came to spread happiness in the orphanage and got trained by me. I have always tried to provide you with the best training sessions. You have the potential to fight against others. It's just that you need to learn to fight in your wolf form." She looked away from Ken and mumbled, "I think I don't need that." Ken heard her and asked, "Why?" She shrugged her shoulders and rose to her feet. "Because it's not like I will go to any war, and wolves will attack me. I don't need to learn to fight in a war, but only self-defense." When Sophia left the orphanage after taking a shower and changing her clothes, she noticed a car waiting for her outside. Victor rolled down the car window and signaled for her to enter the car. She got into the back seat and sat next to Victor. He was not driving today. He brought his driver with him. The driver started the car as soon as she climbed in. She turned to Victor and asked, "Now tell me, why did you change your plan at the last moment? Everything was so fine. Why did you even take that action unnecessarily?" Victor's brows furrowed as he spoke. "Unnecessarily? I was serious when I announced that." She was stunned. "Serious? Serious about what? How can you declare me your future Luna? Didn't you want the position? Who cares what pack you get? The position is still the same. I can assure you that the Moon Valley pack is the biggest pack for you to rule." Sophia stared at him with disappointment in her eyes. This man thought she was doing all those things for power. "Listen, Victor, I can't be your Luna." The driver almost pressed on the brake when he overheard her. Victor glared at the driver, which he noticed through the rearview mirror. The driver gulped and drove the car back to a steady speed. "Just cancel the announcement after going back to your pack. Tell your pack members that I am not good enough to be your Luna. People will not doubt this excuse." Victor chuckled as he shook his head. "You think ruling a pack is an easy game, right? Once the head of Alpha announces his future Luna, it is forbidden to remove her from that position. This law was added years ago to prevent Alphas from changing their Luna over time and giving other women false hope. Only their mates have the power to call off the marriage." "What nonsense!" He looked at her and grinned. "It's true. Now you are obligated to be with me. Not even Alpha Bryan can change your fate now. He will never come out as your mate, so there is no way to cancel the wedding." Sophia was shocked. If he was aware of this, why did he make the announcement in the first place? He should have asked her. It was not a game. It was about her whole life. Suddenly, a question popped into her head as she questioned him. "What if your mate shows up to cancel it? You will not have any other way." His grin faded as his eyes turned cloudy. He turned away from her and replied, "That's not possible. I am mateless." He took a pause and turned to look at her once again. Then he said, "But I can mark you and claim you as mine." Sophia frowned at Victor. She believed he was lying to her. It was not possible to break the mate bond between Bryan and her. She was mad at Victor. She had no idea how this man could make such a big decision in such a short amount of time. "Why are all of you Alphas like this? Marriage is meaningless to you, right?" she asked. Victor looked at her for a moment before shifting his focus away from her. He turned to look out the window and remained quiet. Sophia did not appreciate his silence. She glanced at the driver and said, "Please drop me off at my house." Victor turned to her right away. "Why do you go to your house? We have just met." She ignored his stare and responded, "You have already messed everything up, Victor. I do not want to marry you. I am no longer interested in any Alphas. I am done with all of you." Victor reached out his hand and touched hers. She quickly moved her hand. "What are you doing?" When he noticed her reaction, he moved in closer. She backed up, almost touching the door with her back. "Victor, what?" His closeness caused her to pause. She blinked at him as he gazed at her. "I have never devoted so much time to a woman. I declared you to be my Luna. I know it surprises you, but I like you and now you cannot stop me from marrying you." Her lips parted in shock. "Did you just say you like me?" He did not respond, as if he did not have to. He had already answered the question before she asked it. Sophia was astounded by his words and became confused. "You can't like me. We only met a few times. How can you claim that?" He moved closer to her, leaning in with his head down. "I do. Whether you believe it or not, the choice is yours." She stared at him, unable to find words to say. For what reason did he say he liked her? Wasn't he with her to take revenge on Bryan? But again, if he had wanted, he could have stopped everything that Bryan was doing. Then why did he choose to approach her in the first place? Her breath almost caught in her throat when she felt his nose brush against her cheek. She immediately pushed on his chest when it reminded her of Bryan's touch from last night. Her push caused Victor to move back. He was not surprised, as if he had expected it. "How long will you stay away from me, darling? Next month is our wedding." "I haven't fixed the date yet. The next month is almost here. Just 2 days remain. Maybe you will not even get the whole month in your hands for the wedding." Reality hit Sophia really hard. She came to the realization that she would have to wed this man regardless of the circumstances. He had just managed to trap her. She shook her head. "I won't marry you." A sly grin appeared on his face as he muttered, "Do you want to try to run away from me? I came so far away from my pack just for you." Her eyes widened. For her? She did not know what was going on or how everything was getting out of her hands. She just wanted to teach Bryan a lesson and hurt him by breaking his arrogance. But why was her confidence getting lowered by the man sitting next to her? "I don't even know you, Alpha Victor," she said with a cold tone. He shrugged his shoulders and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Sophia saw him lighting a cigarette. She noticed that he held the cigarette differently than Bryan. The smoke he was exhaling reminded her of Bryan. She turned away from Victor, tightening her fists. Everything made her think of Alpha Bryan. She rubbed her forehead in stress as her eyes fell on the landscape outside. After a few minutes, she heard Victor's voice. "You can get to know me. What's a big deal here?" She turned her head to face him. He was smoking calmly, not looking at her. "Know you? How? Forcing myself to like you even if I don't?" He turned and glared at her. "Why are you constantly saying you don't like me? What does he possess that I lack?" She felt uneasy under his stare. He had never given her that stern look before. It was like he was a different man, the man she caught a glimpse of at the party last night. "Who says I still like him? I hate him the most." "Really?" "Yeah." After hearing her reply, he looked into her eyes as if trying to find any glint of fondness for Bryan. His eyebrows shot up as he mocked her. "You are still weak. As far as I know, you don't even know who he is." She was not expecting this. What do you mean? She did not know Bryan yet? How did she not know him? He was an arrogant and power-hungry man who could give up his mate for another throne. Was there anything else she should know? Victor's eyes turned red, which took her aback. He muttered in an angry tone, "You are lucky you have not seen his true face yet. He is evil." She let out a sigh, not believing either of the two alphas. "He told me the same thing about you. Now I am not sure who to believe anymore." He frowned at her and asked, "Don't you think I am more trustworthy than him? At the very least, I never treated you disrespectfully. You will be the Luna of a pack. What more do you want?" She shook her head in denial. "I never wanted this position, but since my mate is an alpha, I was surprised that he was giving the position of his wife to someone else instead of me. Who wants to be the second woman in her man's life, serving as his mistress? That is something only a greedy woman would want. I am not that greedy, Alpha Victor." Victor took a deep puff and blew it out of his mouth. The smoke was flying out of the half-opened window next to him. As if he were deeply contemplating something, he hummed and said, "You must intensify your hate for him to be with me. Let me give you another reason to hate him more." After saying that, he turned to her and said, "You don't know what his plan was after marrying Mila. He planned to mark Mila after the wedding." "What?" She could not believe that Bryan planned to mark Mila. Was this his plan? And here he was, preventing her from getting with another man? He smirked as he observed her reaction. He nodded his head and replied, Yes, there is a rule that you can't reject, but if you can find a loophole, then there's no rule to accept. He can simply mark someone else, disregarding the deadly impact on his Omega mate's life, and move on without revealing to anyone that you were his mate. Sophia got another blow in her heart when she learned about Bryan's plan. Victor was right. She now had another reason to hate Bryan more. It was extremely difficult for her to get that man out of her heart. He only changed her feelings toward him from love to hatred. But he was still there, which she detested the most. The rage that was bubbling inside her was almost beyond control. She did not tell Victor anything and just told him to drop close to the forest instead of her house. Though Victor wanted to be with her, she told him she would talk to him about their wedding tomorrow. She ran in the forest for a very long time. She was hurt once again, but the pain made her stronger. The rage inside her caused her pure ocean blue eyes to darken in color. She realized it was giving her more strength than before. That night, she made a big decision in her life. She chose to give Victor a chance and move forward in her life. She wanted to kill Bryan as his rival's Luna in a war, just like he had planned to kill her after his wedding with Mila. Marking another woman meant nearly killing your mate. He really wanted her to die. She realized how stupid she was. How could a woman become a Luna unless her alpha marked her? Of course, he had planned to mark Mila. Why did she not think of it before? Bryan kept everything hidden from her brother because he knew he could fool her, but not others. The next few days, the Nightshade Pack was in chaos because Alpha Victor roamed around with his future Luna every single day. People who recognized Alpha Victor were shocked by how he treated Sophia. They thought it was a miracle that he was with only one woman and even declared her his future wife. Sophia had become the center of attention in every place. At her university, everyone always tried to talk to her, asking how she captured Alpha Victor's heart. She ignored everyone, giving them a grin. She now tried to accept that Victor was the only man she could put her trust in. Victor asked her to accompany him on a visit to his pack before the wedding. She told him that she would talk about it with her mother. Sophia's mother, Hannah Berg, was very unhappy with the wedding. She became more ill after hearing the announcement. She asked Sophia to call Victor at their house so that she could beg him to let her go. Sophia, on the other hand, was shocked to hear that, but she told her mother that she wanted to be with Victor. Her mother had also spoken with Abraham about it, but Abraham was powerless in this matter, so he told his mother that there was no way to cancel the wedding. Abraham was not pleased with Victor either. But after a day at the party, Bryan summoned him to his office and told him that he should not have asked Sophia to be his mistress. However, he stated that he could not cancel his wedding with Mila because it was fixed many years ago. Abraham decided not to make any more decisions for Sophia. He believed it was her life, and he would not interfere again. That day, Abraham informed Bryan that he would resign from his position, but Bryan told him that he would not accept another man as the gamma of his pack and advised him to keep his personal life separate from the pack's future. Abraham realized that Bryan was only a good alpha leader for a pack, not a good man for a woman. He did not abandon his position for the sake of the pack. In a grand hotel, Victor and Sophia were sitting in a meeting room. "We will soon set the wedding date," Victor said. Victor had a meeting there and asked her to join him. "Good," Sophia replied without any emotion as her eyes wandered around the place. She saw a group of men approaching them. Her brow furrowed as her gaze fell on a familiar man. She seemed to have seen this man somewhere, but she could not remember where. When the group of men approached, they bowed to Victor and took their seats. "I see your Luna is also here," a middle-aged man said, chuckling. Victor glanced at Sophia and said, "She is here to assist his alpha." "Such a lovely couple. Who expected Alpha Victor to commit to a woman so soon?" another man said. Sophia looked at each of them with a calm look. She could not identify any of them until Victor said, "They are a few pillars of the Nightshade Pack." Sophia froze in her seat. She gave Victor a puzzled look. "Pillars of this pack?" "Yes," Victor answered with a sly grin. "They are willing to betray their alpha, darling. Isn't it amazing? They are making our work easier." Sophia raised her eyebrows and turned to face the men. You are ready to betray Alpha Bryan? What guarantee is there that you will not betray us? Those men were shocked by her question. They looked at each other, unsure of how to respond to the question. Victor laughed as he said, My Luna is really intelligent. There is a reason she got such high grades. Now, answer her question before I get bored and kill you all. Those men gulped as they noticed that Alpha Victor was enjoying it. Their eyes were filled with fear that he would actually kill them. You can rest assured, Alpha Victor, one of them said. Sophia realized there were no men in a pack who were loyal to their alpha. She could not help but scoff in her mind. You are so arrogant about your pack, Bryan Morrison. Look at the pillars of your pack sitting in front of me, offering their hands to split it into pieces. After the meeting, Victor received a call from Beta Robert. Sophia cast a glance at Victor as he spoke with Robert. All right, we will come. When he hung up, Sophia asked him, What made Beta Robert give you a call? He looked at her and replied with an impressed grin on his face. Alpha Bryan organized a family dinner in the pack house. He invited both of us to meet tomorrow night. Sophia looked at herself in the mirror. She wore a well-designed tunic that hung a few inches above her knees. Her beautiful legs were visible, giving her an attractive appearance. She let her hair down while curling it in the lower half. Her delicate makeup did not give her a cakey appearance, but rather a natural and pleasing one. Her pink lips looked soft and matte, almost satin-like. However, one thing that did not match her look was her eyes. They were not bright, but dull. If you looked closely, you could see there was no glint of happiness in them. She appeared to be strong, but she was actually broken on the inside. She did not want to mend her broken heart. Instead, she wanted to feel the pain, which reminded her of her hatred for the man who ended her life. She grabbed her bag and was about to get her phone, which was lying on the bed. Her phone began to ring, which caused her to think that it was her fiancé. Without looking at the contact number, she received the call. Hello? Sophia. Ken's voice paused her as she was about to go get a pair of high heels. Ken. Sophia. Are you free today? No, I am going to the pack house. Why? Is everything okay in the orphanage? She asked with worry. Everything is all right there. I was just asking for your time. It's been a few days since our last training session. She understood why he was asking for her time. It was because he wanted to introduce his girlfriend to her. The last few days were difficult for Sophia, so she could not go to the orphanage to meet the children or get training from Ken. How is she? She is fine. If you are not willing to meet her, then... Of course, I'm willing to meet her, Ken. She is your girlfriend. I will meet her tomorrow. Is it okay with you? Are you sure? Yeah. After talking with Ken, she put on heels and exited her room. Sophia realized she had also lost contact with her best friends. She could not get in touch with Sophia or Nolan much these days. However, she believed it was helping her adjust to the new lifestyle because she was leaving the pack soon. She had not talked to her mother about it yet. She was confused about whether she would take her mother with her to the Moon Valley pack after the wedding or not. She had a feeling her brother would disagree. But her mother was seriously ill, so if she went with her, she could take care of her. Sophia heard a deep voice as she made her way to the living room. Why are you so upset? I won't eat your daughter alive. She took a slow step down as she noticed the man sitting on the couch, speaking to her mother. Victor came to pick her up from her home. Her mother lowered her head without letting out a single word. Sophia did not like it when her mother reacted like that toward Victor. Victor's eyes met Sophia's as he said, She is going to be my Luna. Anyway, I have no choice but to take care of her. Sophia turned away from him and walked toward her mother. She hugged her and said, Eat your dinner on time and remember to take your medication. I will come back after dinner. Her mother nodded her head. She did not look happy at all. Sophia was aware of this, but she had no other options at the time. She believed that marrying Victor would be the best option for her. Victor rose from the couch and extended his hand to Sophia. She accepted his hand and left her house. Victor's driver opened the door for them, and they got inside. When the driver started the car, Victor turned his head to Sophia and said, You gotta be kidding me. Why are you dressed like this? To kill me? Sophia looked at him. She frowned when he saw that his eyes were on her bare legs. She placed her bag on her legs and replied, "I thought it would look nice for dinner." He moved closer, which caught her off guard. These days, he always tried to get closer to her. But she always gave him stern looks to make him move away from her. "One day, you and your killer looks will make us end up in bed before the wedding," he whispered. Sophia rolled her eyes and mumbled, "That is all you want, ending up in bed." Victor gave a chuckle as he moved away. "Why so scared? I haven't touched you yet." She stared at him. He looked handsome in his expensive suit. However, there was something that always intrigued her, and that was his duality. He had the ability to change his personality whenever he wanted. Sophia had been trying to learn more about him and his pack over the last few days. Nobody could give her accurate information about him. Everyone said the same thing she had read about him. Because the two packs were rivals, they did not have many connections, and the pack members knew very little other than the rumors that circulated. It was as if she could not get to know him unless she went to his pack. "Women say I'm good in bed, but then they can never get into bed with someone else," he muttered while looking outside the window. She was bewildered by his statement, but he liked to joke with her most of the time, so she did not take it too seriously. As the car entered the pack house area, Sophia took a deep breath. She did not have any pleasant memories of this pack house. Every time she came here, she was insulted, but she was no longer the Sophia who would accept their humiliations. She got out of the car and took a look around. When she noticed Victor getting out of the car, she began walking toward the pack house. As soon as she entered the pack house, she met Bryan's mother, Bryan Morrison. As if she did not know Sophia was coming, she walked up to her and asked, "What are you doing here?" Sophia lifted her brows in response, but then they relaxed and a smirk appeared on her lips. "Oh, Aunt Juliana, you must be very upset to see me here, right? But allow me to tell you something." She took a step closer and whispered something in her ear, causing Juliana to widen her eyes. "It would be better if you greeted me with respect because the person in front of you is not your son's mate but the future Luna of your rival pack." Sophia moved her head and took a step back to look at Juliana's face. She was satisfied with her stunned expression. Victor walked into the pack house right then. He paused when he saw Sophia standing near the door. He stood next to Sophia and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "What happened, darling?" Sophia grinned as her eyes fixed on Juliana. Without moving her eyes from Juliana, she replied to Victor, "Nothing. It seems to me that Aunt Juliana is not pleased to see me. Is that so, Mrs. Morrison?" Juliana shifted her gaze to Victor. She frowned at him but then shook her head. "No." Sophia laughed at Juliana's lie. She turned to look at Victor, and he gave her a sly grin, getting what she was trying to do. "Brother?" Mila's voice reached their ears. Mila moved to the side in a terrible mood. She was not at all happy to see Sophia again. She thought only Victor would come, but she did not expect Sophia to be here. She cast another angry glance at Sophia. "Why doesn't this woman leave my son's life?" she pondered in her head. Meanwhile, Sophia looked at Mila. She stood a long way from them. However, Mila was terrified while looking at Victor, causing Sophia to frown, but she composed herself. Victor walked inside the house along with Sophia. They made their way to Mila. Mila looked at Sophia before turning her gaze to Victor. He raised his hand and placed it on her head. "Oh, my little sister, how are you?" Mila flinched as she took a step backward. "I am fine, brother." Sophia observed Mila's expressions. It bothered her as to why this woman looked so afraid. She did not act like that in front of Bryan either. "Brother, please sit. Everyone is in Bryan's office room. I am going to inform them about your arrival," Mila said, gesturing to him on the couches. Victor gave her a big grin. "Office room? Did they intend to set any conditions? Is that why your fiancé called me here? Oh, that clever man!" Mila turned around and proceeded to the stairs. Before going upstairs, she glanced at Juliana, who did not seem to be feeling well. "What did you do to her? Why does she look horrified in front of you?" Sophia asked Victor as they were heading to the couches in the large living room. Victor simply shrugged his shoulders. "Her dad is afraid of me. Who is she not to be afraid?" She sat down and gave him a poker face. "What?" he questioned. When will you start to talk directly? I don't know what's going on in your mind because you always beat around the bush whenever I ask you something. Victor parted his lips to say something, but his gaze shifted behind her. He lifted his gaze upward and leaned closer to her. What are yo? Victor cut her off and touched her hair. Darling, you look wonderful with your hair open. I just want to run my fingers through your hair all the time. She was baffled. She heard someone clearing their throat. She turned her head to see Alpha Lucas and Alpha Harry approaching the couches. Behind them, a man in a black suit descended the stairs with a cold expression. Sophia clenched her jaw when her wolf began to react. She shut her wolf inside and turned her gaze away from, then smiled at Victor without moving his hand. Alpha Harry and Lucas took seats on the couches. Victor looked at Harry and gave him a mock greeting. Alpha Harry is so busy with Alpha Lucas that he must have forgotten that Alpha Lucas is no longer the head alpha of the Moon Valley Pack. Alpha Harry did not mind Victor's words as if he were prepared to listen to them. He answered in a calm tone, I have not forgotten about it. Alpha Victor is too preoccupied to enter our house. Victor turned his head and said, Oh, your son is here. Bryan walked over to the couch and sat across from Sophia and Victor. Sophia cast a glance at him. She realized he was looking at her. However, his eyes appeared to be different to her. There was less darkness in them than other times. On the other hand, Mila came to sit next to Bryan. Her mother followed her, as did Juliana's mother. Where were you, Miss Laurent? Victor asked Mila's mother. She gulped and responded, In the kitchen with Juliana. Victor gave her a cold look, which shook the woman. He turned to Sophia and asked, Do you think she mixed poison into our food? Sophia shook her head. I don't know about her, but I doubt Aunt Juliana can do that. Actually, she doesn't like me very much, so I think. What are you saying? Why would I mix poison? You are making fake accusations against me now, Juliana said in a furious tone. Victor frowned at her. Slow down. You can't talk to my woman with this high pitch. Juliana tightened her fists and shut her mouth while glaring at Sophia. Sophia blinked a few times at Juliana with a sarcastic smile. This woman had slapped her in the past, but she let it go. She had attempted to humiliate her several times, but she also let it go. But she offered her a check and tried to buy her respect. She could not forget it. She remembered how she used to send seductive maids to her son's house to make Bryan lose interest in her. But what about her son? He was much worse than his mother. Like mother? Like son? Sophia thought in her head. Bryan was silently observing everything. As everyone revealed their grudges against one another, he shifted his gaze away from Sophia and to Victor. I see. You accepted my invitation and came here. Victor turned his attention to Bryan and replied, Don't underestimate my Luna. Since you invited her as well, she is with me here. I am pleased that Alpha Bryan has accepted my decision. I can't wait to invite you to my wedding. Bryan sneered at him and muttered, That time will tell. Victor scowled at Bryan. Darkness crept into his eyes, indicating that he did not like what Bryan had just said. Time? Of course, time will tell who gains what, Victor replied with a clear voice. Bryan stared at him with a calm face, as if he did not mind his words, which made Victor mad at him. Alpha Lucas cleared his throat and spoke up. Victor, I got a call from our Gamma. Victor frowned when he heard his father. He turned his head to Alpha Lucas and asked, Why did he contact you instead of me? He is very sick. He is unable to continue in his current position. His family was begging me to talk to you. And why are you being so sympathetic to him? His father was my Gamma. I can't see him begging for his son's life like that. Victor rolled his eyes as if he were not impressed by his words. Look who's talking. The man who does not care about his own son is now concerned about other people's sons. Sophia looked at Victor. For the first time, she felt sorry for him. She wondered if what Victor had told her about his father was correct. She suspected that after marrying Mila's mother, Alpha Lucas had treated Victor really badly when he was a child. She reached up and put her hand on Victor's shoulder. He turned his head and glanced at her hand, then met her gaze. In response, she smiled briefly. On the other hand, Bryan shifted his gaze from Victor to Sophia's hand, which she placed on that man's shoulder. It was getting harder for him to remain composed. His heart was pierced by the smile she was flashing at another man. "How long is Alpha Victor going to stay in my pack? Doesn't he have his own pack to rule? Perhaps he is a lazy alpha who is only busy with something else rather than thinking about his pack members." Bryan's words caused both Sophia and Victor to turn to him. Bryan did not look at Sophia. Instead, he focused on Victor. Sophia removed her hand from Victor and placed it on her lap. Victor raised a brow at Bryan and asked, "What is your hurry, Alpha Bryan? It's not like I am banned in this pack, like how you are banned in the Moon Valley pack." Sophia froze when she heard Victor. Her brows furrowed as she looked at Victor. "What?" Victor let out a chuckle. "Oh yeah, you may not be aware of it, but your head alpha, Alpha Bryan, the greatest alpha of all time, is banned from the Moon Valley pack. There is a law there that says if he crosses the border, he will be killed immediately." Victor seized every opportunity to mock Bryan with his words. But what caught Sophia's attention was the law in the Moon Valley pack. "Why is that?" she asked with confusion. Mila's voice rang out as a warning. "You are asking too much. You don't need to know." Victor looked at Mila, which interrupted her. Sophia looked at Mila, who looked at Victor with a nervous face. When Sophia glanced at the other people sitting on the couch silently, she noticed they also looked nervous. She wondered what had happened that caused Bryan to be banished from Mila's pack, and why they all looked terrified like that. Mila blinked her eyes nervously and shook her head at Victor. "Brother, let's not talk about it." Victor's eyes grew darker as he looked at her. His gaze shifted to everyone in the living room. Sophia could not deny that Victor looked scary at that moment. It was as if he was ready to kill everyone there, until his eyes came to a halt at Bryan, and his eyes flashed red for a moment. "Every pack's alpha wants you to visit their pack at least once during their rule. But I am curious why you were banned from the Moon Valley pack, Alpha Bryan," Victor remarked sarcastically. Bryan did not speak as his eyes were digging into Victor. He could not remain calm as his eyes turned cold. The look in his eyes could kill anyone. Mila gulped as she grasped Bryan's hand. "Bryan, please let it go for tonight." Bryan did not respond to Mila, nor did he turn to look at her. When everyone thought Bryan would burst out in anger, he surprised everyone by letting out a chuckle. His laugh was so dark that it shook everyone in the room. Shaking his head, he answered Victor, "I see that you have forgotten everything and moved on. It's a really good thing for you, but why do you wonder why I got banned from your pack? Do you want me to remind you again?" Victor clenched his jaw as his fists tightened in anger. Rage was clearly visible in his eyes. Sophia did not understand what was going on between the two alphas. It bothered her that she had no idea what they were talking about. She noticed Victor move as if he were about to stand up and attack Bryan. She quickly grabbed his arm and rubbed it gently. "Victor, calm down," she whispered. Victor's hand was shaking in anger, which she could feel while holding it. She did not know how to make that man relax. She did not want to get into any fights right there. She looked at the elder, who looked good for nothing to her. Why did they not intervene when they noticed the young people were fighting verbally? That was something they should have done. "We came here for dinner. Hope we can do that peacefully," Sophia said to others and looked at Bryan. Bryan watched how she was calming Victor. He did not like that at all. At that time, Bryan's officials entered the pack house. They made their way towards Bryan. Beta Robert glanced at Victor, then told Bryan, "Alpha, we completed the paperwork. You need to sign and seal it once the other party signs." When Victor heard that, he scoffed. "I had a feeling that something was up. Otherwise, why would Alpha Bryan call me here for dinner?" Bryan grabbed the file that his officials handed him and read it. After finishing the file, he looked at Victor and said, "As the head alpha of her pack, I set a condition for her marriage." Sophia was stunned when she heard Bryan mention a condition. "Condition? What condition?" she asked with confusion. She turned to face her brother, Abraham, who was also present along with the other officials. He did not look mad, upset, or angry. He looked indifferent, as if he did not care. She remembered her brother apologizing to her, saying that he had done the wrong thing by preventing her from living her life. He was clearly unhappy with the marriage, but he also stated that he would not stop her. He would give her the freedom to choose her own path. "I already knew it. Didn't I say he called me here for a business plan? Terms and conditions are what Alpha Bryan is made of, Victor said, laughing. Bryan looked at his officials. Theta Nobel gave a nod and turned to Alpha Victor. It is not a business plan, but rather a personal condition. What personal condition? Victor asked with a frown. Delta Edger cast a glance at Sophia, who looked puzzled. He moved his gaze to Victor and said, "You can't marry her forcefully." Everyone was taken aback because they were unaware of the condition. They gave it some thought, wondering if Victor was really forcing Sophia to marry him. But didn't she look happy with the decision? Then why did Bryan set such a condition? Sophia looked at her brother and said, "Brother, you know I agreed to this decision. Then why the condition?" Abraham responded calmly, "We never know. Maybe you are lying to us because he is forcing you. He is our rival Alpha, and we can't trust your life with him. But if you yourself want to marry him, then we have no say there." "Do you think your sister is unwilling to marry me?" Victor asked, glaring at Abraham. Abraham shrugged his shoulders and asked, "Why are you even opposing the condition? Didn't you claim you like her and she likes you too at the party?" Bryan leaned his back against the couch and muttered, "Perhaps he is afraid that despite the announcement she will not marry him or will flee." Sophia frowned at Bryan and said with a cold tone, "I will marry him. He is not forcing me. It is entirely my decision. And, yes, I do like him, so there is no way I would back out of the marriage." Brain raised a brow and asked, "Is that so? Then tell your fiancé to sign. He doesn't look confident in you. Maybe he doesn't trust you. Is it called the likeness you mentioned that night?" Sophia tightened her fists and stared at Bryan angrily. She wondered what he wanted. She inhaled deeply before turning to face Victor. "I don't know if you can trust m— I'll sign it," Victor said, looking into her eyes. She was surprised. Did he believe her so much that he was ready to sign a contract even after the announcement? Victor looked at Bryan and said to Sophia, "He believes you are so weak that anyone can shake you from marrying a powerful Alpha, but he is unaware of your strength." Sophia cast a chilly glance in Bryan's direction. "Victor is right. This man thinks I am weak. He is still trying to stop the wedding. How much more will I hate this man?" she thought. Bryan stared at Victor for a while without letting out a single word, as if he did not expect him to be ready to sign the contract. "What happened, Alpha Bryan? Did you think a contract could stop me from marrying her? Did you expect me to fight over a silly condition? Even if you had included a condition about giving up a few properties, I would have been willing to sign it for her. You don't know me yet, but I know you very well." Sophia was moved deeply by Victor's words. Bryan never gave her this kind of value. In fact, he had sacrificed his mate bond for the throne. Bryan gritted his teeth and warned him, "Think about it again, Victor." Victor laughed at seeing how Bryan got mad when his plan did not work. Victor motioned for Robert to give him the file. He did not want to sign such a contract. However, he held the belief that Bryan could not stop the wedding, as he would not reveal himself as Sophia's mate, and there was no chance Sophia would later disagree. Sophia was ready to be his Luna, and he was sure about it. She would never be able to get over her hatred for Bryan. Robert handed the file to Victor. When Victor opened the file, he read the condition. "No consequences?" he asked as he lifted his gaze from the file and looked at Bryan. "There will be no consequences," Robert replied on behalf of Bryan. Victor gave him a derisive look. Reaching for the pen Robert had offered, he was about to sign it when Sophia caught his hand and pulled him away. She looked at Bryan and said, "We have already announced our wedding. We don't need to sign to prove anything to anyone. Why did you set this condition? What is it? A love test?" Victor turned to her and whispered, "If I don't sign it, I can't break his ego. He thinks you still love him." His voice was so low that only she could hear it. She let go of Victor's hand slowly. She stopped loving Bryan a year ago. Now she only hated him. Sophia Burge, "That's not my condition. That's your brother's condition, who is also my gamma. I am merely granting his request, nothing else. If you don't want it, tell your brother, not me," Bryan replied to her coldly. Victor smirked at Bryan. "Of course, this has nothing to do with you, because you don't want me to sign it, do you? Isn't it useless? Sophia and I, we both want each other." Abraham glanced at his sister and said to her, I won't stop you from doing anything, but as a brother I have some responsibility. If a man expresses a desire to marry you, I want to make sure he truly wants you by heart. If he really likes you, he will sign it. After reviewing the agreement, Victor signed it. He tossed the file on the coffee table in front of Bryan. Then he shifted his gaze to Abraham. I like your sister, and here is proof. No more discussion today, but since you all made me sign a condition, I made another decision. I hope none of you mind. Even if you mind, I don't care. He wrapped his arm around Sophia and turned his attention back to Bryan. I am going to marry her in 2 weeks. Our wedding ceremony will be on the second Friday of next month. Second week? It is too early to prepare everything, Bryan's mother, Bryan Morrison, stated. Others in the living room agreed with her and nodded their heads, except Bryan Morrison. He was staring at Victor. His eyes reflected rage. Victor was also looking at him. The smirk on his lips was broad. With a sly grin, he showed Bryan who was defeated. Bryan had no way to stop this wedding. Victor turned to Sophia and moved his hand to stroke her hair. Are you happy with my decision? I hope you do not mind if it is the second or last week, as the wedding is next month. Sophia shook her head in response. She had no problem with anything now. She was ready to marry Victor. However, she was upset because she had to leave this pack. This was where she lived her whole life. Her family was here. She felt bad because if Abraham did not agree, she would have to leave her mother here. Her brother was the gamma of this pack, so he might not be allowed to visit the Moon Valley pack either. Did she choose the right thing to take a step toward Victor in order to destroy a man? She would have to abandon her family for this one vengeance. She glanced at Bryan, and the rage inside her heart was fueled. She could not take any more steps back. She moved far away from the stage. There was no way she would leave him to hang her as his mate forever and let him live happily with his soon-to-be wife. I am happy, she replied with a smile. Even though the smile was phony, she did her best not to show it. Mila's mother, Bethany Laurent, glanced at Alpha Lucas and signaled him with her eyes toward Bryan. She wanted to set her daughter's wedding date as well. Alpha Lucas shook his head in denial. When others were busy adjusting to the new discussion, Bethany leaned close to him. Lucas, talk to Alpha Bryan about Mila and his wedding. Let's set the date now. He mentioned the timing of Victor's decision at the party, didn't he? Lucas gripped her hand and patted it. Calm down, Bethany. We can't do anything in a hurry. Have you forgotten who he is? He is Bryan, not Victor. So we can't talk and make a decision like that. Bethany wrinkled her brow. How long would her daughter have to wait for the wedding? It had been years since Mila's marriage was fixed with Bryan. Every time they tried to speak with Bryan, they had to leave empty-handed because he was not someone they could approach easily. Push your fear aside and speak with him right now, Lucas. It's about our daughter's life. Bethany was a little too loud to be heard close to the people around her, so Juliana overheard her. Let me talk to him after dinner, Alpha Lucas said with an assuring tone. Bethany took a quick glance at Bryan before shifting her attention to Mila. Mila looked stunned as she stared at Sophia. She was not pleased with the wedding date. As if she were angry, she stood up from the couch and said to Sophia, You can't marry him. Everyone was shocked. They turned their attention to Mila. Sophia raised her eyebrows. Why can't I? No, you can't. Did you say something, little sister? Victor let out his cold voice. As if Mila realized what she was doing, she immediately looked at Victor with wide eyes. She doesn't deserve you. Victor shot her a cold look. Bethany got up quickly and went to Mila. She grasped Mila's hand and muttered, What are you doing? Have you completely lost your mind? Or do you want us to get killed in that man's hands? But Mom, shut up! Mila looked at Bryan's mother, who shook her head as if signaling not to speak. Sophia noticed that Mila was unhappy with her marriage to Victor. She did not like how she insulted her again. Well, you are very deserving of Alpha Bryan. However, I am wondering, after all of your capabilities, why Alpha Lucas has to give up his half-pack to your soon-to-be husband. Mila glared at her upon hearing that. Victor let out a chuckle as if he were impressed by her words. Sophia, nobody wants us to tie the knot. But still, we will be together in the future. Maybe we will meet them in a war. Sophia nodded in agreement and gave Mila a glare in return. Bryan and his officials remained silent as they observed what was going on around them. They had no say in this. Victor glanced at them and understood that their plan had failed. He stood up and reached out his hand to Sophia. "I think we should leave now." As soon as Sophia held his hand, Bryan got up from the couch and said, "Where are you both going? I summoned you for dinner. Let's have dinner together." After saying that, he began walking toward the dining room. Victor raised an eyebrow. "Are you really in the mood for dinner? I thought you had lost your appetite." Bryan paused in his step and turned to face him. "Since I invited you to my house, I cannot let you leave with an empty mouth, can I?" Sophia did not want to eat dinner here anymore, so she tugged on Victor, saying, "Let's leave already." Victor shook his head. "No, let's have dinner." He pulled her along with him as he made his way to the dining room. Sophia felt annoyed. She did not like how Victor had begun to act dominantly. But he was a head alpha, and right now she could not say anything to him. She let out a sigh and went with him. He pulled out a chair for her, which was a nice gesture. She sat down and he took a seat next to her. As Bryan took the head chair at the table, all the maids hurriedly served the dinner on the table. It was more than just dinner. It was a feast. There were a variety of foods on the table, but no one was in the mood to eat except for Victor. Mila took a seat close to Bryan. Her eyes were focused on Sophia. "How time changes everything. The last time I saw you in this house, you used to call Bryan big brother-in-law," Mila mocked Sophia. Sophia froze as she heard that. Victor noticed it and said sarcastically, "It's okay. I am a few months younger than him. You can still call him that." Sophia was taken aback. She looked at Victor before shifting her gaze to Bryan, whose expression had changed slightly. A grin spread across her face. "I don't mind calling him that. He should not be bothered about it either." She then asked Bryan with a mocking tone, "Am I right, big brother-in-law?" As Bryan did not respond, there was complete silence in the dining room. However, his expression changed as he lifted his gaze from the plate and fixed his eyes on Sophia. He was trying to calm himself, at least till the dinner ended, but Sophia seemed to join hands with Victor to mock him. He set the spoon on the plate and leaned back in his chair. "I remember you are no longer with my younger brother, Bruce, and this guy." He shifted his gaze to Victor, who continued eating with a satisfied look, and said, "He can't be my brother, so?" Sophia caught Bryan's mocking tone as if he were giving it back to her and Victor. She scoffed at him in front of everyone, which shocked the 4 elders seated at the table. Sophia continued to eat before saying, "It looks like big brother-in-law doesn't like it when I call him that, but I will still call him that." Victor patted her hand gently and asked, "Do you know something interesting?" "What?" she asked. "He is going to marry Mila, and you are going to be my wife, so even if he doesn't want to, you are allowed to call him that." Both Sophia and Victor chuckled together. Bryan's officials were also seated at the table. They kept glancing at their alpha. Abraham looked at his sister as if he were thinking about something. He was lost, trying to find a way to save his sister from the conspiracy around her. He was unhappy with her marriage to Victor, but since Victor had agreed to the contract, it was clear that he wanted his sister to be his Luna. What could a brother want more of? He just wanted his sister to be happy with a responsible man. He was curious whether Victor could do it. Alpha Harry Morrison had been observing everything all these times. He could not understand why Bryan called Victor here and offered a contract with a nonsense condition. It was a baseless contract until Victor rejected it and denied the marriage. What was the point of imposing such a condition when 2 people agreed to marry each other? Bryan's calm demeanor in front of Victor surprised him. In fact, he even told him to have dinner with him. His gaze shifted slowly to the young woman who had just spoken boldly with his son. No one had ever dared to do that. He had a negative impression of Sophia from the moment they discovered she was Bryan's mate. It was shocking that Bryan was letting her do that. Otherwise, even old alphas were afraid to talk like that to his son. Victor was an exception, as he had a different story with Bryan, so no one could include him in the count. However, who was Sophia to mess up everything in his son's life? "Where's your other son, Alpha Harry?" Victor spoke out. Harry heard Victor's question and glanced at Bryan. Bruce did not attend the party and was not present at the family dinner. He suspected Bryan was behind it. He is a little busy. Busy in what? He is going to join business very soon. Victor nodded his head, then asked Sophia, I just missed meeting your ex-boyfriend. Sophia shrugged her shoulders in a careless manner and said loudly, So what? You can look at big brother-in-law, because his brother is no better than him. Juliana Morrison could not hear more about her son, as she said, You are lucky that my son is quiet today. Sophia looked at her and smiled with a reply, And your son is lucky that I remain quiet every day. Mila and her parents became nervous at the thought that Sophia would reveal the maid bond in front of Victor. Alpha Harry gave a stern look to Abraham and said, Tell your sister to shut. Bryan's one word stopped Harry Morrison. He looked at his son. Bryan's gaze was telling him not to say anything to his gamma. Victor was enjoying the family drama as he ate quietly while looking at everyone. Bryan got up from his chair and said, I'm done here. Sophia glanced at his plate and saw that he had not finished his food. She moved her gaze away from it. Did Bryan lose his appetite? She could not count how many meals she skipped after he abandoned her in the hospital with a broken heart, revealing how little he thought of her. When Bryan exited the living room, all of his officials quickly finished their meals and left. Sophia and Victor also got up and left the pack house. When Sophia got out of the pack house, she let out a deep breath. Are you okay? Do you feel weaker after meeting him? Victor asked. His words made her realize that she did not feel okay after leaving the pack. She knew it was because of her wolf, but she refused to give in. No, I'm not. That's great. Sophia remained silent throughout the ride, and Victor did not push her to speak to him. He only asked her once if she had any issues with the 2-week decision. She replied that, since he had already decided and announced it to others without consulting her, there was no point in asking her now. Sophia wanted to ask Victor many things tonight, but her wolf was not pleased, so she had to prevent herself from speaking further. After dropping her off at her house, Victor left. Sophia entered her house and checked on her mother, who was soundly sleeping. She proceeded to her bedroom afterward. Instead of changing her clothes, she lay on her bed. She stared at the ceiling for a long time. This was all she wanted, to humiliate Bryan Morrison. Then why was she not feeling happy? She would have to push herself more. Like Victor said, she could not get weaker in front of him. While staring at the ceiling, she didn't even realize when her eyes closed and she fell asleep. It was midnight when she opened her eyes. All of the lights in her room were turned off. Only the moonlight shining through the window lit up the dark room. Sophia rubbed her eyes and looked around her room until her eyes landed on a man. Her eyes widened in shock. A man was standing beside the window. With one hand tucked into his pocket, he held a cigarette in the other. The smoke around him, along with the moonlight, was glowing. She immediately sat up on the bed and gasped loudly, "You!" The man inhaled the smoke deeply, as his eyes were outside the window. After a few seconds, he let the smoke out of his mouth, blurring his vision in front. He heard Sophia's voice, but did not turn to face her. Her shocked voice was telling him that she never expected him to be here. "What are you doing here in my room, Alpha Bryan?" Sophia asked, as she could not believe her eyes. Bryan's eyes grew hazy before becoming clear. His face was glowing in the moonlight. If any woman had seen how he looked under it, she would have wanted to keep watching him. He was the moon child that every Nightshade Pack member had been waiting for many years. He possessed powers that others were unaware of. His ability to think and act was far superior to anyone else's. The man with so many abilities did not need to be bound by a mate bond. It was only the law that prevented him from moving. However, given how he handled every situation on his side, he could have simply killed the person he did not want and moved on. Since no one would have been aware of his mate, nobody would have ever spoken out against him. Then what was there to stop him? What was it that he could not push out of his heart? Why could he not plan anything under control when it came to one woman? Did he really love her that much? Did she finally become his weakness? "I'm asking you something. How dare you come?" Sophia paused when he turned to face him. She looked stunned as she saw his face. It was as if something had stopped her. She stared at him, and he also did not break eye contact. He noticed her changing expressions until they became cold, so cold that her sharp gaze could cut right through his heart. Sophia, on the other hand, clenched her jaw. Why is he here? She thought in her mind, since he was not replying to her. Bryan took one last deep puff from his cigarette and crashed the bud against the window frame. After placing it on a side, he walked over to the bed. Sophia observed him silently, but when she saw him approach the bed, she could not help but back away a little. "How dare you come into a woman's room like that? I will call my brother." He came to a halt in front of her and looked at her. His silence was making her feel uncomfortable. But then he broke the silence and asked, "What will your brother do to me?" He asked calmly. She frowned at him after hearing his question. She shook her head in disbelief. "Is this the way an alpha should behave? You think you can come into just any woman's bedroom at any time without her permission?" "You are not just any woman to me," he muttered. "Yeah, you are right. I'm your rival's woman." His calm face darkened after hearing her words. It was as though he did not want to put on a calm face anymore in front of her. Sophia did not feel afraid about it. Instead, he yelled at him, "Leave my room right now, or I will scream to call my brother here." Immediately after that, she was on the verge of screaming. But before she could do so, Bryan positioned his knee on the bed and pressed his palm against her mouth. She was surprised by his actions. The closeness caused her eyes to widen. He was so close to her that it caused her wolf to react. She glared at Bryan with a furious expression. She did not like how her wolf behaved so submissively in front of this man. She tried to move his hand, but was unable to do so because he was as solid as a stone. His gaze lingered on her face, seemingly capturing every detail. She became enraged and bit his hand. He raised a brow to mock her because it did not hurt him that much. She then bit him so hard that she felt a taste of blood in her mouth. "Your brother is not at home, therefore there's no need to make a fuss over calling him. Your mother is sick, so we should have a quiet conversation." Sophia paused, then stopped biting. She had almost forgotten that her mother would wake up. She did not want to make her worry. When Bryan removed his hand from her mouth, he noticed that there was blood on his palm and that it was coming out of the bite marks. "Even if your brother was present, he could not have stopped me from coming here." Saying that, he sucked his palm where she had bitten while looking at her. It surprised her. She realized that she could not talk to the man in anger. It would only give him pleasure. So she tried to calm herself first and took a deep breath. "Alpha Bryan, may I ask why you are here?" she asked with a tone as if she were talking with a stranger. Bryan removed his palm from his mouth. Sophia looked at it in the faint glow of the moonlight and noticed that it had already healed. "I wanted to see you. So I thought, why wait for the next day?" he said after sitting on the bed in front of her. She tried to move back, but her back pressed against the headboard because there was no room to move backward. She did not respond, simply staring at him, indicating that she did not appreciate it at all. Bryan moved his gaze across her face until it rested on her lips. There was blood on the corner of her lips. He lifted his hand and used his thumb to wipe it, and then he put his thumb into his mouth. For Sophia's eyes nearly changed color from what he was doing with her. His charms enticed her wolf, who desired to take control. However, she froze when he looked into her eyes and said, "Don't marry him, Sophia." Sophia was stunned. She immediately pushed Bryan, causing him to move slightly. Then she rose from the bed, moving away from him. She made her way to the switchboard and turned on the lights in her room. When she turned around, Bryan had already risen. She glared at him and said, "Just leave my room right now. I will not tolerate this disrespect, Alpha Bryan. I am no longer any ordinary woman, but the soon-to-be Luna of the Moon Valley Pack." Bryan gave her a serene look and muttered, "Stop taking the name of that pack." Sophia lifted her brows. "Sorry, why can't I take that pack's name? Let me guess what offended you." She folded her arms across her chest and tapped her finger on her chin as if considering the reason. "Oh yes, I got it. It is because you have been banished from that pack," she said sarcastically. He frowned at her, noticing how she began to speak in different ways. He turned away from her and looked around her room. "Nice room," he said, ignoring her remarks. She parted his lips in surprise. She was trying to humiliate him, but he was complimenting her room. Was he even real? Bryan moved to the other side of the bed when he noticed a photo frame. He grabbed the photo and noticed it was a family portrait of her family. In the photo, she appeared to be happy. It was taken when she was very young. He stared at the photo for a while, as if thinking about something. Sophia made her way to him and snatched the photo frame from him. "Don't touch any of my things." He gave her a look and said, "I have no intention of breaking it the way you broke mine." Sophia realized he was talking about their first encounter. That day, he entered his room and mistook it for Bruce's. She broke his photo frame that day. She remembered how he yelled at her that day, and how his fiancée entered the room after him and mocked her about being Bruce's girlfriend. It infuriated her. This man had been belittling her from the start. It was her turn to give it back to him. She put the photo frame back in its place and responded, "What is the point of displaying fake love for your brother by keeping a photo in your room? Your brother doesn't like you that much anyway. He knew your true colors and had warned me numerous times before." Bryan did not like her words, but instead of reacting, he sat on the edge of the bed, pulling out a cigarette packet and a lighter. He placed the packet on the bed after pulling out a cigarette from it. He held the cigarette between his lips and was about to light it. But Sophia snatched the cigarette from his lips and threw it to the floor. Bryan lifted his gaze at her. She shot him an angry look. "You are such a chain smoker. All the time, cigarette, cigarette, and cigarette." He turned off the lighter and placed it next to the packet. He let out a sigh and muttered, "Then what should I do? I came here to talk, but you will not let me do so. I am not interested in listening to you. Just leave my house. If you really want to smoke, just go to Milla Lawrence's house and smoke there. She is going to be your wife, so she should see how her future husband actually is. A dirty smoker who enjoys smoking while mentally planning the futures of others." Bryan lost his cool after hearing her. He glared at her and asked, "Why did you bring her into the conversation? Should I bring up the fact that you started to cross your limits these days with that man?" With raised eyebrows, Sophia said, "What did you just say? The person who has exceeded all limits will now tell me what my limit is." Bryan noticed she was becoming angrier. He lowered his tone and softened it. "Look, I did not come here to argue with you." "Yeah, sure. You came here to order me not to marry Victor, and you expected me to obey you while bowing my head." Bryan stared at her. She appeared enraged at him, but her rude tone deeply hurt him. All of a sudden, he reached for her hand, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her close to him. He wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned his head against her chest, tightly hugging her. Sophia was frozen by his sudden action. It was as if the sensation of the mate bond had returned to her, and she felt a jolt inside her body. Her wolf started howling in an attempt to get closer to her mate. Like a spell, his warmth engulfed her completely. She wondered if he was a magician capable of enchanting anyone with his charms. She came back to her senses when he uttered something. "I missed you." She blinked her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, the emotion that had been roving in her eyes for a few seconds was slowly fading. Her eyes flashed ocean blue for a moment before returning to black. She looked fierce with her dark, emotionless eyes. They were the coldest anyone had ever seen. She grabbed his arms and tried to free herself, but his firm grip did not budge. When he raised his head to look at her without unwrapping his arms, she spoke coldly, staring at the blank wall. "Stop uttering nonsense. There was nothing between us to make you miss me." His hands loosened as his brows furrowed. "There was nothing between us? Are you talking about the deal of fulfilling your desire that you forced me to agree to in order to save my brother's position while I was your personal secretary?" "Don't marry him," he muttered while gritting his teeth, avoiding her question. She realized all of his words came to a stop in one thing. He was only concerned that she was marrying Victor Laurent, nothing else. "I will." "You told me you loved me. How can you marry another man?" he asked in disbelief. She moved her gaze away from the wall and glanced down at him. She slowly leaned down toward his face and smirked at him. Her gaze was fixed on him, as if she were trying to remember Victor's words about becoming weaker by looking into his eyes. That was just my foolishness in the past. And love? In this world, love doesn't matter, only power does. Isn't that what you told me a year ago, Alpha Bryan? I am just walking down the same path as you. Bryan looked intently at Sophia. It was his own words that he had said to hers, and she brought them back to his mind. Suddenly, the temperature of the air in the bedroom rose. The eye contact between the two people was something else. One of their eyes was cold, while the other was soft. Time seemed to have turned the table, and they found themselves on the other side of where they had been. After giving him a shoulder pat, Sophia kept her posture straight. She took a step back when she realized that after saying those words to Alpha Bryan, she did not shake even a little bit. Let's not talk more, just go back. I have no desire to have a friendly relationship with my rival Alpha. It will be awkward to hurt him during the war, you know? I mean, if war breaks out in the future, by the way, don't think my fiancé is after your pack the same way you are after his. Her mocking tone affected Bryan. He got up from the bed and said, Fiancé and all, huh? You turned down my offer to be my mistress but accepted that man's Luna's position. Do you even know that man? Because I see no difference here. She scowled at him after hearing what he said. She could not believe he was comparing a Luna's position to a mistress position. A Luna was the Alpha's wife, whereas a mistress was a woman who satisfied the Alpha's sexual desires. The main difference was that one woman slept with her own husband while the other slept with someone else's husband. A dignified woman would never agree to be a mistress of a man if she had the option to back out. Are you kidding me? Now you are thinking that both positions are the same? Or did you come here to brainwash me with these things? Because I may look stupid, but I'm not that stupid. You were the one who brought me to this stage. When he took a step forward, she took a step back. Don't get too close to me. My fiancé will not like it. As you said, he is evil. He can kill you too. He scoffed upon hearing that. Kill me? Does he have the balls to even think about it? She glared at him. Don't talk like that in front of me about him. You cannot even speak properly when he stands in front of you. He is always one step ahead of you. Do you really think so? He asked, moving close to her. She did not move, demonstrating that she was unconcerned about his closeness. It would not even shake her a little. When he came to a stop in front of her, he said, 2 weeks is more than enough time to realize that you made the wrong decision. He is not a very nice man. There is never a moment when he is not surrounded by women. He is not going to bring you joy. For you, the position would be nothing more than a showcase. She was taken aback by his words. Nevertheless, she did not respond. She believed what Bryan told her about the women around him might be right. Victor himself had told her this, but because he said he liked her, she believed he could change himself. It was not like she loved him, though. Even if he did not change, it did not bother her. If you can think of having a mistress, why can't he? She shot back at him. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, So you do not have any issues with it? No. You are completely ignorant of everything there is to know about him. I know him. He told me about himself. And you trusted him? Of course. At least he is not keeping any fiancé a secret from me. He plans to marry me directly. I am going to be his wife. In a fit of rage, he drew her closer to him while tightly gritting his teeth. Shut up. Stop saying this crap. What makes you so angry? You thought he and I were just faking it in front of you, right? I bet you never imagined we would be ready to marry so soon, she said, pushing his chest. Bryan tried to calm himself because he did not want to be rude to her. Don't ruin your life with foolishness by getting between two alphas' chests. It will only make you a pawn, vulnerable to death at any time. She stopped struggling after hearing him. She gave him a closely scrutinized look. You did not come to see me at any point during the entire year. You were living happily with another woman and were planning a married life with her. What happened to you suddenly? Are you, by any chance, afraid of Alpha Victor? Bryan released her, causing her to step backward. He planted some misinformation in your mind. Ask him who Alpha Bryan is. If he is a real man, he will dare to tell you about me. She was baffled. What was there to ask? They were rivals. They had no good relationship with one another. So why would she ask him about Bryan? Someone hit her mind as she asked, Who is he to you? Why do you hate him so much? If you are the one who is grabbing his pack, then it is supposed to be him who should hate you the most, not you." His expression eased after hearing the question. Sophia frowned at him before asking another question. "Why are you banished from that pack? What sin did you commit that caused them to ban you there, Alpha Bryan?" He averted his gaze from her, as if he did not want to talk about it. Sophia observed his look. Her curiosity led her to wonder what had occurred in the past. All of the members of the pack were in the dark about it. The only people who were aware of it were the two families. She was going to be a part of one of the families, so why could she not know it? "Why are you nervous, Alpha Bryan?" Bryan gave her a piercing look with his sharp gaze and answered, "Nothing can make me nervous, not even the thought of my death. I am forbidden from saying anything. But why don't you ask your so-called fiancé about it instead of me?" The situation was utterly perplexing for Sophia. If he had committed a sin, why did he tell her to ask Victor about it? Is he too proud of committing sin? Otherwise, why would any pack banish another head, Alpha? She turned around and made her way to the door. "I will ask him when I feel like it. Your banishment has nothing to do with me or my marriage to Victor. I just want you to leave me alone and let me sleep peacefully." He walked in her direction. She assumed he would leave her room. Instead of doing so, he paused to the side of her, near the door to the room. "You are being too disrespectful to your head, Alpha. You need to learn some manners. If nothing else, you ought not to behave that way toward me in public." Sneering, she turned to face him. "I am a bad woman. Now, what will you do? Punish me?" A small grin formed on the left corner of his lips. She could not believe he would be back in this mood after the way they had ended the conversation. He stepped close to her and whispered, "Punish you? I can't tell you how badly I want to punish you, baby girl. You have grown too bold in a single year." "Shut up." She could not help but stutter as she remembered the past and realized what kind of punishment he was talking about. He stood firm and raised his hand. He began to stroke her hair slowly but gently. She glared at him but did not push him. He ignored her anger and muttered, "I can't tell you how I kept myself from chopping his fingers whenever he touched you." He paused for a moment, then met her icy gaze. His eyes grew darker as he spoke. "I noticed that you were also touching him. I wanted to punish you for that. If you keep doing it, I am not sure how long I will be able to control myself." "What will you do? Kill me?" He did not respond to her questions. His hand, which was stroking her hair, slowly moved to her cheek. He caressed her cheek with his knuckles and murmured, "Stop overthinking." Sophia stared at Bryan. Her wolf was feeling his every touch. She had the intention of pushing him, but she believed that her wolf was preventing her from doing so. In this world, the mate bond was a strange phenomenon. One mate did not value it, and the other mate could not get over it. Fate was really unfair to her. In front of her was the man who she had loved the most in the past. But now she hated him. She hated that her body and her wolf reacted to him. She despised how he was controlling her wolf and keeping her frozen in place. "You can only bother me for 2 weeks, because after that, I will leave forever," she said. His eyes turned red as he asked, "Do you think I will let you go?" This time, she pushed his hand and replied, "You are not the one to stop me. I am not obliged to fulfill your desire forever. You claim to have freed me a year ago, so why are you here now?" As he moved closer to her, she leaned her back against the door in order to keep some distance from him. "What about you? Did you set me free, Sophia Berg? I let go of every mistake you made, ignored your disrespect, did not punish your brother for how he reacted, and let go of all the humiliations I had to endure in the business world for you. But now I can't let go of one thing, and that's you." There were no words that Sophia could utter. She recalled all the things she had done in this 1 year. This man is the master of manipulation. I can't get into his words, she said to herself. Her recollections of the past came to her in the form of flashbacks. The night she first told him about her feelings, he made fun of her. On his birthday, she gave herself to him with the hope that he also had feelings for her. But all she got in return was a reminder of the old deal, which she had completely forgotten. He left her all alone on her birthday, breaking her heart before she could even cut the cake. When he got engaged to another woman, He did not even consider returning to her or going to see if she was all right. How would she forget these things? They penetrated her mind like arrows. How could anyone ignore what she had gone through? Your game is over, Alpha Bryan. I am no longer that Sophia anymore. You came here only after you realized your rival was winning over you. I am fully aware of your intentions. You will never cancel your marriage and lose that half-pack, so you came here to persuade me to cancel mine. How selfish you are. She moved him away from her and opened the door so he could leave. He looked at the door and said, My marriage to Mila is an agreement that I must keep no matter what. My hands are tied, but not yours. I cannot see you getting married to another man. I will never let you do that. Cage? You mean your hands are tied to have another pack in your name forcefully? Oh my God, you really think I am that dumb? You are making so many excuses to get me to cancel the wedding, as if you have feelings for me, she said mockingly. He turned his head to look at her and asked, in a deep voice, What if I tell you that I do have feelings for you, and that is why I don't want this wedding? Will you believe me? Sophia stared at Bryan for a few seconds without saying anything, and then she burst out laughing. I can't believe it. A wedding shakes you so much that you start to talk about feelings and all? She grabbed her stomach and used the other hand to support herself against the door. Bryan looked at her face. He liked how she laughed, even though she was just mocking him. Strive to laugh and smile at all times. Even though your glare looks cute to me, a smile suits you better than that scowl. When she heard him, she went completely still. She glared at him with a scowling face. My glare looks cute to you? Yeah, he replied with a chuckle. He did not bring up what he was talking about as if he knew she would never believe it. Grabbing his arm, she shoved him out the door. Don't bother me again. She was about to close the door, but he grabbed the corner and stopped her. Get used to feeling bothered, because I am going to bother you until you cancel the wedding. In your dreams. That's true. You sometimes appear in my dreams. Do I need to tell you what you do? She did not let him finish his sentence because she bit his hand to remove it from the door. The moment he removed his hand from the door, she shut it on his face. I hate you. Keep it in your mind, she shouted from inside. She huffed as she heard the sound of footsteps fading behind the door. She went to lay down on the bed. Her hands were covering her face as she tried to calm herself. She did not want to face this man. She removed her hands and recalled when he talked about feelings. It did not move her heart because she was not an idiot anymore and would not fall for his words. Look how far you have come, Alpha Bryan. Now you are talking about feelings to the woman whose heart you brutally rejected. On the following morning, she hurriedly got ready to go to the university. She made the decision to apply for a transfer certificate. She would leave the pack soon, so she could no longer continue her studies here. When she left her bedroom, she found her mother preparing breakfast. She spoke with her mother about her wedding. Her mother was not surprised because the wedding was scheduled for next month anyway. However, she asked her one question. Do you really like that man? She thought about Victor and realized that he respected and accepted her in front of his family and the world. No man could be a better match for her. So her response was simply yes. Sophia tried to tell her mother that she wanted to take her to the Moon Valley pack, but her mother flatly refused, saying, Your father died in this pack. How can I die anywhere else? This is our pack, and I want to stay here until I die. This pack is more than just a place. It is also a memory of my parents and husband. Sophia felt terrible inside. Thinking that she would have to leave her family, she believed she would come here to meet her family often after the wedding, since Victor and his family were allowed to come here. Sophia respected her mother's decision and did not convince her. She went to the university to apply for a transfer certificate. The office staff assured her that they would inform her. Everyone was aware of Sophia and Victor's wedding date because word had spread throughout the pack. People started to stay away from her. Some of them even asked if she would invite them to her wedding. I can't believe you are leaving us. Everything is moving so fast. I can't just accept it, Sarah spoke out with an upset tone. Sarah and Nolan came to speak with Sophia. They looked so sad, which made Sophia upset. I will come to meet you both often. Don't be sad. Sarah shed tears as she hugged Sophia. I can't live without you, Sophia. We are best friends. How can you leave me here? Sophia hugged her back. Nolan is here with you. I believe he will take care of you. You know why I'm getting married to Victor. Sarah broke the hug and looked at her. Is it only because you are mad? You have to abandon everything. Is Alpha Victor really worth it? Sophia nodded her head. I certainly hope so. At the very least, he is better than Alpha Bryan. Nolan told her that he had nothing to say about the wedding. The wedding was announced and the date had been set. So all they could do was wish her well. Sophia left the university and went straight to the orphanage. She had not spoken with Victor today. She wondered if everything was okay. He texted her that he would meet her tomorrow. Sophia remembered that Ken was going to introduce her to his girlfriend today. He mentioned that his girlfriend was eager to meet her. She was looking forward to meeting his girlfriend as well. She called Ken in the evening after spending time with the orphanage's young children. Ken sent her the address of a club. Sophia took her leave from Mr. Davidson and then made her way to the club. When she entered the club, she was immediately enveloped by the colorful smoke and loud music. Ignoring men's stares, she searched for Ken. Ken waved his hand at her from the bar. Sophia walked to the bar while avoiding the men around her. You call me to a club to meet your girlfriend? You could have picked a cafe or a decent place, she complained to him. Sorry, my girlfriend is a little party freak, he replied with a laugh. Sophia rolled her eyes and asked, So where is she? I can't wait to meet the unfortunate lady. Her tone was sarcastic. She was pulling his legs for fun. He laughed in response to her words. Here she is, he said, gesturing to a beautiful woman sitting on a stool nearby. The woman turned her stool to face Sophia. Sophia was taken aback when she saw the familiar woman. Angelia Gulliver? The woman smiled at her and lifted her glass to greet her. I was right, it's you, little birdie. Sophia was surprised to see the witch. She was the same witch she met at Morrison Company. She was the head Alpha's clothing designer. She reflected on how close she and Bryan were. It gave her a bad impression about them that day. However, she later discovered that they were longtime friends. How can it be possible? Sophia murmured under her breath. Ken noticed her puzzled expression and patted her shoulder. What happened, Sophia? She came to her senses. Huh? Nothing. Angelia rose from the stool and grasped Sophia's hand. She turned to Ken and said, I have met your friend before. She is a sweet little princess. Ken raised his eyebrows and asked, Are you serious? Sweet little princess? She is a bomb. For the first time, you could not recognize someone's personality, baby. You should see how she enjoys beating me while training. Sophia was lost in her own thoughts while Ken was having a good laugh. Angelia patted her hand and said, Why not sit somewhere? Sophia cast a glance at her hand. Angelina's long, sharp nails reminded her that witches wielded immense power. Sure, let's go. Ken led them to the launch area. Angelina and Sophia took seats for themselves. When Ken was about to sit beside Angelina, she said, Why don't you grab a drink for your friend? It's okay. I don't drink, Sophia said, preventing Ken from going. A soft drink would be fine for her, Angelina said to Ken. Ken let out a sigh and went to the bar to grab Sophia a soft drink. Sophia turned to Angelina and inquired, How come you are Ken's girlfriend? There was a protectiveness in her tone that Angelina could catch easily. She smiled at her and asked, Why? Am I too old for him? He is just 2 years younger than me, she said and laughed. Sophia shook her head in denial. I didn't mean it. I didn't say anything about your age. Age doesn't matter in love. But Ken is a really good person. Do you really love him? Angelina's eyes carefully observed Sophia's face until they shifted on her forehead, and her smile froze. Sophia frowned at her, suspecting that her question had made Angelina nervous. What happened? Don't break his heart. He is a soft-hearted man. Angelina let out a shaky breath and mumbled, Your forehead. Sophia touched her forehead and asked, What happened to my forehead? The lines have changed. Which line? Sophia rubbed her forehead, not knowing what the witch was talking about. Am I getting old fast? Is she talking about wrinkles? She thought. Angelina looked away from Sophia, and her behavior toward her changed slightly, making Sophia feel awkward. I thought you were still the same girl I had met a year ago, but it looks like I made a mistake. I shouldn't have called to meet you again," Angelina said, sipping her drink. Sophia was completely taken aback by her words. "What do you mean?" Angelina cast a glance at Ken, who was talking to the bartender. "I love Ken. He is a caring man. I cherished him, but his dad... I know, he doesn't like witches. Ken told me about it," Sophia replied, focusing her gaze on Ken. Angelina shook her head. "No, his dad doesn't hate witches. He just hates me." Sophia could not help but turn her head at her with a surprised expression. "Why?" Angelina turned to face her and asked, "Do you really want to know why?" "Yeah." Angelina's smile, which had vanished, reappeared as she answered, "I am the main witch of this pack. If the officials are our alpha's right hand, then I am his left hand." Sophia did not know what to say. She was unaware of this. Her brother had never told her about this either. She had been with Bryan for nearly 6 months, but he had never told her much about Angelina. "Main witch? Our pack doesn't have many witches," Sophia said. "Yeah, that's why I am important to this pack, you know," she replied, chuckling. Sophia looked away from her. She expected Ken's girlfriend to be a soft woman. She never imagined he was dating the most powerful woman in her pack. Does Ken know about this? Yes. Oh, Sophia rubbed her forehead. She felt she was surrounded by all of Bryan's people. No matter how hard you rub your forehead, there is something written there that even if you peel off your skin, you can't remove it. Sophia froze as she slowly turned her head toward her. "What exactly are you saying?" With another quick look at her forehead, Angelina uttered, "Your fate has changed. Let me look into your eyes." Sophia stared at her, trying to understand her deep words. Angelina's eyebrows furrowed. "Death is not so easy that you can give it to anyone at any time. Use the weapons of your hands after thinking twice. It can ruin your life and change your loved ones in a blink of your eyes." Sophia was about to ask what she meant by it, but before that, a glass of apple juice appeared in front of her. "I am sorry for being late. The bartender is a friend from school, so I was just talking to him for a while," Ken said, handing the drink to Sophia. "It's okay, my baby. Come here," Angelina said to Ken, patting the seat next to her. Sophia could tell Angelina was a dominant woman, but she also noticed warmth in her eyes for Ken. "She is getting married to Alpha Victor," Ken said to Angelina about Sophia. When Ken started talking to Angelina about Victor and her marriage, Sophia sipped her drink and paid attention to them. Angelina scoffed as if she did not care. "That man is a psychopath. Marrying him means killing herself daily." Sophia's calm face turned infuriated. How could Angelina say that about Victor? "Maybe you do not like Victor because I know you are close to Alpha Bryan. But I would appreciate it if you could refrain from making absurd remarks about my fiancé." As soon as she finished saying that, a deep voice reached her ears, which froze her. "Someone is very protective of their fiancé." Sophia looked over and noticed Bryan standing near their couch. Without delay, Ken got up and bowed to him. "Alpha, you are here," he said while bowing. Angelina gave Ken a smile and stroked his hair when he bowed his head. "You brought me here to introduce me to your friend. How could I pass up the opportunity to introduce mine to you? Alpha is here to join us." Sophia looked away from Bryan and tried to stand up from the couch, but Angelina grabbed her hand and made her sit back down on the couch. "Where are you going? I think I should leave right now." Ken glanced at Sophia while shaking his head. He was still bowing, so Bryan walked toward him and said, "Raise." Ken slowly stood up straight and addressed Bryan politely. "Alpha." "How are you, Ken?" Sophia sat back on the couch, watching Bryan and Ken take seats on 2 other couches. Did they know each other? She thought. Angelina looked at her and whispered, "What are you thinking about?" Sophia shrugged her shoulders and replied, "I am thinking about leaving. Don't you think that I should keep a distance from my rival Alpha?" Angelina acknowledged her with a grin. "Why so serious? When your rival Alpha is this hot, you should enjoy staying close to him," she said, winking at Sophia. Sophia was stunned. "Didn't you say you loved Ken? How can you talk about another man like that?" Angelina let out a sigh and turned her head at Ken and Bryan, who were talking to each other. "One is my boyfriend and the other is my childhood crush." "Childhood crush?" Sophia murmured. Looking away, Angelina gave a nod. "Yeah, in the past I used to have a huge crush on him. Then it hit me that I was not on his same level. He is untouchable." Sophia rolled her eyes and muttered, "It looks like everyone has a crush on him." Angelina leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Jealous?" Sophia moved back and cleared her throat in response. "Why would I feel jealous?" Angelina nodded with a calm expression as if she believed her. "You mentioned you used to. So, how did you get over your crush?" Sophia asked with curiosity. While looking at her beautiful nails, Angelina said, "Something happened that caused everything to change." Sophia cast a frown at her. Angelina sounded agitated and cold. Sophia became even more intrigued. "What happened?" Angelina glanced at Bryan and muttered to Sophia in a low voice, "He lost both his temper and himself. His past is quite dark." Sophia stared at Bryan. There was something mysterious about that man. Every time someone spoke of him, she became more perplexed. "Past? What happened in his past?" "That is not something you are allowed to know, but I will still tell you. Just give me some time." She took a pause and then remarked, "Bryan used to be very different." "What is the difference? Less cold?" Sophia inquired, her gaze fixed on Bryan, who was speaking professionally with Ken. He did not even glance at her again. He did not look like the man who broke into her house and came to her bedroom at midnight. He appeared to be a cold alpha talking to a member of his pack. She heard Angelina's chuckle. "Less cold? Do you think Bryan is cold now?" It caused Sophia to shift her gaze toward Angelina. "He is not. What are you? More cruel than him? How can you say he is not that cold now?" Angelina lifted her hand to stroke Sophia's hair. "Calm down, little birdie. Don't put too much pressure on your head. It will be used heavily later." Sophia did not understand Angelina's words. Her words seemed so enigmatic to her. However, she soon heard Angelina's voice once more. "He used to be a bad boy who enjoyed breaking rules. He was not this composed at all. His sassy remarks could defeat anyone with words. Alpha Harry and Luna Juliana treated him like a spoiled brat, and he took full advantage. Girls were always swooning over him, but he was a bad guy, not a playboy. That's why the girls were even more moved by him." Sophia parted her lips. She could imagine Victor with these words, not Bryan. She had always seen Bryan keep his cool around everyone. He was cold, but he used his brain rather than his words. "I am not sure who you are talking about. I have never seen that Bryan, so I don't know," she said to Angelina. "Pray that you will never have to meet that man." Sophia glanced at Angelina. "And why is that?" Sophia was taken aback when Angelina's eyes briefly flashed emerald. "Because the man sitting with my boyfriend is a powerful alpha who can defeat evils like your fiancé. But the man I am talking about is the devil himself." Sophia felt a shiver down her spine as she heard it. She did not understand why she took Angelina's words so seriously. Perhaps she was teasing her. "He is already the devil. I don't know about others, but I have seen his true colors already." Sophia replied to Angelina with a sarcastic smile. The anger in Sophia's eyes caught Angelina's attention. She smirked as she was thoroughly enjoying it. She turned to Bryan and noticed he was drinking. "I assumed you would not come here. You were refusing me. I wonder why you suddenly showed up. Perhaps you have heard that someone is coming." Bryan glared at Angelina. His gaze shifted to Sophia, who appeared puzzled about something. "What were you feeding her?" Bryan asked coldly. "Don't worry, I didn't spill any dirty secrets about you. After all, she will be your rival's Luna," Angelina said with a wink. Meanwhile, Sophia paid close attention to Angelina. This was a truly formidable woman. The way she spoke to Bryan clearly demonstrated that she possessed powers. Bryan cast a chilly glance at Angelina, his eyes growing darker. Ken started to feel nervous as he quickly got up from the couch and went over to Angelina. He was concerned that Bryan would harm his girlfriend if she continued to bother him. "Let's dance for a while. Alpha has just arrived. Let him have drinks first." He glanced at Sophia and whispered, "Don't offend Alpha. I will be back with my crazy girlfriend in a while." Sophia nodded, as she did not want to ruin Ken's good mood. He was thrilled about tonight's meeting. She was going to leave this pack in a few days anyway. When Sophia saw them moving toward the dance floor, her mind began to think about Angelina's words. After a few seconds, she felt the couch dip slightly beside her. Someone approached and sat next to her. The moment she turned her head, she saw Bryan. He sat next to her, crossing his legs over one another and resting his left head on the backrest behind her. He turned his head to her and asked, Was she bothering you? She glared at him and replied, "Don't worry, no one can do that better than you." "Oh, really?" Bryan smirked, sipping his drink as he looked at her. She blinked and shifted her gaze away from him. She moved slightly to create distance between them. "Why did you come here?" she asked him coldly. "For you." "What?" He nodded his head and replied with a soft tone, "I had no intention of coming here, but when I heard you were coming, I thought, why not come here and bother you?" She looked at him right away. She wanted to scold him, but she was surprised to see that his eyes were not as cold as they had been before. She recalled Angelina's words. She was astounded by how quickly he changed his mood. "You are an excellent actor. You talk in this fake tone when you are alone with me, but when everyone is around you, you show others how cold you are. What a fake personality." She expected him to mock her in return. However, instead of doing that, he moved closer to her and looked into her eyes. "This low voice and soft tone are not fake. They are only for you. I don't speak like this to others." For a second, Sophia's heart skipped a beat at his words and the closeness. On her lap, Sophia sensed a vibration. Without any delay, she lowered her head and looked away from Bryan. She grabbed her bag and pulled out her phone, which was vibrating inside. She noticed it was Victor who had called. She cast a glance at Bryan, who was staring at her phone screen. She received the call and was about to get up from the couch to speak with Victor, but Bryan grabbed her waist and drew her closer to him. "What the hell?" Sophia said, and tried to move from his grip. "Are you okay?" When Victor's voice reached her ears, she attempted to calm down. She eased up on her struggle as she considered telling Victor nothing about it. She shot a hard look at Bryan and answered Victor, "Nothing. There was someone bothering me. I think I should kill him." "Him? Who?" Victor asked. "Someone very little in front of you. Leave it." Bryan rolled his eyes after hearing her words. He pulled her closer, and she found herself pressed against his chest. She nearly gasped, but she restrained herself. She gritted her teeth and glared at Bryan. He was taking advantage of the situation. "Where are you?" Victor questioned him as if he were doubting something. "Where am I?" She smirked at Bryan. Bryan glared at her, indicating that she should not tell him. It was clear to her that Bryan did not even want to see Victor for a moment. She wanted to call Victor here, but after seeing their behavior in the pack house last night, she did not want to start a fight while everyone else was having fun at the club. "I came to meet one of my friend's girlfriends." "I see. I wanted to tell you something." "What?" she inquired, trying her hardest to remove Bryan's hand from her waist. She became so enraged that she wanted to kill this man right then. "I am leaving the Nightshade Pack today." Sophia was taken aback for a moment. "Why?" "My Gamma is deadly sick. I need to go." "Oh," she mumbled, stopping struggling. "I will be back a few days before our wedding. I also need to get everything ready in my pack. They are getting their Luna, so they should have the opportunity to plan a celebration." Sophia closed her eyes, realizing that everything was moving much faster. There were so many questions she wanted to ask Victor. Now, how would she talk? On the phone? But he would not answer her like that. "Okay," she said before cutting the call. She let out a sigh, almost forgetting that someone was holding her with his strong arm. "Why are you so upset? Let him go. He doesn't deserve you." Bryan's words made her furious. She gave him a shove. Her nails brushed harshly against his neck. She noticed the nail marks when he raised his other hand and touched his neck. "Did you hurt your head, Alpha?" "Hurt? I want to kill him." "Why so angry, huh? Just because he is leaving you for a few days? Do you really like that man?" he asked angrily. "Yes, I do. I like him so much that I can't even live for a few days without seeing him. Then don't be sad. I am here to accompany you. I despise you so much that I can be with anyone here but you." He released her waist immediately after hearing that. Sophia got the chance and looked at a boy who was passing by. "Excuse me?" "Yes," the boy replied, turning to her. The boy cast a glance at Bryan, unaware that he was the head alpha. "Are you alone? I mean, I am in a bad mood. Would you like to accompany me?" Sophia asked him, then glanced at Bryan with a grin. Bryan glared at her without letting out anything. "Sure. Would you like to dance with me, my beauty?" the boy asked, approached her, and offered her his hand. Sophia was about to take his hand, but Bryan got up from the couch and pushed the boy. Go find someone else. No, he is no. Bryan interrupted Sophia by grabbing her hand. What are you doing? He pulled her up to stand her up before dragging her. When they got to the dance floor, he came to a stop. She cast a glance at others who were engrossed with their partners. Looking back at Bryan, she questioned, Why did you bring me here? Didn't you just get ready to dance with that boy? Now dance for as long as you can. After that, he grabbed her waist and pulled her closer to him. Sophia clenched her jaw, trying not to create any scenes there. It's your plan to send him back to his pack, isn't it? I am going to do something out of anger. I swear, you have no idea how much I hate you. What will you do? Throw me out of this club the way you threw me out of your room? She tried to push him, but he twisted her body around and pressed her back against his front. He lowered his head and rested it on her neck, firmly wrapping his arms around her waist to keep her from moving. I know you don't hate me. That's why I'm here with you. I will never let you throw me out of your life, baby girl. What are you say? Sophia could not speak as she closed her eyes and felt Bryan move his hand and run his fingers over her bare arms. She was wearing a sleeveless dress, so it was easy for him to touch her more intensely. She was not sure if it was the loud music or the flickering lights that were driving her insane. She had not even drank today, so why was she feeling drunk? As soon as Bryan's lips touched her neck, her eyes flew open. She immediately turned around to look at him. What are you doing? She asked him coldly. He pretended he was not listening to her because of the loud music. He lowered his head close to her and muttered, I am doing nothing. You know what I can do. Do you think this is even something to count? Her body shivered at his words, and she shook her head, realizing she could not give this man control over her. She tried to calm herself as she stared at him coldly. His hands encircled her waist and pressed her body against his. His legs were moving, and she was trying to follow his steps on the dance floor. Why don't you dance without thinking about anything? There is no one who will recognize you. Even if they post a single article about us, I will burn the company. She frowned her brows as she tried to look at this man carefully. She realized she had not seen this man closely for a long time. When she thought about how much she had loved him in the past, she scoffed at herself in her mind. She had always respected him and had never spoken to him rudely. But everything was different now. He had changed his face, his heart, his home, and his safe place. He gave everything to another woman. What do you want, Alpha Bryan? You told me that revealing your secrets didn't suit me. I left that work. Now what? Why do you care if I marry someone else? Or is it just because of Alpha Victor? Bryan did not reply as his eyes caressed her face quietly. If someone watched them from a distance, they would not believe they were no longer together. I want you to be mine, as simple as that. Sophia's eyes grew icy as she exhaled. I told you before your engagement, that was your last chance, and like every time, you took me lightly. She could feel his hands loosen after hearing her. She seized the opportunity and pushed his arms away from her waist. I don't want to dance anymore. She left the dance floor and looked around for Ken. She found both him and Angelina. She noticed them dancing as if they were in another world. She did not disturb them and left the club after sending Ken a message about her leaving. Meanwhile, Bryan stared at the entrance of the club after Sophia left. He turned his head and found Angelina smirking at him. He gave her an angry look. She laughed and hugged her boyfriend as she focused on her dance. Bryan did not waste any time and left the club. He noticed Sophia's car was not outside the club, indicating that she had already driven away. When his driver noticed him walking out of the club, he opened the car door. Bryan got into his car and told the driver, "Pack house." His driver started the car and drove directly to the pack house. When Bryan arrived at the pack house, he stepped down from his car and went inside the house. He ignored everyone in the living room and went straight to the head Alpha's office. That was his workspace. Whenever he was at the pack house, he worked there. His mind kept playing back what Sophia had said to him. After grabbing a glass and a bottle of wine, he moved over to the couch. His mind became jumbled as he poured the drink into the glass. His face was calm, but he was fuming inside. The door to his office room was opened while he was sipping his drink. He thought it might be any of his officials, but instead of them, Mila entered the office. Bryan looked at her with a frown. "What are you doing here?" Mila closed the door behind her and stood silently. She gave him a quick glance as he was drinking. She lowered her head and did not say anything. Bryan chugged down his drink and placed the glass on the table loudly. Mila flinched, but she maintained her silence. "I am not in a good mood. I don't want to be rude to you. Just go to your room." Mila lifted her head and looked at him. He turned away from her and poured another glass. With slow steps, Mila walked toward the couch. She took a seat beside him. Bryan ignored her as if she were not there. Mila cleared her throat and started speaking. "The wedding." Just as Bryan was about to take a sip, his hand paused. He turned his head toward her and said, "I saw how you tried to stop the wedding yesterday." Mila's brow raised as she looked at him. I appreciate it." Mila let out a sigh when she heard him. He gulped his drink and said, "You raised your voice in front of him. I liked that. You did well." Mila directed her gaze toward him. She noticed that the man was drinking while his eyes were fixed on the blank wall. Everything stopped when he asked something. "Do you think I will let him marry her?" Mila's calm expression turned dark as she gazed at Bryan. "Bryan, do you know who I hate the most after Victor?" "Who?" Bryan inquired, chugging another glass. His throat was burning from the alcohol, and his mind was going through a lot of different things at the same time. However, he frowned when he heard Mila's response. "Sophia Berg." He gave her a look. She grabbed his arm with a bitter smile on her face. She leaned her head against his arm. Bryan tried to move her away by saying, "I think it's not me who is drunk, but you. Go back to the room. It's getting late." She shook her head and looked at the floor. "No, Bryan. Today, let me tell you what is on my mind. Mila. I despised her for so many years. I have hated her for more than 4 years, and you know the reason, don't you?" He froze as his eyes moved slightly, which she noticed. She leaned away from his arm and examined him closely. "How can I not hate her? She has been capturing my man's heart for a long time." Bryan was about to get up from the couch, indicating that he did not want to hear any more, when Mila grabbed his hand and stopped him. "Didn't I say you needed to hear me?" she questioned him. He glared at her and then shifted his gaze to the hand that was holding him. She slowly released his hand and mumbled, "You never allowed me to touch you.